Alright, this works. We're on YouTube, so I can say rude shit, right? Is it even picking up? Hello, hello? No? Alright.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Yes, sir. An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Fucking okay.
What's up, y'all?
Whoa.
An ally
Yeah.
Oh
has been
shit,
slain.
flamenco. Oh wait, he can't hear us. God damn it. Also, how's it going, everyone?
Going well. Also, be right back.
Okay. Oh shit. Wait, hold on, I forgot I'm on the app again. I gotta go in browser.
Oh, fucking stupid. Dude, this game's so damn dumb. I hate this shit so much. Okay.
I'm back.
An ally has been slain.
Back. Nice to meet any of y'all that I haven't met before.
Mm-hmm.
Meet you too.
I hope you're all doing wonderful. That sounded so ironic.
Don't know what that means.
I don't know what the tone of that was. That a sincere or was that a sarcastic?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That's what I thought. Well, I hope everyone's doing wonderful.
Yeah. I'm doing pretty
It's really
good. I
nice
had to
of
go
you to
let me
say
in my
that.
cat. Meow. That's what he sounds like.
Alright.
He goes, meow.
An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
I get the feeling that Stardust doesn't really like me much, despite me being genuine.
She doesn't like
Because
anybody
did you
because she
hear
doesn't
me?
like herself.
No.
That's
Stardust
just
have
like-
told me personally in DMs that I'm good for content, but that she personally hates me as a person.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
Well,
wait.
that's because I feel like that's like this because I remember going on to her streams last night. I was
Also,
just being myself.
Also, she didn't say that, by the way. I don't want to go to Alex Jones on Stardust. Just to be clear, she did not say that.
Okay.
But
good to
also,
know.
being who knows? I don't know. I need to resist. I can't start psychoanalyzing people online. It's a bad habit.
That's true. I mean, you are a doctor after all.
No. I'm only a professor in metaphor.
Oh, damn it! I read it wrong. God damn it. Shit.
No, it's okay. I mean, it does say professor, but definitely only in metaphor.
How's it going?
It's going fucking fantastic. Thank you for asking. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Sorry for being a little late.
Nah, don't worry about it. Well, I don't want to speak for everyone,
I'm
but
doing good. Chat was already yelling at me. Being a little late.
wow, really? Wow, they're 2 minutes. You guys are out of control.
Chat was already. They are. They're so bad.
I mean, 2 minutes late has got to be in the like top 1 percentile of Twitch. How late Twitch streamers are, you know?
It's unbelievable. So bad.
I mean, 2 minutes late has got to be in the like top 1 percentile of Twitch. How late Twitch streamers are.
Sorry.
You know? Trumhole, I can barely hear you, my friend.
No, that was something
I
else.
don't know Trumhole, but Oh, okay.
An ally has been slain.
Hello. Hi. Sorry, I just realized my mic was muted.
Welcome.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Oh,
I'm good.
I'm greeting you like I'm the host or something.
Right, yeah.
I'm feeling
you're,
good today.
You're hosting it. I feel that. You're swinging it.
Stay in your lane, meat man.
I'll back off. I'll just keep drinking my Red Bull, so I'll have it for later. Keep my mouth full.
Why is the chat not working?
Don't ask me. I couldn't even figure out how to get a YouTube stream started.
It looks like it's working.
Man of my age needs about 12 hours to figure something like that out.
I'll scout ahead.
Well, we're gonna enable the other chat then if this is.
Who's bringing the heated takes today? I know someone's gonna want to take a strong. All right, I like to take a heated defense against radicalism. That's I'm here to make sure nobody says anything too crazy, and fight fire with fire.
You look like
I'm waiting for
like if Vic Berger got electrocuted.
A Vic Burger. All right, can you explain the first half of the joke so that I can laugh at it?
What? What? You need me to explain that you look like somebody?
A Vic Burger. I don't know what a Vic Burger is. Is that a person?
Vic
I
Berger
can
is,
tell you don't.
is a video editor. He makes really good videos. Charmel, is there any
Sounds
way
like a
that we
cool
can-
guy.
Okay, is there any way that you can like make your camera bigger so chat can see you?
Oh yeah, here. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Kai is probably running late as usual. But I see everybody's here. I don't know if everybody is here.
What does that mean?
Oh come on! I swear to God, dude, League of Legends sucks. I hate it.
Are you sure you
Well-
don't suck?
Everyone that plays League of Legends hates it. I haven't met one yet.
I love League of Legends actually.
How often do you play it?
I've been playing for the last 8 years consistently. I have 3 million points in Jinx.
Alright.
I do like the game, genuinely.
Okay.
No, like I mean, if Stardust would allow us to get into it, I could tell you exactly why it's actually a poor game. Though,
So this is what I'm talking about.
Even if it is fun, okay. All right, right off the bat, if you are say at a bar, get a few drinks, right? You're trying to hit on somebody, right? And
Hi, Flamenco.
you're like, hey, let's turn on the TV, like let's watch something, right? Like let's watch something cool, right? So you go to watch something and it's fucking League of Legends on the TV. Nobody knows what the hell is going on. Nobody knows what's going on. You're trying to watch League of Legends on the television. Everybody's just like, okay, and like what the fuck, right? You put on Rocket League, everybody's like, oh shit, that car just hit that ball into the goal. Let's go. Like it's fun, you know?
The game is
You
bad
know-
because it's not fun to watch.
Yes. Yes.
I
Especially
think this
again.
is-
Terrible.
This is objectively wrong, though, right? Isn't League and Dota like some of the most watched games in the world? Aren't they?
By
Like,
people who play it, yeah.
By the way, guys, so
Sure.
it looks like Kai is running late. However, I figure we should give this a start, regardless. So, I guess we can just start off with like if you guys wanted to introduce yourselves, we can go around the room and introduce ourselves. Let's start with Charmhole. Charmhole, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey, what's up? I'm Charmhole. I know Stardust because she's the most humble streamer I've ever met. So that's why I'm here, is to reward her with my presence. So you're welcome. I'm a big game streamer, obviously, doing League of Legends right now because I'm in a big rut because I hate myself.
Okay.
And I really want to lose a lot of weight. So I got to get out of this rut. Hopefully you guys can help me while we talk about spicy stuff.
All right. Flamenco. Uh-oh. Flamenco? Flamenco?
Boring. Get him out of here.
Saying so
Oh
much.
no, what happened to him? Is he
Very-
okay?
very informative.
No.
They got him.
Okay, well,
The-
we'll
Excuse me.
move on to Jamali.
Hello. Hi, my name is Jamali. They, them pronouns for those who care. I usually stream sometimes, but I don't really stream on Twitch anymore. But I do put up YouTube videos at JamaliGG. So if you ever find any reason to be there, that would be cool. And then you could look at some of my videos and it'd be like, wow, those are some spicy takes, or those are some pretty mild takes, but you know, the person they're arguing with kind of doesn't understand what they're talking about. So it's okay. Yeah, that's me. Hello. I'm glad to be here. I'm excited to argue these topics.
Awesome. Last username.
Hi, I'm Last Username. I'm a liberal anarchist, occasional streamer, and purveyor of wisdom. Good to be here, as usual.
Good to have you, Professor Meat.
What's up, y'all? Professor_Meat on Twitch. A man of my age had a lot of difficulty, as I mentioned earlier, figuring out how to get YouTube in time. So I got nothing going out at the moment, but consider giving me a follow if you like the content. Give Stardust money. I am a sword and shield of the base and the righteous. And I'm basically here to just make sure looking forward to sitting in on this subject, because you're still figuring out my content exactly, pretty new here, but making sure you crazy kids don't say anything too crazy about gene editing is just the kind of thing that I think I'm here to do. So thanks for the invite.
Yeah, thank you. Flamenco. Flamenco?
Oh no, him sitting in that little sad puppy in the bowl gives it such a sad connotation, him not being able to speak.
It's really sad.
But dogs can't talk, so it makes sense.
Yes. In a way that makes it more tragic.
Mm.
Sorry, guys. His stream crashed? Oh, okay. Oh no, chat is saying no. Don't worry, chat. He'll be right back. Okay, well, you know
Aw.
what? Since we're missing like 2 people, I don't want to be missing too many people. We're gonna start off with a normal question, and it's called "How are you?" and "How was your week?" and "What's the weirdest thing you saw this week?" So why don't we go around and answer that question?
Oh, I don't have anything to start off with. How about the person playing League they're playing Teemo, so that's the weirdest thing I saw this week, honestly.
Teemo's cute and amazing. How could anybody ever not like Teemo?
Didn't you say you don't like League? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, League sucks. It's a terrible fucking game.
Right.
Right, but I'm still playing it because I hate myself. It's just proving how bad it is.
I mean, if we're going off of novelty and rarity, I think that this being a man who regularly in my personal experience, encountering someone who regularly plays League and actually enjoys it, like at a rate of more than like 1 game every 2 or 3 days, then that's the most interesting thing I've seen this week. But I also have a memory span of about 24 hours, so I might have to dig a
I
little
mean,
bit.
Twitch, so just tonight, Twitch had a big Pokimane / XQC rigmarole, big old party time, right? So pretty much, I think, solidified the fact that they don't want politics on Twitch. They view it as like PBS Kids, right? They view Twitch as like Nickelodeon, effectively, I think. You know, it's just kids. They just want the babies to flip. What? They is in
they?
Pokimane.
As in Twitch
Hassan,
or Pokemon? Okay.
fucking what back-end coders, like, I don't know. Just fucking all of them. Like, it just seems to me like that's what they want. Like, they just want to have all the kids who
Wow, shots
play
fired.
games. Well, I mean, look, you've had a lot of political people on Twitch get deleted, right? And then, so it, like, and they kind of keep the guys who really don't count. You know what I mean?
Well, are you saying that you think that's because of Pokemon? What do Pokemon and the Sun have to do with them getting deleted? Are you saying that
they're
attributing
the owners
responsibility to
of
them?
Twitch. Like, they own the people who watch it, right? Like,
Honestly, good riddance. Who cares? Twitch sucks.
yeah, no,
What
I
do you-
mean,
what do
it's
you- can you
great
tell me
if
what
you
you
like
mean?
video games.
Can you-
Like, I love video games. I'm
Yeah.
a gamer, but
Can
I
you
think Twitch should
expound
be
on what you mean
primarily a
by that?
video game website.
Can you expound? Do you mind expounding on what you mean by they own the people who decide?
Well, I mean, obviously somebody like Tucker Carlson doesn't own Twitch or own Fox News, right? However, he's the most watched person on Fox News. If for all intents and purposes, he is Fox News, right? People think of him when they think of Fox News, just like they used to think of Sean Hannity and Bill O'Reilly, right? So, you know, they absolutely have a massive amount of sway as to who gets deleted, who gets to stay, who gets propped up. You know,
Well, I don't think that that's necessarily how it works at all.
Okay.
Twitch and
don't
Pokemon
care.
are just two
You're
streamers
wrong.
in a
Like,
vast
whatever.
sea. Just chatting alone as a section only makes up a small portion of Twitch's actual income. What
Yeah.
would suggest to you that like Pokemon and Insane can claim some sort of monopoly on the influence over Twitch politics
just
and
call
its
him
policies
Hussein?
overall?
He's just called
Has that-
Pokemon.
I don't listen. I'm a boomer, all right. I'm a 30-year-old man. I don't know fucking anything about these.
And
People.
yet
30?
you won't
You
shut
look
up
so
about
young.
it. That's interesting.
I know. Listen, it's fountain of youth. I'm an idea like the wind. I don't age. I've just come here because you guys were in need of me. I'm like Mary Poppins. I'll make you guys better, and then I'll float away on an umbrella from where I came.
Damn, bro. Flamenco just disappeared. He just went
He's dead?
gone.
Oh no.
Why
Not
does
responding to
every
anything?
single one of these start like this? Every single one.
Everyone, really?
Every single one starts somewhat like this.
It's Pokimane and Hassan and Twitch politics working together to keep us down.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying they
last
want it to be a
username.
child's plaything. Anyway, go ahead.
How are you, last username? How was your week, last username?
The week was good. Something weird I saw. I found out my new cat cannot distinguish between sounds coming out of my laptop and actual sounds. Like zero ability to distinguish between fake sounds and reality. So if I play like cat sounds, he will act as if they're
Meow.
there's a cat there. Orion.
Orion. Oh, that's a great name.
Meow.
That's very cute.
Yeah.
Don't
I like
Be
your
very
cat.
careful not to play like angry cat sounds with a laptop because he will attack.
Yeah.
But
Because
once he goes and
he loves you.
Right.
He wants to
A
protect you.
chatter wants to know if
I guess.
your cat is an anarchist.
I think so. He doesn't seem to have any respect for the state, so I think yes.
Are most animals anarchists?
I think so.
I'd say that makes. Based on my experience with anarchists, that checks out. I'm sorry. No offense.
Hi, Flamenco.
Good one.
Wait, are you actual liberal anarchist? Are you actual? Is that a
Yeah.
meme prescription, or do you really
No, it's
prescribe
just an
yourself
actual
that?
liberal
100%.
anarchist.
I don't think I've ever technically like gone through ideas with a liberal anarchist before.
Last
think
I
I
kind of
have
made
username
up the
is
term
most-
myself, as far as I know.
Oh, I love it when
I'm an
people
anarchist.
make up their own.
Last username is one of the most interesting people to
Think.
talk to, I think. Yeah.
I love it when people make up their own things, like their own. I consider myself a post-nihilist utilitarian.
Oh my God,
So
so
Post
fucking
nihilist?
nerdy, dude.
That's
yeah. Or
not
alternatively, a postmodernist utilitarian.
Oh.
Possibly, the word rules written in there somewhere might help. too.
postmodernists weren't
I'm
post
still-
enough for you.
No, exactly. Listen, postmodernists got hung up on postmodernism. All right, we need postmodernism. This is the real. This is the real truth. The way forward.
Okay, Flamenco, time to shout out yourself. Are you there?
Yeah, I think it's working now. My computer was
Awesome.
acting up, and it also probably was because I set up things a little bit differently because I was really drunk last night. We're live now. I
Well,
think we
thank you
fixed
for
it.
joining us, despite being really drunk last night. How are you? Who
Oh,
are
I
you?
feel like absolute fucking death. I want to die right now, but I drank some water, so that makes it feel a lot better.
Good.
I'm flamenco. I do I like to cover internet drama, particularly ones that have like extremely socially maladjusted people, and the political sphere is just rife with those people in general. So that's probably how I came to meet Stardust, and I also, I guess, have
calling me
opinions on political
maladjusted?
things. No. Because you're
Just the
in the
people you
political sphere.
associate with.
Stardust, I'm not gonna lie, you are probably one of the like more socially well-adjusted political people out on the interwebs.
Wow, thanks. Well, thanks for joining us despite being hungover. So let me just lay out the rules here, guys. This is Supernova semi blood sports, semi casual. So we get into it. Rules are just follow YouTube TOS. Don't get too crazy outside of YouTube TOS. As long as we do that, we'll be good. Also, don't take it personally if I start yelling. That's just like somebody calls it rage moderation. I think that's a pretty good word for it. So just don't take it personally. I do rage moderation. I just yell at everybody when I want everybody to shut up. It's never personal. I just do it because the chat likes it and chat thinks it's funny. So I think that's it. Kai probably is running late as usual. He always runs late. So
Well, last time I thought he was like, I thought his.
What's up, Sawhorse? Thanks for coming by, dude.
Oh, maybe it is. Maybe he's still at work. Who knows? But he said he would be here tonight, so I'm sure he'll show up.
He'll be here.
Yeah.
Kai's a good dude.
Anyways, yeah, he's a good dude. He's consistent. So, all right. Question number 1. If it was discovered that personality traits were partly genetic and could be removed with gene therapy, would it be ethical to edit out negative character traits that harm others, like extreme aggression, compulsive lying, or cruelty? Who wants to go first?
Yeah, I've got a lot of thoughts on this.
I bet
So
you.
here's
Doing the editing.
Why don't we pass it to Professor Meat first?
Yeah. That's a good first question. Well, who's doing the editing? My question is like related to that, but I think the underlying problem is like, it relies on our ability to measure and suss out these things and like determine, like suss out what is better, define what is better, and because the thing is like that's such a huge question. Even our current ability, even though there's like a strong ability of our current understanding of psychology to like suss out the way that certain personality traits affect our lives, the truth is that like the degree of variance of like our lives in general and outcomes that it does, even though it's a hard metric to a certain degree, it is only like minorly predictive of the whole multivariate analysis. And so we're just so far off from our ability to actually like, just as a first foundational point, so far off from our ability to like have anyone that can like actually give good justifications for like drawing hard lines around most personality traits. We're just not at a point to where we can like responsibly actually quantify those things.
Well, the hypothetical allows for us to be at that space, I think. But if
okay, sure. But so there's
what I would be concerned about is just it getting out of control, like someone making it so that people are more submissive, or other things that aren't this is like slipped into people, while like if it was that easy to do, or if it was capable of doing that, or if we were capable of doing that, that would just, the oversight would have to be massive in order for it to be justified to like make people a certain kind of way that wouldn't be an overall negative to society, right? Like,
or you could potentially there is a possibility that you could like try to make the same tools available for everyone with some minor regulation. Like, I'm willing to engage in that sort of hypothetical, but the main fear that you have with any sort of gene editing is you want to be, with any sort of gene editing, you want to be considerate of the possibility of like unjust and like harmful hierarchies to evolve. This is why I'm a postmodernist, because hierarchies are important. But that joke aside,
are you saying
like,
hierarchy?
My words are broken.
You said it right. You said it right on accident that
I
time.
go back and forth. Forth.
I'm gonna have to get used to that. I'm sorry.
No, please feel free to make fun of me until I finally say it correctly. But that being said, like, we have to be careful not to set up some type of meritocracy where we will, I don't know, set up some type of ruling class, or like allow like, just as a basic level of this concept, like if we allow gene editing to be something that was just allowed in the public without regulation, like there's a high chance that some type of like wealth disparity would set up between people's ability to gene edit versus in terms of the wealthy versus the poor. And then you set up this like accelerationist like divide across all sorts of demographics that'll start to extrapolate and then hate each other, and we'll run into all sorts of problems.
Hold on, like you're going
to exploit each other.
You're going like way. Okay, so all we're talking here is a way to improve the health or the chance of a healthy baby.
Sure, right.
in various ways, which we
Well,
already
not
do in all sorts of
necessarily
ways.
health, but
right?
more their personality. Because
Yeah,
like
you want
I
to.
think
There's
in
good
life.
personalities and
I
there's bad
think by and
personalities.
large,
You want to talk about
I
them.
think by and large, nobody's against like gene editing to stop like birth defects from happening or anything
Yeah,
like that.
no, that would be insane.
Well, so I negative traits, like you can call that a birth defect, right? You're saying, assuming there's genetic causes for these negative personality traits, so I guess that's a birth defect.
You're
I
like
mean,
questioning
what's
the
wrong with that?
definition of birth
Well,
defect, like you're
but
expanding it.
Well, you might as well
but
be,
there's
right?
a
Like-
difference.
So,
There's
wait a minute,
a
guys. Let's let last username finish what he was saying, and then we'll go to flamenco. Okay.
Okay, so there's many ways in which parents do things to try to make their kids turn out into wonderful people. A lot of those things are done. Some of those things are done before birth to make take care of the health. They don't drink. They don't smoke. They get ultrasounds and like whatever else. Treat any problems the baby has. After birth, they try to raise the kid well. They try to educate him. They try to teach him right and wrong. Try to feed him healthy, like all these things to try to turn the best person they possibly can. Why is any different than all of those other ways? Why isn't this one more mechanism that parents could use to try to make their kids turn out better? What's the difference?
So I guess like the fundamental problem is also because we kind of assign value to certain personality traits, and I guess like a big worry is, obviously we have like the clear cut ones. Generally, people don't want to have kids that turn out to be like sociopaths. It's very detrimental for the kid in general, and it can kind of have some bad outcomes. But then, like, okay, well, maybe, you're deciding that, I guess, like, aggression is a bad personality trait. And that's like, okay, well, what level of aggression is bad? Because then, aggressiveness is probably what drives a lot of competition. And competition is a very useful talent or a useful, like, attribute for people to have. So there's, like, a lot of gray areas versus, generally, if the kid's born with only one leg, that's probably not going to be good for the kid overall. If you can gene edit it so that it doesn't not, get born with only 1 foot, that would probably be good. And I don't think that there's any like overarching problem with that one.
You can certainly
Well,
debate
so
about what a healthy level of aggression is, but there's certainly
Sure.
some level of aggression that's bad, that we would all agree is bad. So if we're just
Well, so
talking
this
about
is-
avoiding that level of aggression, is there a problem with that if it can be done with gene editing?
Yeah, so I think that this is why, like, when I talk about like determining, like, I'm willing to deal with the expansion, at least in the abstract of the term, like birth defect, like what, because I think that's part of the underlying question, right? At what point is
compulsive
something-
lying is a defect, right?
Well, compulsive lying, like as a psychologically defined illness, might be a defect to a certain degree. I think you maybe could get into territory where you could maybe start to make arguments that like really particularize. If we could prove like really severe mental disorders, to a certain degree, I might make a justification that. But there's all sorts of arguments about. We just need to have really clear, consistent lines and be able to really evidently, basically demonstrate if we're going to be like. If we're gonna demonstrate our like societal values and like be consistent with those, like at a basic sense, we need and be consistent. We need to be able to like clearly demonstrate that certain and draw these lines upon things that are like clearly demonstrable to like basically certainly like ruin your quality of life in terms of your ability to like be a part of our society or like decrease it substantially. No, we can't. Well, we can. I think there are certain cases where we can basically demonstrate that to a high degree of probability that makes it like far and away different from like most personality traits. And we can get into like exactly where we draw those lines, but I think like if we're gonna like start on the other edge to try and work our way back, maybe with some extremes, I think like a really easy example is like I don't know, a serial killer or maybe even psychopaths. I think it would be fair to say that like to prevent psychopaths from being born is like a fair place to start because they cannot integrate in a way in our society that is beneficial for us or them. It's like they're like fundamentally
What are you talking about?
not all the time, not.
Dude,
a
you're
lot of
so
the time they
full of
can't.
shit, it's
There's
driving me
like a
crazy.
A
Oh my
lot of the
God.
time they can't. A lot of the time they can't.
Alright, I gotta
I'm talking
step
about
in
like
here. You
I'm
guys
talking about
are,
severe. I'm talking about severe antisocial disorders. Like there are these
Okay.
people who their ability to
All right,
interface.
so you're fine with
they
editing
can.
out
They can have a relatively improved quality of life. But the
Okay,
thing is, if
so-
we're talking, there's no reason why. Like, we can pretty much demonstrate that they would be better served and be able to better interface with other humans in a way that they get like a better sense of self-actualization and agency if they weren't trying to overcome these disorders, right?
Okay, last
Professor,
username.
so you're in favor of editing for certain extreme kinds of personality disorders if they were genetic and we could edit them out?
If we could identify them with a very high degree of certainty, I think we could probably identify very extreme genetic disorders that would be fine to edit out. Yeah, but we don't want to like. The thing is this is why we should only focus on very, very, very specific and very demonstrably harmful and deterministic extremes, because those are the times where like I think editing around those like edges of society where we can clearly draw these really demonstrable extreme lines are the places where we're not in danger of like opening the door to some type of like hierarchy being set up through our society.
I don't understand what you mean by hierarchy being
Hierarchy.
We're not, as far as I know, we're just talking about parents, parents choosing what kind of gene editing to do for the children that they're choosing to have, right? So, what do you mean when you say that there would be a hierarchy set up? How would this set up hierarchies in ways that parents just raising their kids would not set up?
So, for example, if there were, well, it depends. First off, so are we for the sake of this hypothetical eliminating the concern of like a potential wealth disparity, or are we willing to engage with that possibility?
What do you mean a potential wealth disparity?
Like the effects of wealth disparity in a society. I mean, we are talking. Charmhole's over there saying Jesus Christ, but we are talking about a hypothetical. This is presumed to exist within a society, correct?
Let's say that this is something.
Well,
this is
there's already
something that
wealth
is-
disparity in society.
Yeah. Let's
And-
say
and
in this
understand-
hypothetical, it's available to most people. It's
Well,
available
even
to
then,
most
what do you mean by
people.
most, right? What if it's just a like, what is the determining factor in that like minutia of people, right? Because we've already had like some conversations about like this in our society.
Is it mandatory? Is it like do people get to?
No. It's not mandatory. It's like you have the option. Let's say you're pregnant. You have the option to do this type of editing, or you can edit out for like extremely bad personality traits. And it's something that is widely available, and most people can find it affordable.
I think we'd have to equalize it more than just most people find it affordable, because even then, like, so we had a similar discussion in our country's
But there's
history.
lots of other
We talked
prenatal
about-
care that's not absolutely
there's
everyone can
even
have,
multi-
right?
There's all
Yeah,
sorts
So
of
we
ways.
don't, we
that we're-
don't ban that
Prenatal
kind of prenatal
vitamins
care because not
are
everyone can afford it.
affordable to most people, right?
Right,
Not
but-
all
but-
people.
Right, but generally speaking, like
Prenatal
that-
vaccines too, I think.
But in the case of like healthcare, like generally speaking, like we're trying when we pass policies and stuff, right? Like generally as a society, we're trying to figure out like how to best help these people in a way that like they will inevitably be harmed. How to like best minimize that as best we can, provide care as like economically as we can, ideally in a way that like still allows us to like have the medical system like still be in place. This is a different thing where like theoretically by allowing these things to open up, the harms could actually outweigh the good. And there's no like, and I mean, this is why we don't necessarily have
How would
socialized
that
healthcare.
outweigh the
but-
good? Like
Wait,
some
what?
women can't.
Sure, I
afford,
can easily.
guess,
So I can give an
some
analogy
can't afford
because
sonograms when they're pregnant, and as a result, maybe those women will, those pregnancies, some things will not be caught and not be treated.
this is the
and they'll be
difference, is
more
that
likely
those
the
things-
kids going to be born with some
Let's let him finish.
But-
Let's let him finish.
disability, and therefore the kid will be at a disadvantage, and therefore there'll be more of a wealth disparity because of the women who can't afford sonograms. Does that mean we should ban all sonograms? Like, would it be better to let any women have sonograms to avoid that disparity?
No, because in that case, like the only alternative, like two things. First, at a basic level, like that's generally speaking already going to happen to those women. Like there's not some extra thing, generally speaking, that we're causing. I still get the analogy that you're drawing, but I
What
think
do you
the
mean that's going to happen anyway? What's going to happen anyway?
I understand that's only part of it. I understand there's another piece to your analogy where you're saying it is somewhat comparable, which I do agree with. But the second part, the second thing, the more meaningful part response that I want to say is that the in that case, like the only alternative is basically like not offering healthcare at all, right? And so and like
Well,
I
that's
think
what you're saying. You're saying that this particular kind of healthcare, this gene editing, should not be offered at all potentially. If the
No. I'm saying it
the-
should. I'm saying it should to an extent, right? But we already try to minimize these lines to mitigate wealth disparities, right? I'm offering what I'm proposing is
How? In what way?
because we're in a liberalized
hold
society to
healthcare
some
rates.
extent.
No, I mean,
Real
but we have like,
quick,
hold on,
guys,
hold on,
real
quick,
hold on,
real quick.
hold on, real quick.
Okay, first off, I'm gonna pass it to Flamenco, but I have to run away from my computer for just a quick second. While I'm gone, last username is the interim moderator. I will be right back. Okay? Don't
Yeah.
go mad with power. Last username.
So like I don't know what you're fundamentally saying when you're saying that these things that might be cost prohibitive like shouldn't exist because it might like do this, and this is something that we already do. We already have like elective procedures that cost upwards of like tens of thousands of dollars that are 100% not like are not disallowed in our current society. Huh?
Sure, but
plastic
elective
surgery in general,
right.
dude. What are you talking about?
Do you think plastic? Well, you don't inherit plastic surgery. First off, plastic surgery has nothing to do with genes. Like this is a different thing. I'm not advocating.
No, if you're getting cosmetic surgery,
no,
if you're getting cosmetic surgery for your child, then you're like doing the exact same thing.
You're conflating making like a cost benefit of anything you do in a society with being able to recognize certain extreme effects and trying to mitigate them. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about with gene editing. This is a big Pandora's box. No, I'm literally trying to separate those things, and you're saying, well, then you're like framing it as a slippery slope argument. Like, well, then why should you're the
one that's doing the slippery slope.
No, you are claiming that I'm doing the slippery slope. I'm trying to tell you right now.
You're saying that the like unintended harms might outweigh the goods.
I can tell you
the fucking
slope. I can tell you my argument. What I am saying is that there are there are gene editing like programs you could institute that would be reasonable, that wouldn't necessarily have to like imply a teardown. Some arguments you could make that wouldn't necessarily have to imply a teardown of the entire medical institution. Now I'm willing to like explain that, but if you bring that as your implication, well then I'm going to explain why that's not what I'm arguing. I'm telling you right now, that implication that you're just trying to shove in my mouth is not the quality of my argument.
I think we're interested in knowing, Professor, which kinds of gene editing you would ban because of these secondary effects.
Right. I think that's a fair argument. I thought your questions were interesting, but I think that there's definitely going to come a point at which like my ability to answer, and we would rely upon like medical professionals and other experts to like try and draw lines. But there are, I think, like at a basic level, I'm
where
sure
would they
we
draw
can
those lines?
Well, they would draw it backwards, like I was trying to basically start earlier. Of like, they would basically have to, obviously with more like expertise than us, have to start drawing backwards, right? They would draw the most obvious, like clear, like evidence-based, like consistent lines of like these are people that pretty much it would seem would be categorically aided by like existing with an alteration. And I think that like really extreme examples of certain antisocial disorders are.
Keep in mind that personality traits are not hard set by here genetics, right? Personality traits are largely desired by environment.
We're talking about more about personality traits that would be set up by genetics and like
personality traits aren't even a good measure, because if we're talking about that in scientific terms, personality traits are such a small metric of like the behavior of an individual.
We're talking about hypothetical.
We're getting outside the hypothetical, right? We're saying hypothetically, if they were traits that were genetic and we knew they were genetic, could we edit them out, right? So you said that, Professor, that you want documentation, you start at the most obvious things and then work back. So at what's the criteria they would use to decide, okay, this trait is for whatever reason, but where we draw a line, we're not going to edit this out, no matter even if people want to.
Loosely speaking, it would have to loosely speaking be because I'm not a psychologist, so I can't like literally give all the potential examples, obviously. But the criteria would loosely speaking have to be something like points at which you could like clearly demonstrate with like observation evidence, science, etc. You could clearly demonstrate that like to a like very high degree of confidence that a like certain population with a certain gene would like pretty much almost either quite necessarily or just about necessarily like be like categorically aided by having like that gene modified out of like the rat or not exist at all, rather, if that were not the case.
Why would anybody ever edit a gene that didn't have? Why would anybody want to edit a gene that didn't benefit you? Like, I assume we're just talking about beneficial edits to your genes.
Oh, so if we're gonna, so I think that's a fair question. But so here's something really interesting in my mind, although this gets really far out there, right? Is that if we're going to start to talk about any beneficial versus not beneficial trait, right? Like if we're going really far into the hypothetical or just like what is beneficial, how beneficial is this? We start to get into a weird thing where human experiences and what is good and bad is relativistic, right? So I don't even know if that's actually possible to boil down all the way to the end, right? That's why if we're trying to intend a hypothetical like that all the way to the absolute hypothetical end is a little weird, because like the less of one trait that you have in a population, like that's going to change what is good and bad relativistically for other people. Like all of our experiences and how we weigh them is like determined relativistically to other human experiences. This is why, like, for example, just one little factoid that sort of reflects this in our society is how like I think like crime statistics are better determined. Like we talk about poverty being a good predictor of crime statistics, but even better is relative poverty, right? And I think that's very interesting. And there's lots of things that you see like that in like social statistics. And so I think that like if we start like if you say like at a really fundamental abstract level, what is good, what is bad, what is beneficial, what is not beneficial, we actually benefit from having, to a certain extent, a like multivariant like distribution of traits with different cost-benefit analyses distributed throughout our society, like relative to one another.
Well, you say
so
we benefit. Who benefits exactly? Like some of the people with the crappy traits don't benefit.
no, so I mean, well, why not, right? I mean, why? Like, what do you mean by
If
benefit?
they don't.
Like, so let me ask you this. So
What
do you
by
think there's-
variety? What is the variety? Like, why is it that? What is a trait that we would only want some people to have, but not everybody?
what is a trait that we want some people to have, but not everyone?
Yeah, or I guess that's not too hard to like specific interest or something. If everyone was only interested.
How do we decide the spread of the personality traits, right? Because we're saying all personality traits, are pretty much a nice little niche somewhere that helps our society and counteracting and acting together and stuff. So what are how do we determine how we spread and who gets what personality traits? Like, are personality traits that might lead to you being more in a leadership position going to be kept to certain people? Are we going to have like different things that have to do with like a skill in a certain field? Like, what are we doing?
It's not. There's so many different. Like every personality trait has different like cost benefits, right? Like I don't think it's fair for us to assign like a value to like someone who's less ambitious or less intelligent who is like really kind and empathetic necessarily, or like a value, like a categorical value to someone who's really intelligent and really capable, because they might not always be the other things that we want in life, or maybe that's the kind of person we need. Like, is the person a failure on some degree to society who is like really focused on not personal relationships and like conquering and like succeeding, and they become like business executives? What if they're not necessarily immoral? Like to what extent do we benefit from having some room for those people in our society, some room for someone who like sits at home? What about some poor broke ass like me who likes to sit on Twitch and yell at you guys? I'm very poor. I consider myself pretty happy. Am I a failure?
Is there some
Not in
trait
my
that
eyes, right?
that we would expect, like almost all parents to want to give their kid, but if they did, it would be bad for society? Like too many people would have that trait. Is there some sort of conflict between what individual parents would want for their kids and what we as a society should want?
I think that danger exists with every personality trait, man. I really think it's a matter. So I think that like if you just opened any personality trait up, give me one. Give me one where it doesn't apply.
Well, stars and examples were extreme aggression, compulsive lying, and cruelty. Do we want? I think we're probably fine with no compulsive liars. I don't think we need compulsive liars.
I can't see a society in which we have a use for somebody who's compulsively lying all the time.
Well,
lying is useful, but compulsive lying, no.
Are you kidding me? You literally just named politician. Like, people need liars all the time. This whole conversation's been so
I don't think politicians are compulsive.
Politicians are successful because.
Now I'm not gonna let Charmhole speak at all. I'm just gonna talk over him the moment he finally says something 30 minutes in. Yeah, okay, good one, everybody. Please,
go
it's so
ahead,
important.
Charmel. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Charmel.
Oh no, I'm just trying to say of how fucking insufferable this shit's been, because y'all talking about it as if this hasn't been going on forever, right? Yeah, good one, Flamenco. So
well, listen, me and last username's conversation's been so interesting.
Oh yeah, it's been so great. As if animal and human husbandry hasn't already existed for fucking millennia. Okay, you guys are talking about gene editing as if we are so smart, we're so advanced, we can do all of this. Is it ethical to do this? Is it ethical to do that? It's already been happening. The entire reason we have the banana and the chicken is through selective fucking breeding. Okay, do you understand this shit?
Yeah,
like,
but
and you guys are like, oh, but
when it comes to
okay, no, we got some real smarties here. Come on, please interrupt.
Well, no, there's
do you think anyone here is disagreeing with the fact that there's been gene editing
in
the past?
There's ethical there's ethical quandaries that happen even with like modern day breeding. Like everyone fucking hates puppy mills because they overbreed those fucking poor animals to the point that they
And they
can't
inbreed
breathe.
Yeah, right. Sure. People hate puppies.
Wait.
That's why they hate puppy
No,
mills. Come
no,
on.
no. Not puppies, puppy mills.
Yeah. Where do you think puppies come from? The mills. Like, hello.
So glad we started letting Charmel
Wait.
talk.
Charmel,
Well, here,
do you know what a
steelman
puppy mill is?
Charmel's
Do you know
point.
what a puppy mill is?
Yes, that's what I just asked.
Oh
you.
choosing
my God.
choosing a mate.
This is why y'all are so
choosing who you have a
fucking
baby with
insufferable.
is gene editing.
Huh.
Choosing who you have a baby
jackass.
with is gene editing, right? The reason that we have preferences about who we mate with is because we're gene editing. That's really what's going on. Right?
So I-
Choosing
Well,
Yeah,
that and
rudimentary
also
gene editing.
convenience
In
to
fact,
an
there was a
extent,
really
yeah.
what was it called? Oh, there's an interesting phrase I like to use that I heard from somebody much smarter than me called proto-science. Right? People basically doing science before they knew it was science. Right? And I think that's obviously what selective breeding's been going on for years now. Like I said, millennia. Right? People fuck who they think is attractive, right? Like families choose today, right? There's like preordained fucking
Right, but that's why I'm like saying that there's probably certain kinds of gene editing that is okay, and I'm having a discussion about what kinds of gene editing should and shouldn't necessarily be okay.
Okay,
gene
compulsive
editing-
Let's
I think.
Yeah,
Listen, so I'm not a psychiatrist. I wouldn't necessarily I would want to look more before I said absolutely yes. But that sounds like it could basically fit the criteria. I would have to know more about like exactly where you draw the line, and exactly how people are affected by
I want
this.
to give Jamali
but-
a chance to speak. 'cause
Well,
clearly-
let's say it's like we have as the example for the prompt. It's compulsive lying, right? Like that we all agree that that's a inherently negative trait to have in a person. No one wants to be around a compulsive liar. Compulsive liars are not cohesive to any sort of like cooperative function. They don't do anything good for society in that regard in their lying sense,
or
but
for themselves.
yeah, but for themselves. But that doesn't necessarily make someone as a whole useless, right? A compulsive liar can have skills in other things. A compulsive liar, just off the bat, thinking about being a compulsive liar, right? That means they're a good talker. They're someone who knows how.
Not
to,
necessarily.
They
No,
not
so
really-
what it doesn't
they-
mean that they're. It doesn't
okay,
mean
they're
compulsive is
necessarily
different, right? Yeah.
proficient in lying.
Yeah,
Sure,
compulsive is they can't help but lie.
you can't help.
Right. It doesn't mean they're good at it.
That's
Yeah.
nobody
just-
wants. That's not good
They'll
for.
probably
the
become more
individual.
good at it. But
Yeah, you would say like you're like 0.01% of compulsive liars who are like actually like fucking savants and like charismatic like gods who can like convince people to do anything. Like you got your cult leaders and shit like that. Think of like people like that. Why did I do that? You would probably say that cult leaders are bad. You don't want cult leaders popping up left and right unless you're maybe someone who is like an actual anarchist or something. I don't know. But like you probably wouldn't want that, and that's a good thing because cult leaders have a tendency to be reckless. We have mass killings because of cult leaders, right? And they tend to have people who go and either kill themselves or cause harm to their neighboring society. The problem with
Or the government does it.
yeah, or they go, yeah, sure. The problem with having something that allows us to genetically modify personality traits specifically is that now we're giving values to these things. We're automatically giving values to these things. And when we do that, we're saying, okay, certain personality traits are better, so we commodify them. You know, like a certain body type is more desired, so we tend to do things that can help fit that sort of viewpoint, right? Like BBLs
big
and things
titties,
like that.
fat asses, baby.
Exactly. So now it becomes an issue of whether or not it's ethical to like say like, okay, well, we don't like people who tend to be more introverted. So why don't we get rid of people who have a tendency to be introverted, and then everyone's an extrovert, and then we'll have like
Because
a
introverts-
Dionysus paradise, and everyone will just fuck everybody, and like it'll be a whole orgy, and everything will be super cool and lit. No wars, everyone's having sex all the time. No incels.
I
all
don't think we
shit.
would ever.
Like,
I think the value and experience of being an introvert and an extrovert can have minuses and positives, and people experience these things differently, especially depending on introverts being around introverts and extroverts.
And
And
the
they
main-
experience these things relativistically. I don't think we'd ever be
don't
able to
see,
delineate
like-
along those lines accurately.
Like you went from a clearly negative trait that you want to a trait that is not. Some people are fine with being introverted. Some people prefer being introverted. I think
Yeah.
I don't think like
And
all
that's
parents
sort
would
of-
choose their kids to be extroverted.
And that sort
Some-
of speaks to like the real fundamental like actual ethical quandary is that you're kind of imposing certain like attributes and personality types or whatever onto people without their say so, because this is all done like in vitro, or like even before
people
then.
born without their say so.
But we do that anyway,
So,
right?
Yeah, last username has a really good point here. We
there's,
already do that. Yeah.
We do
We
tons
do
of
that.
what I've been
We do that. We
saying.
do that. We do that
They're
to an
kids.
extent. We do that to an extent, but we
Kids'
don't
entire
do it
lives
to a.
are
We
planned out
don't
for
do
them by
it.
their parents.
But we don't do one. The kid can also exercise free will and like deciding not to do that or something. You know, they can.
A kid?
Always
What
leave-
kid?
they can.
The fetus?
Oh, really?
What?
What are we asking? Wait, what are we talking about? Who? How? What? The kid has a what?
I don't know. This dude
He's-
thinks that free will
what
exists
kid?
when you're in public school, which is pretty funny.
That is pretty funny. But like the thing is, like, what do you mean by the kid has the? We're talking about a non-born baby, right? Like,
Yeah, I'm saying that all these sort of
trust in
personality.
anything.
Oh my god, you really fucking have a hard time listening, huh, dude? No, we already instill personality traits, values, beliefs, and all that stuff in kids to begin with, and I think that's what Stardust was getting at. And what I'm saying is that while we do that, it's not to a level that like the kid can't actually, you know, the kid still has agency.
No, they don't. If
Kids
they're a
don't have
baby,
agency in America.
I-
They
Most
have
countries,
no
I think.
agency whatsoever. They
How,
can't
how
do
so?
anything.
How so?
They have
How-
some
if the-
degree of
if the-
agency.
if the
right?
parents
It's
decide a
work
baby
impacts each other.
is gonna, like,
how do
you know,
how do
they're gonna
gay
paint
This
his-
dude
his
thinks Tommy
room
in it and
purple.
Dream
All right,
did
can
it
we-
all
can we
themselves.
agree- Can we
How
agree
do-
that
how do
No
gay
help at
people-
all.
How do gay people
Okay. Everybody, shut
sprout
up.
up
Sorry.
in extremely religious families?
Sorry. Can you repeat what you were saying, Mike?
I'm asking, how do gay people sprout up in extremely religious families, especially if they've been taught, like, you know, from birth, like, oh, this is, you know, immoral, you don't do this, and then, you know, some people do. How does that happen?
I would say that that's not really a choice, right?
You have the choice to express yourself that way. Even though
kids
you're
rebel
even
against their parents, right? Like sometimes we all
Yeah,
agree that kids have
exactly.
some degree of agency, even though we don't allow them
Yeah,
Well,
allow them
no,
as much
because
legal
people
agency.
were
As they
just
get
saying,
older, they
people
start
were
to have
just saying that
some
kids don't have
small amounts of
agency at
control.
all.
Sure.
People were just saying like 5 seconds ago
When
that
they're-
kids don't
when
have
they're born,
agency.
they
Don't try to like convince me that like, oh no, this is something we already
Well,
agreed
I'm gonna
with.
get to last username because last username I think has the good response for you. So
I mean,
go ahead.
you may gradually acquire agency as you get older, but when you're born, you don't have any agency. You can't. Babies can't do anything. They can't control anything. They can't even communicate.
Yeah, that's why I'm
I
saying.
mean,
that
again, a
the
little bit.
editing-
I guess they have agency in that they can cry and make their parents, you know, feed them or whatever. But
That's-
that's very little, like, say, over
that's-
their lives. And
that's
before
why-
they're born, they can't even do that, right? So
That's why I
before they're
said
born,
that
all the
doing
choices
it
are made.
before that they're born like that is a little bit less unethical than like how we, you know, raise kids. You know what I
That's what
mean?
we're talking about, right?
Well, because
Yeah,
because
I thought we were
it's-
trying to talk about
before
gene
they're-
editing,
in that
but instead we're
process,
talking about like the morality
in
of
that
babies.
exactly in that the difference is in that normal natural process that we're talking about that we currently have, like the general like there's nothing about that is particularly like destabilizing or harming us as a society. Like there's some degree of like regulation, there's some degree of self-regulation, there's some degree of epidemiology, there's some degree and there's some degree of like diversity and variance that like we all benefit from by like being in a diverse society to some degree. This is true with all species. This is true with humans, especially because we're such social creatures and we have such huge sprawling civilizations with so many different roles from top to bottom. In all different sorts of like whether it's wealth or personalities or nature of roles, whatever. That being said, like there are extremes that I think can be drawn that are pretty reasonable. I think compulsive behavior is a good place to start looking at the extremes of, if we can make sure we're, without messing anything else up, fairly assuming the hypothetical, just modifying that gene and taking it out and changing nothing else. I think that's a fair theoretical line to start drawing. But last username, you asked an interesting question, or there was an interesting question that was posed between us at some point. I forget maybe who brought it up, but I wanted to dig into it. What, if you remember, one of us was like, I wanted to pose you the question. What you claimed, if I'm not misunderstanding, that you could give me that there were some personality traits which were not harmful in the extremes. I am actually not sure that that's true. I thought that was interesting. Am I misunderstanding?
That.
Okay,
Probably
never
any
mind.
personality traits can be harmful in the extreme.
Okay, I
But
thought
there's some
you
personality
disagreed
traits
with me.
that are
That's what I
not obviously negative all the time, like introversion. Right?
Of
That's
course,
just
of course.
something
Okay, sorry. Yeah. Just making sure. Yeah. So I would say
I'm perfectly. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, I was just gonna say that I would just restate then to pull it back. Yeah, compulsive. I would agree that compulsive is probably certain compulsive behaviors are probably a good place to start maybe drawing the lines, because like it's just, even then I guess the only question I would make is like,
that's where you draw the line.
I think that's probably a good place to start looking at extremes, right? Extreme compulsive behavior, because no person wants compulsive behavior. Like people
by the line, you mean the line
don't
between
like
what you're allowed to do.
Are you
and what
kidding
you're
me?
not allowed to do.
Capitalists love it
Right?
when their neighbors' kids aren't
between what something we might edit out.
Like,
no one,
give me that
no
shit
one,
right now.
No, if we're able to like reasonably and strictly define something as a actual compulsive behavior, no one enjoys having a compulsive behavior. That's like categorically not true.
What? I love being compulsive. Are you kidding me? All right, YOLO, baby.
It's
FOMO,
like
YOLO.
Violation. It's like
FOMO,
in
YOLO.
concept.
Hey,
it's
guys, we
categorically
gotta
a
gene
violation.
edit it out. Fucking.
It's a violation of your like agency and will. Like
roller coasters are a violation of
there's any
fucking
place to focus
nature.
on.
Okay,
What?
nobody 1,000 years ago was like, I hope a
everybody
roller
shut up.
coaster exists. Like, come on.
No one would ride one their whole
This
life.
is such liberal fascism. It's unreal.
All right. I want to give Charmhole a moment to speak. Okay,
Oh, thank you.
Charmhole, say what you'd like to say.
He's gonna wait.
I mean, all I'd like to say is that this is, again, so the reason why this is so fucking insufferable is because nobody's really talking about gene editing. Instead, they're doing this, like, high-ass morality bullshit. Like, oh, like, what is good? There's tone policing. It's incredible because will you shut the fuck up? Will you shut the fuck up? Thanks.
You're just gonna complain about us not taking
so
it.
mommy said, it's my turn to talk. Thank you. So when we're talking about specifically like, oh, like what's morality? Oh, is it good to do this? Is it good to do that? Like, is it good to be compulsive? Like, what? So you want to gene edit out compulsory fucking compulsiveness on its whole? Like, what the fuck, right?
Did you
like,
must have
oh,
missed the
you
part
like murdering
explicitly said
people?
it's
We're
not the
gonna
case.
gene edit out your ability to murder. Yeah, try getting the Pentagon to go along with that. Okay, like. I don't know if you guys realize this.
We could probably edit out people who are in extremes of having a compulsion that they cannot resist to murder people.
Wow, okay.
That's probably fine. I don't think the Pentagon wants soldiers who are just bloodthirsty, raving lunatics who can't stop themselves from tearing people apart.
Yeah,
that's not. What,
thank you for interrupting me. I almost got a whole thought out. That's crazy. That would have been insane.
All soldiers are psychopaths.
Let him get his whole thought out.
Let's let Charmhole get his whole thought out. Okay.
Well, no, I mean this is just prime example of truly Nazism, right? You're talking about not only are you in favor of gene editing, which is it's more like DNA editing and like code editing, right? Genes are just kind of the thing that we made up to. It's kind of like phrenology, right? We just thought that it was a certain way, so then it must be right.
So you cannot
It's
one
like a
after the
set.
other.
We named a set
He took a
of
breath.
genes.
I'm sorry.
Chill. We named a set of letters in your DNA. We call them genes for lack of a better term. All right. So when we say like, oh, we're gonna edit this or edit that, right? What we're trying to say is like, and this is already happening, right? This isn't science fiction, right? People they see the type of letters and coding that goes into your DNA, and they go, if we can mimic that, like say if we see a certain way, like a gorilla's arms are so big because of their DNA. Did my shit crash because of League of Legends? This shit's so fucking annoying.
Oh no! Please come back.
Yeah, no. See, shut the fuck up, Flamenco, you piece of shit. So whenever I win a game of League of Legends, my shit freezes because it's a garbage game. Okay. So again, what they're already doing is they're looking at the code and they're looking at the box, the set of DNA that, like, say, gorilla arms have and how big they are, and they're gene editing babies to make sure that they have arms that look like that type of gene, so they're big, fucking strong. Like, that's the kind of science fiction shit that we're doing right now. This shit's happening right now. But instead you guys are like, let's try to edit out their ability to say the N-word. It's like, nobody fucking, that's so petty. It's so fucking
is just that
stupid.
you hate hypotheticals.
Yo, chill, everybody. Chill.
I want
Hey,
to only be able to say the
no.
N-word.
You
I
guys are
wanna-
like talking
I want
about
that
compulsory
gene.
lying. Oh yeah, we gotta get rid of
I want
compulsory
that gene.
lying,
Literally
guys.
sounds like the
Can
base
somebody
gene.
please like
Fortunately,
literally? I say this
literally
fully
limit us
unironically.
to those-
Dream
everybody
bigger.
shut up.
You
Everybody shut up.
You all need to dream
Charmhole,
bigger.
Charmhole, please. Charmhole, please finish your thought, and then we're gonna go over to Jamali.
That was
okay?
me finishing it. You all need to dream bigger instead of go, oh, we have to gene edit it, lying and compulsory. Like, fucking dream bigger. You can gene edit somebody's neck to be as long as a fucking giraffe's, and you guys are like, yeah, just bullshit liberal whining. Oh my god.
I want to read Charmhole's
Fucking
fanfic.
sad.
Charmhole,
It's sad, and I
Charmhole,
pity
feel-
all of you.
We're
Charmhole,
whining?
I feel,
I'll
Charmhole,
live.
I feel editing your child's neck to be super long, it has to be a form of child abuse. Because that kid's gonna get bullied the fuck out of, like, they're just, every day of their life is just gonna
What, are you
be
gonna stop him?
long neck bitch.
What are you gonna do?
Stardust.
You're gonna stop him? You're gonna stop him
but
from doing it? You're gonna
conversely,
show up to the
Stardust,
hospital
all
with a
the other
fucking gun?
kids aren't gonna be able to reach
Yeah, good luck.
the
They got enough
leaves on
money
the
to make sure that it doesn't
trees.
matter.
If
All
tomorrow
those kids are gonna
someone
die.
if tomorrow someone invented, I will entertain this in like this question. If tomorrow, I will bite this bullet. Tomorrow, if they invented the technology specifically to just like freely, willy-nilly allow parents the technology to just give their kids like super long necks, I would be okay with at least temporary legislation.
It's
that
called
prevented
CRISPR.
parents
It's
from
already
doing that.
out.
I know, brave.
It already exists.
Yes. With CRISPR, parents can
BRB.
currently give their children giraffe long.
I want to
necks.
give my
Yes,
kid a
They are
giraffe
doing that
neck.
right now.
That sounds
Agreed.
awesome.
Yeah, you won't need
so-
those. You won't need those short-necked friends. You go hang out with your
Yeah.
long-necked friends in your long-necked, gated communities, and you're great, right? You have these necks.
You
can
establish
show, like, everyone can
long-neck
immediately
dominance.
see that you're not their kind of people. You know, you're a special kind of long-necked person.
Now,
And,
what's going
like,
to happen when the
sounds great.
long neck? What happens when the long neck giraffe kids start slamming their necks against each other to fight like giraffes in the wild, and they start breaking their necks?
Well,
You know,
obviously, you
what
would
are we
also
gonna do
about it?
you would obviously
They're doing
also
that anyway,
give them
right? They're
like
gonna do, like,
CRISPR,
wakeboarding or
like
whatever.
super reinforced
Why should we
necks, but it
enable
doesn't happen.
Why should we? You know what we should also do? We should also allow parents to
enabling them, they're
You know what?
biomotically.
Let's give it to
we-
Jamali. Jamali has been. Jamali looks like they are thinking very hard, and I would like to give them a chance to speak.
There's not much to think about. What Charm Hole said was essentially everything that wasn't in the prompt. We're not talking about physical things. If we want to talk about making superheroes, then we could talk about making superheroes. We could talk about making Homelanders and talking about making like super fast people. But unfortunately, and maybe I'm just a shrew for sticking to the fucking topic point, to the literal, if it was discovered that personality traits were partly genetic and could be removed with gene therapy, would it be ethical to edit out negative character traits? That is literally what we've been talking about. So for him to complain about the fact that we're talking about this and saying we're thinking too small is just pretty fucking
It's an insult to
stupid.
me.
And it's pretty dumb, and
Yeah.
it's like pretty obvious that he's not actually paying attention to what the topics are.
It's an insult to me, Charmhole. You're saying that my topic is bad.
Yeah, it's dumb. How dare
Kind of
you?
rude. It's kind of rude.
And then he AFKs. What a loser! Except for-
Exactly. You know what, Jamali, I like you. My first
I mean,
time
to be
interacting
fair-
with you, and I like you.
To be fair, any editing that we would do to personalities and stuff like that is on the physical level. It's like the physical things that might cause these certain traits or whatever.
So it could be actually here. So here's part of the problem with that, right? Is that even though we can look at like really extremes that we generally speaking are less favored by than like not having extremes, like more often than otherwise, while we can demonstrate strong trends in that direction. At the end of the day, it's totally possible, because we're entertaining this hypothetical, right? Because we don't know how it's going to suss out in the future. But it's totally possible, for whatever it's worth, that personality traits literally could never, in any version of humanity, like be sussed out as like a good metric for determining the like quality and like track of someone's life, because these things are so like intervariant and depending on the context, like where they grew up, their parents, their friends, just all sorts of like just random factors of their environment, right? That could totally be the case, and I think evidence parses out to that estimation.
I don't
loosely
even
speaking right now. It's
even
talking
think
about personality.
I don't even think that's true. We obviously put a premium on certain personality traits as a society in general. General like agreeableness, the ability to work well with others, the ability to like resolve conflicts. Those seem to all be selected for in our society by like just society standards in general.
Relativistically.
Well,
yeah.
relativistic to society again. Like,
what I mean is relativistic to other traits. So like what I mean is that like yes, we can suss out things that are like selected. Like we can suss out preferences for certain traits directionally, and things that are like very disproportionately less preferred. But I think like even then, there's like, for example, tons of really, really unempathetic people who live like lives that are both beneficial to them and other people, even if they're like disproportionately rare compared to other groups that like interface with society. That's why I think it's really important to draw consistent lines around these things, and the only way you can do that is by like demonstrating like really consistently with a high degree of like, or a low degree of an extremely almost absent degree of variance, that like there are certain traits that people are better benefited by not having. And I think that like, I don't know if you can necessarily come to that conclusion about a trait that is simply disproportionately less preferable, even if it's not like that doesn't necessarily mean it's categorically less preferable. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Sure, there are many facets of our society. Like we have sports, we have people who are into like other things, like certain like we start, talking about aggression and stuff. Well, now what's our sports going to look like? Our sports are going to be filled with people who aren't as aggressive or as competitive. Probably not going to be as much of a showing for like combat sports and stuff like that, simply because people are just less aggressive. Or if it does, or if there's like a smaller demand for it and things like that, less boxing, all those sorts of things. So, I mean, if we're going to go ahead and start talking about which things to take out, then we need to talk about where they're going to, like what we're taking them out for. Why are we taking them out? What particularly does this do that isn't what we want as a whole in society? And there's not very many things, I think, personality traits that as like a standalone straight up thing by itself are worth necessarily removing from an individual just because, it might like negate some negative that they might do.
I think there's a lot of personality traits like
You are
that.
not.
Otherwise, why
Propaganda.
why do parents
we don't
care
actually
so
know
much
that.
about,
We don't.
about their
we don't.
kids turning out?
Wait,
well,
let's
right?
let
Sorry,
last
go ahead.
username. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fair question.
Parents do a lot to try to turn their kids into good people, into good adults, and that's not straightforward. You're right that there's absolutely all kinds of things like questions like how aggressive should you be? What exactly? How should you use your aggression? Like, it's not good to compulsively just violently attack everyone.
But
obviously. But there seems like there's some role for aggression that's important. Sometimes you might need to be violent in order to defend yourself, right? So there's definitely questions like that about what is a good personality. But I don't think there's any question that some personalities are better than others to have, right? We don't all personalities are equally fine and nobody cares. No, of course not. We do tons of stuff to try to raise our kids right, and then when they grow up and they're all fucked up, they go to therapy to try to fix what their parents got wrong. So obviously there's some sort of thing that could be better there.
So giving our kids tools and to like manage their personality traits and channel themselves and find their agency and their place in life, etc. That's great. But I actually don't think ideally that there's too much of like actually trying to change our kids' personality traits that we should be doing. I think to a degree that can start to become harmful depending on how you do that. They're trying to give them the tools to they're trying to shape them. But what I'm just trying to be clear about is that we should be careful not to conflate the behavior of a child with their personality trait. You could have a personality trait and express that in a huge variety of different ways. What's the difference? Well,
have you ever played
what
The
do
Sims?
you mean by personality trait?
If you've ever played The Sims, you'll know that.
What is a
like,
personality
Sims have
trait?
a personality
other than
trait.
Sort of
Well, so a personality trait would be
behavior?
like outgoing, like INFJ or INTFG, stuff like that, right? Like you're really introverted, extroverted, stuff like that, right? So stuff like that is what you would be modifying. So like we can't really edit specifics with just a few letters of your DNA code, but obviously we can.
So now, and it could be the case that this
means
isn't...
you behave in introverted ways and you think in
right. But here's the thing though. Like I think to an extent, your parents do what you're talking about, but to an extent, a lot of parents go too far with it. They overestimate the degree to which they need to do certain things. A lot of it's just good modeling and then good peer groups. But the thing is that I think that if we're going to be clear about it, I don't think we can necessarily say that it's necessarily the case that personality traits are like the best way to determine people's behavior throughout the course of the lifespan, because I think there's lots of evidence that environment could actually have more to do with it in terms of the interplay than necessarily just the metric of your personality traits. Because there could be, like, theoretically, it's dumb math, but someone who's just as aggressive as me, but who is a completely different person in terms of how they act.
The real blunt blower 508 has a really good point. They're saying we've genetically modified animals that we have as pets by, I believe, 30%, which is why you're supposed to be on top of the training throughout their whole lives. Yeah, so obviously if you see a very set like a certain set of DNA within a pit bull, and you're like, oh, I want an attack Shiba, right? So then you use your CRISPR, you get in there, and you're with your bitch, right? And you're injecting your CRISPR and trying to radiate and move the DNA in such a way that you have an attack Shiba, right? A Shiba dog, traditionally Japanese dog that behaves like a pit bull, right? You could say that would be a little bit more aggressive than your typical Shiba.
You're giving
right?
pit bulls a unnecessarily bad name, okay? Pit bulls aren't necessarily.
Do you think there's anything wrong with having
No. So pit bulls just I like, again, it's through their training, right? I'm saying that if a Shiba's jaw is as strong and powerful as it's a sheep bull, right? Like, so anyway, why can't we do this to humans? Obviously, like I fully believe that I have been genetically altered, right? My dad has his feet were on backwards when he was born, right? His feet were like, whoop, the wrong way, right? Like, here's your foot, right? And it was like, whoop, foot's not supposed to be like that, right? So in the fucking 50s, what they would do instead of gene editing is they would, as a baby, twist your bones inside of your own legs to make sure they fit right, which I'm sure isn't a traumatizing experience for a baby, right? Just like circumcision. Ooh, that's a good one. Oh, hey, I just thought of it. Should we just gene edit out foreskin? If foreskin's so bad and it makes the pee-pee so dirty, should we gene edit out foreskin?
I'm having trouble getting the point because, like, I bet you do. You simultaneously, yeah, I'll explain why in just a sec. You've simultaneously, well, apparently I do. You've simultaneously compared, like, all of gene editing to just any form of medicine or care of anybody, and also simultaneously compared any form of controlling for genes through breeding or anything like that to Nazism. Like what was your actual point?
I was saying, whoa. All right, hold on.
Advocating for gene editing to literal Nazism.
To your very last point, I was saying everybody here reminds me of the liberal fascism, not gene editing specifically. Gene editing is a wholly. I was judging your reactions to gene editing. Do you understand? Your reactions to gene editing.
Have the reaction.
I wasn't saying gene editing is akin to Nazism. Okay, I just want to put that out there. And second, to your first point, what
is liberal fascism?
Nazism. Liberal fascism is redundant because liberalism is already fascist, but a lot of liberals don't understand that. They don't understand that the whole control of the physical and mental being, say through public school, through academia, through the police department, through just, general imperialism, right? They don't understand how that could be control, right? So it freaks them out when they come to terms with it, because then they'll have to wake up in the fucking matrix, right?
So what isn't fascism?
Man, we're not talking about that unless
whatever
Stardust
he
wants
likes,
to pivot.
political philosophy.
So what is fascism? Control of the state. Control with the state of the state. It's just that easy.
Would you guys mind if we took a detour on this topic specifically
we're one step ahead of you.
Can we take a further detour on this topic?
Can we gene edit out fascism? Right? Look,
okay,
if you look at any single.
That's not what I'm asking. Charmhole, what I'm asking is if we can go into the topic of what is fascism to Charmhole.
So okay, it's real easy. It's actually really simple. It's just control of the state by the state, right? So say, like, I can guarantee you, every one of these schmucks up here have gone to a certain state university, right? Or a state school, right? Or some school within a state, right? And you're real proud of the people who represent that place.
All schools within states, Charmhole?
Yeah,
just
wait, I'm sorry, you've never seen a game of college football? You've never seen a game of college basketball? Really?
You've never been to classical cruise?
Really?
Was the Soviet Union a fascist state?
Yeah, especially people who were like, hell yeah. But
is there a state that's ever not been fascist?
So look, fascism's back here. We've gone forward, right? We were, well, I guess actually I think it's mirrored on Discord. Right? So we were over here and now we're over here, right? So fascism just like it belies everybody's part of everybody's lives already. Like, whenever you think, oh, it's fascist, oh no, it's Nazi. I know, I used to do the same thing, right? I was like, Trump is a Nazi, meh, meh, meh. And then I looked into it, and the more I looked into it, I was like, shit, we're all already Nazis. It's too late.
Right.
It's
So to
too
be
late.
clear, everything is fascist and always has been.
Well, control always exists. How does it not, right? So when you're talking about
Right.
gene
So-
editing,
right.
so when you're talking about gene editing, right, or selective breeding, right, you're just basically doing a pre-fascism. You're doing a pre-form of control. You are controlling
just
for the
said that
future.
it
You are
was by the
controlling
state.
for the future. You are controlling for the future. Okay, so I do this all the time, and this is how I'm like even a semblance of productive is I control my own future. I set up traps for myself that I know I'm going to fall into, and as soon as once I'm in that trap, I'm like, well, shit, I guess I can't do the thing that was going to hurt me because I stopped myself previously, right? If anybody's watched Tenet, I'm sure you'll have an idea of what I'm talking about. So I know a trap for me is I don't hold any food in my fridge because I know if it's in there, I'm going to eat it. I'm going to get real fat, right? So a lot of governments know this. They know that if their people eat, they're going to get really fat, and that's fine. They're fine with that. They want fat people. Fat means survival, right? Like, we want these things, and I'm not saying control is bad. I'm saying control over, like, say, the farms is good. Make sure everybody eats. We're all eating. We have full control
Sometimes
over the farms,
fascism
and
is
we
good.
make sure. Well, fascism, it has to be because it already is everything. You can't look at the United
Okay,
Nations and be like,
right,
there's
so-
no control here, right? There's no control
Right, so in
of
that right,
information,
right.
right? Like, come
So
on.
in that sense, it would be, since fascism is everything and always has been, basically. In that case, it would be really weird to like bring up fascism in a debate where you're describing basically anything or attributing characteristics to it, right? That'd
Well,
be really
again,
weird.
I said your reactions are liberally fascist. Again, I am only
Yeah.
talking about most of the people
Would
here.
you say that's an
specifically
example
the
of
Vic
attributing a
Berger
characteristic
ripoff.
to something?
I'm sorry, what?
Would you say that's an example of describing something?
Actually, I have a really good question.
Good one, dude.
I have a really good question.
agree
I have a
with
good
you.
question. Charmhole,
Yeah, what's up?
if we could edit fascism out of people's genes, would you do that?
Dang. That's a... Can I answer last? Can everybody else answer first? And then I'll go last.
Sure. Who wants
Yes,
to
I'm just gonna say yes. Yes, I want to see this answer. I'm waiting on bated breath.
What exactly would we be editing out? That's a good like.
fascism. The
Yeah,
I would-
just
I would
fascism.
gene edit-
Fascism.
I-
Fascism.
What are you going to
Yeah.
lose?
We're
along with
editing
that?
out
Like,
fascism.
I would like to gene
talking
edit
about the
in
ability
more
to-
fascism so that I have more people to
what?
argue with on the internet.
Don't think about it too hard. Just yes.
Yeah, it's a simple
No, no.
yes or no. Come on.
Never think about things too hard.
Yeah.
What?
They were asking
So there's
themselves
different
this
people, there's
during
different
the
ways
Bible.
that people, different roles people play in a fascist state, right? There's the leaders, and then there's the citizens who sort of
bosses.
go along with it, don't fight back. Like, what exactly are we? Which one of those are we talking about? What are we at, and how are we changing them? That's gonna prevent fascism from happening.
So yes or no?
Where are we attacking this problem exactly? Right? It's a lot
In
of
the
people with
genes.
different genes.
The genes,
That,
the
that play a
select
role in-
numbers and letters that go bleep bloop bloop, and you see that code in a line going down
And
a
it's like a
string.
swastika.
you're
So
like-
which one is it? Is it the Hitler gene,
and
or
then
is
it's
it
paired with
the
right, yeah.
random nobody gene that goes along with Hitler, doesn't fight back against?
Well,
it,
obviously,
right?
one of the genes would be a penchant for pencil-thin mustaches, right?
I
Or
mean,
I
they
guess
would
they're more like
honestly-
eraser mustaches.
They would
right?
just look for the one
Where's
that
the
looks like a
mustache?
swastika, and then there we go. Just erase that one.
Well, we
Ooh,
could say
swastika.
it's like the Rottweilers or German Shepherd gene, right? Should we take care of the German Shepherd gene before they get a little out of hand? You know what I mean?
German Shepherds are great dogs, though.
Oh, are they really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard you can send them to space. They're totally fine with it.
This is actually very comparable because dogs are relatively, compared to other dogs, more or less violent, but they're not really overall that much more or less violent than each other.
Did Airbud
If you
ever go to
compare it to
I'm
space?
on a
just
ranking
asking
list?
because Charmhole brought up that our reactions were fascist.
Not yours.
Yes.
Fascist reactions.
Not yours, Stardust. You've been a great moderator.
But I thought everybody was fascist, Charlie.
Everybody else here.
Yeah. So it was a compliment. It was a compliment.
No, they're trying to be
I have
impartial.
to be fascist as a moderator, don't I?
Yeah,
True.
true. Damn, shit.
You're the
You
biggest
got me on my
fascist
own
on the panel.
logic. Fuck, thanks, Stardust. You're so smart. Anyway, who's next? No, me personally, I wouldn't edit out fascism. I think again, it's a
You'd have to talk to
it's a building block. That'd be like, oh, like I'm gonna edit out the the poles in my room, the load bearing walls. I'm gonna edit out the load bearing walls of my house just real quick. Like, yeah, no, I'm not saying German Shepherds are that important, but they're pretty great dogs, right? You don't want to fuck with your dogs too much. But that's the thing.
Fascism
We already
is the
have. Did we
load-bearing
gene
walls of
edit the fucking
what?
mega sloth in North America, which was this huge elephant-sized fucking furry sloth that would be so much fun to ride to work? Like, how fun would that be? Did we gene edit out the giant furry sloth because it was gonna stomp on your children? Watch out! We gotta kill this beast. He's gonna step on my farm and kill my sheep. Like, he was just a big sloth, just fucking chilling, and y'all killed him with your liberal fascism.
You know, I think it might be a good time for us to move on to another topic, if that's okay with you all.
Yeah, sounds good.
Well, of course,
I don't even know.
bow to the fascist regime.
I'm so fucking confused as to what the fuck.
Okay, I know things really are hard to. So just real quick, just to wrap it up, I was combining, I was analogizing gene editing to us changing the local fauna that grow around you. Okay,
you do it. You do it with
understand?
a Rick and Morty
So-
reference. That'd be a little
Look,
easier, I think, for you.
Look,
Yeah,
somebody
true.
in chat somebody in chat sent a super chat, and they wanted to ask a question if it would be ethical to edit out left-handedness.
Are you sure they said left-handedness and not charm hole? I feel like people
No, they
want to
said
edit me
left-handed.
Are you
out.
left-handed?
They want to edit out schizophrenia.
Wait, are you actually
what's-
schizophrenic?
Yeah, you didn't hear? That's why they
Like,
banned me from
unironically?
Twitch. They said your mental illness is a liability, so we need to ban you. That's what Twitch said.
Are you actually schizophrenic?
Yeah, I've talked to a few doctors about it, and apparently people with nervous tics, right, and who can say shit and fucking fart and all these other slurs, that's okay. They got a ticket from the doctor, but schizophrenia, get out of
I
here.
mean, Tourette's is cool. I love Tourette's.
Oh,
people.
Tourette's, that's what it is. Yeah, it's very
Oh,
memeable.
you know what, Charmhole? I'm sorry about that. I know that having that must be very
I don't need your pity. I'm a survivor, but
Hey, I'm gonna pity you whether you like it or not.
Strong.
I appreciate the sentiment, though, but I don't need
You're
your
strong.
pity.
We're figuring out a lot more about schizophrenia, and people's we're discovering more and more about healthy ways that people with schizophrenia can better integrate with society nowadays.
Yeah.
So
Is this one of them?
Probably not.
maybe, probably not.
Maybe.
No, it's actually great for
Go
me
on,
because
Pat.
now I know the voices in my head are smarter than the voices in this room.
Yeah, that's definitely what I would take away.
Well,
from
'cause
it.
maybe
you can't
that's
be-
maybe that.
You can't be
that's why
dumb
Twitch
and a
is coming after you.
schizophrenic, right? That's where I find solace in it because I know I'm not dumb. Because if I'm smart enough to have multiple people in my head, that's a lot of processing power.
What if splitting up your brain between all the people is what made you dumb?
What
Wait,
if you split your
yeah.
brain in half, put it in one person, and then put it in a different person, right? So you're effectively in two places at once. How long
All right.
would it take before you were kind of doing the same
All
thing
right,
at the
we
same
gotta
time?
move on, guys.
Would you realize you're in both people at
we
the
gotta
same
move
time?
on. All right, come on, let's go. We gotta move on. All right. If you knew your child would be born with a horribly painful disability or deformity, is it ethical to have an abortion? Would you insist on aborting it? Does the severity of the disability make the abortion more or less ethical? Who wants to go first on this one?
Say abortion again.
Abortion.
Abortion.
That's awesome.
Easiest answer, and this shouldn't really be that much of a hot take, but yes, we want generally, just not even for myself personally, lowering the amount of disabled people in the world without actually killing the disabled people already in the world is probably a good thing. We want less people to live lives that will be hindered by some sort of defect that they had no part of. So I think that that's generally a good thing. For me personally, yeah, I wouldn't want my child to have a birth defect. One, just because financially that shit's a bitch to take care of. Two, I wouldn't want someone to not be like, I have fear growing old and being like not able to take care of myself. I wouldn't want someone to live their whole life that way, and let alone my child.
So this is just the abortion question, right? Because if it was a born child who had these disabilities, we probably wouldn't say it's okay to kill them. It's okay to kill disabled people. Go ahead, they're disabled. They'll be better off dead. But if they're not born yet, then can you abortion? Well, that's going to depend on whether you think abortion is killing them. Because if it is, then it's going to be just like after they're born. If it's not, then fine, you can have an abortion even if they're not disabled. Even if it's perfectly fine.
Well,
so
yeah,
it basically just comes down to the abortion question. And my answer to the abortion question is I don't fucking know. I don't even think there is an answer. It's just a complete philosophical black hole.
Do you think we could assume, for the purpose of the question, that there's at least some period in which it would be acceptable for an abortion? Because then at least we could grapple with the question in theory, right? Like if we were, or if it was like in the very, very beginning, and we could begin to see the genes, and we could identify some really, really severe physical disability, right? Like
if you're asking for my position on this, I don't know. I can't. I don't know when life begins. I don't even think.
Well,
if there's an answer, I'm not smart enough to figure it out.
Okay. Let's maybe rephrase it for you then. What if it was like somebody who was put into a coma, and like that when they wake up, they're not going to have all the same functions that they used to have. That they're going to be probably pretty physically disabled. Would it be ethical to put them out of their misery?
They're in a coma. They were fine before, and they're in a coma. And when they wake from the coma, they're going to be brain damage. And you're saying
they're going to have some brain damage, yeah, and they're going to have some like physical disability or something.
It's going to be a vegetable.
Well, a vegetable is pretty
different.
Extreme, right?
Vegetable
That's basically,
is like,
and it's brain dead.
Yeah, that's pretty much brain dead. But if it's like just brain damage, right?
I mean,
they can't think
as
clearly as they used to. They have
like,
trouble with basic tasks, things like that.
I think generally speaking, you shouldn't just make that choice for someone else. Because first of all, if they're going to wake up from the coma, you might as well let them wake up and then ask them, right?
Well, also,
Why
there's
do you
something
have
to be said for
before they wake up.
There's also something to be said for just the fact that, like, I mean, generally speaking, like in a society, like we can survey the room, but I think by and large, people would prefer to live in a world where, like, if they were to choose between dying or living on with brain damage, like people would pretty much categorically choose dying. Not always. Some people would disagree. But most of the time, people would prefer to live on with brain damage, right? Like a vast majority of the time, I would say.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean,
Yeah.
if you ask people, I think if you ask most people, they would just say yes on that and just cross their fingers and hope it never happened. I don't know. It's kind of hard to get someone.
And that probably
also
also
would
would
like a
guess
real sincere preference. It's hard to get people to really think about that. And
well, you can, and you can guess as to whether or not how like capably they grappled with the subject, perhaps. But like in terms of best evidence, I think that's probably the case. And I would also guess. I mean, listen, I haven't looked at the statistics, but I don't think people with brain damage. There's probably a disparity there. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure, right? Because there's all sorts of correlates so you could draw with that. But I think that generally speaking, I'm not sure that like the majority of people with brain damage just want to die, and just like irreparably and like chronically and irredeemably.
There's a huge spectrum, right? Like brain damage
Sure.
can be anything from like basically a vegetable to you're a little confused.
Well, that's why a vegetable is a vegetable's almost too easy. It's
Concentrating,
like
right?
cheating the question, right?
Yeah.
Because a vegetable is like already assuming you're basically brain dead. And I think generally speaking, I would at least take this position. You guys are welcome to disagree with me, that like someone who's we can demonstrate for sure is like permanently brain dead. They're not coming back. That person is basically dead already. Not everyone would agree, but like I would be willing to come to that conclusion. I think most of us probably could, right?
Well, yeah, and I think
I
that
don't know about that one.
well,
If we could know their brains never reviving or coming back.
I think you're assigning maybe possibly a little too much authority to like the medical profession in general, because there's been outlying cases of people who've been like, oh yeah, this person's
Well, of
never
course,
gonna
of course.
wake up.
That's why I include the
Yeah.
theoretical, because you would need it. We're not at that right now
Well,
necessarily.
I mean, it's more just like the fundamental flaw is that like you're kind of assuming that our understanding of the human body is like 100% complete, which it isn't
No,
even.
it's not.
fucking
No.
close.
Well, no, that's why I'm not assuming that we currently can do that. I'm saying that would be if we're entertaining a hypothetical. That's what you would need. That's what we basically try to achieve to a loose degree when we're trying to at least directionally achieve a degree of certainty when we allow people to like die as vegetables. There's a lot of political contention over the the gray areas of that for sure. But like generally speaking, I would, if I'm entertaining the hypothetical, that's what you would need. I'm not claiming that like medicine is perfect at sussing that out. That's a big problem actually, because of those niche circumstances. But like at least in theory, that's the requirement, right? That's like what we would try to estimate is like whether like if we could prove theoretically that someone was, if we knew theoretically that there was no way they were coming back, that would probably be fine, right? So that's just why I'm saying the example of vegetable is like it's like cheating the question. That's the easy part to answer, right?
Sure.
So that's why I think like it's much more interesting to ask like, yeah, I don't know. That's why I think the like a brain damaged or the in between of the spectrum is more interesting when it comes to brain damage. Like, what about if people were like I don't know, at what degree of mental severity, I guess, would be the cutoff, right? And this is why I say severity is relevant, because that goes back to my whole original argument of these things, we can probably draw clear differentiations between certain physical or mental disabilities that are, like, categorically, like, problematic, right? Like, if you're severely, like, mentally handicapped in certain ways, those are probably clear delineations to draw if we can, like, fix that with a gene editor or something like that. If you are born without legs, like, I don't see. I fail to see the harm in allowing someone to be born with legs as opposed to without legs, right? If like theoretically, like if we're talking about disabilities.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the talking about like the like already adult person in a coma, and then whether or not pulling the plug on them is okay. I think that depends on the person. Like some people have do not resuscitate or other things like that. There are already different ways that people can express their own individual will over what to do with them in those situations. Individual liberty in that sense should be the most important thing.
Yeah, regardless, it should be up to the person.
Right. Yeah. So like whether or not what you would do personally is irregardless, right? Like I also would probably say, yeah, just take me out, right? Unplug that machine. I'm not going to live a less meaningful life. From my point of view, that would be a less meaningful life. Not to say that people who go from like getting into car accidents and being in wheelchairs and like for the rest of their life and have to like talk like Stephen Hawking and shit on a computer. Like I'm not saying those people obviously don't exist. They do. They want to live. I'm not saying that they shouldn't. It should be up to the person. I personally wouldn't be okay with that. And yeah, that if there was ever anything that had it so that like, there had to be you had to have on your license or something like DNR, which I think in some states you can check that off, which will show up on your license. And then like you can like be an organ donor and stuff like that. Like all those things. I don't think
there's any. I don't know if there's any like driver's licenses where you can sign a DNR. I think DNRs are specific medical things. If like you have a terminal disease and it's like you're pretty much going to die.
I'm thinking of organ donation.
Also,
yeah, that's like completely like. Oh no, I got into a car accident. Whatever you do,
don't fucking revive me. Don't even try
to revive me. No, it was my time. This fucking pipe jutting out of my lung. It was supposed to be there. Yeah, I don't think we have those in America.
Why not? We should have those. We should have assisted suicide. All that stuff should be totally.
Wait, but
totally
under what circumstances?
Under the circumstances that a person just, they're just like, fuck it, I'm done with life. I'm gonna live my life.
What if a person has like a major depressive disorder? Should they just be like, okay, well, here's your gun. Go and
No, give them therapy. Give them like time, a specific set amount of time to go through proper channels of like really understanding what this decision means for them, what it could cartel, make sure any financial things that they're having is like being like handled and stuff like that if it's necessary. And give them time to really reflect. Have it so that they're isolated, go like a rehab almost. And at the end of that, if they decide that they want to still kill themselves.
I would be pro also like assisted suicide. But for me, I would put in specific guidelines, right? One, there has to be like a doctor sign off on it. Two, there has to be like a waiting period, because a lot of the time with people who are making rash decisions, the waiting period will help take away that. By the time the waiting period is over, they'll have changed their mind. And also the doctor sign off is to make sure that this person has seek treatment for anything that could be going on. And yeah, there would have to be a whole lot of guidelines around it. And it would only be that you could do it when you are able to do that. You could only do it you have a schedule. If you decide to not do it that day, then you have to start the process over again. You know.
So this is something that's actually being debated a lot right now, is because there are certain places that are starting to open up assisted suicide for mental disorders, and it is, I admit it's complicated, but I have to, at least for now, I have to push back against the idea of allowing it to people outside of situations where they're like demonstrably terminally ill. Because it seems to me, and I'm not an expert, but it seems to me there's a lot of contention even among professionals about whether or not it's reasonable and ethical to like make distinctions about this minutia of the population that is like irredeemably suicidal, let's say, for reasons outside of like certain unsolvable health issues or like imminent death, let's say. Because if you allow people to kill themselves for those reasons outside of like imminent death or suicidality due to like certain imminent death health reasons within a certain time frame of like proximity to death, then you open up some perverse incentives financially for people to like predate upon people with mental illness, and basically encourage them to suicide to some degree. And we can try to regulate around these things as best as we can in those murky waters. But the other thing is that I think that we, generally speaking, like benefit from trying to treat everyone as much as we can, relentlessly as we can, because the unfortunate, and it sucks, we were all born into a cruel existence that we didn't sign up for, but at the end of the day, just because someone ends up, you don't really know if you have been irredeemably chronically suicidal until you were never able to get over it. And the thing is that such a vast majority of people are not like just permanently, irredeemably, impossibly suicidal for like no good, quote unquote, good reason, that's so few people that like it seems to be the case that just because some of these people slip through the cracks doesn't necessarily mean they couldn't have potentially gotten help. And a lot of the research I've seen on this stuff is a little murky.
The only thing I would say is that like you would put these restrictions on it to prevent like those cases, right? Like they're like putting like a series of restrictions on who can get it, how you can get it, at what time period you can get it would actually, I feel, mitigate a lot of that. Just having a waiting period is a huge factor in that, right? Being forced to wait. It's when you do that, right? Because then
Sure.
by the time somebody actually gets to the point where they are scheduled for it, they have either changed their mind, or if they change their mind and then change their mind back, then they have to take it at a specific scheduled time, and if they're not ready at that specific scheduled time, they start that entire process over.
Right.
Not to mention,
And we do things.
Doctor sign off, right? You'd have to
We
get a
do
doctor
things-
sign off.
Lots and lots of people commit suicide in places where you're not allowed to commit suicide. Still, lots and lots of people do it. It's probably like one of the most common ways to die, that besides old age, right? So it's
I don't
clear
know
that
about that
yes.
one.
Well,
Wait,
it's among the most, if not the most common way to die outside of natural causes, right?
I think outside natural, because like natural causes is a much larger
Outside
like
natural
you just
causes.
Said,
Sure,
you just
sure.
said you just
Yeah,
said
that-
old age. It's like no, I would say people
That's
still
like-
die more
that's
of
like- because that's like
illness
that just
more.
means that it's like more than murder and attack by animals or something. That's like that.
Yeah, that's
like,
what I mean. The point is,
Sure,
there's a lot of it, even though it's not a. So the point is,
I think that's a little.
You're saying we shouldn't
likely.
allow
Guys,
people to commit
Guys,
suicide.
let
Guys.
last username finish what he's saying, please.
Nitpicking. The point is, there's a lot of it, even though it's not allowed. So you can't prevent people from committing suicide just by saying you're not allowed to commit suicide. Clearly, that doesn't work. What the point of assisted suicide, I think a better way to think about it is, okay, instead of just saying no one's allowed to do it and people do it anyway, let's make a deal. Let's be more reasonable. You are allowed to do it, and we'll help you do it. But in exchange for that, you have to go through this process where you have to wait a little bit. You have to talk to someone, and hopefully, with that more reasonable process, we can actually help some people who otherwise wouldn't get any help because the system doesn't allow it. Because the system just says, "Well, you're just not allowed to do this, and if you even try, then we're going to lock you up." It's a way of actually
That's
preventing
caused by
suicide.
skinwalkers and the goat men a lot.
Actually,
Can I
It's-
respond
it's
to both your
actually a
points?
way-
Like,
It's a way of getting more people help, because you got people
In theory,
who
yeah.
are seeking out this assistance, and because they're seeking out this assistance, they are required to go through these different steps. And so now you've got more people who are going through that system of getting help. I think it's
Right, that-
like a big idea.
That's the ideal, and it does sound like a good idea on its basis. But I just want to like address both of the points that you brought up because they're fair points. So in terms of like the one I would like to be critical on of your point, last username, and that like you say that like telling people not to do it doesn't like decrease suicides. I think if we were to compare that to literally facilitating it, I think that like if we were currently in that state and then we stopped facilitating it or allowing it to be facilitated under certain circumstances, I mean, I don't think it's a slam dunk of your point of the whole position, but I think to be fair, that probably would be a decrease in suicides, relativistically speaking. But I want to answer the question.
Say it again. What would
Like
be
a move from like allowing suicides versus not allowing them. Like if we're talking about
Why do
like.
you think that?
So do you not, just to make sure I understand you correctly, are you saying that if we started to facilitate suicides and allow people space to legally commit them, that there would not be an increase in suicides?
No.
I think there'd be a
There might
decrease.
be a
Do you know how many suicides fail? There might be. Why would there be a decrease?
But the reason I just explained, because it gives you because the people who would otherwise commit suicide illegally, without seeking help, now say, okay, I can seek, if I want to kill myself, I can seek help and I can get assistance.
But they already could have sought help. Or do you mean
Yourself, they could do something, they could lock you up or commit you, or like it's not the system.
Not the same.
Well, no,
It's very
but
hostile
just
to people
because
who
you
wanna kill
say
themselves.
just because you say that you like have you're suicidal,
Yes.
it doesn't
People will put-
necessarily mean you just
Yes.
get locked up.
Well, but people will, but
But
a
it
lot
can.
of the times, as soon
It
as you
can.
say
Even
that,
if it can't, then people think it
as
does.
soon as
And
a lot
depends
of the
on
time,
the
as
state
soon
you're
as you
in.
say that, a lot of the time, as soon as you say that, the doctors will have you committed, and being committed is actually like for a lot of people very similar to being put in prison. It's like it's the same.
yeah.
Like, yeah.
like,
Now I understand that this
as
is
you
a
said,
fear,
either
and
if you're
State, a lot of times.
you want to have a rule against suicide, so either you enforce that rule, in which case people get in trouble for saying they're suicidal, or you don't enforce that rule, in which case why have the rule? So either like
this
one way or
does
another.
happen, and this is a problem. But like this is a separate issue about like communication to the public, because this is not like a constant thing where like this is not a constant thing where every time, like every other time that someone goes to a therapist talking about, hey, I have suicidal ideation, they're thrown into a mental institution. This isn't like a systemic, like therapists are trained to generally deal with these things. And like
If you're not going to, then why
Okay.
bother having that rule? Because you can't punish
because
them after.
it's not just a, well, hold on. There's no rule that says if they have suicidal ideation, you lock them up. Like this isn't a rule.
Well, what's the rule? What is the?
I mean, I'm not a therapist, but
Other
I've
than
talked
that.
with therapists and I've talked with people who are
No, but
suicidal
what
and going to
possible
therapy
rule
on
could there
many
be
occasions.
other than if what? How
I
could
don't
you
have the rule,
possibly
and I
prohibit
don't have.
suicide other than to prevent people from committing, forcefully prevent people from doing
I
it.
like
'Cause
if
you
you're
can't
asking
punish
me
them after they do it.
if you're asking me what the current rule is, I don't have it in front of me, but I can tell you
What
that it
rule
is
would you
not
want?
what you're describing.
You're saying there should be a rule. What should that rule be?
There's some kind of rule or language. There's some kind of thing in the law. I don't know if like you're disagreeing with me on this or not. That there are certain rules in our society that allow people as therapists in certain extremes to lock people up for their suicidal ideation, right? But we can also admit that
this
that is
varies,
not a
but
rampant problem. But this is not like character. Like if we're talking about the problem where just because someone brings up suicidal ideation and they're thinking about killing themselves means they get locked up. This is like not. This is if we're talking about some systemic issue. This is generally not how it works. I agree. This is a problem for some people in terms of fears with coming to therapists, and that like all degrees of therapy, there are problem
Okay,
therapists who are bad at their job.
Let's forget about
But
what
that's not we're
actually
talking
is.
about.
I just want to know, what do you think the rule should be? You'd say we shouldn't allow suicide. What should the rule against suicide be? How should it work?
Well, I'm not claiming to take a very strong specific determination on that because I'm not a therapist. But it's I would guess it's probably.
Well, then why do you think there should be a rule against suicide?
Yes.
Then what should it be? What does that mean?
A rule, are you talking about in a clinical like a therapy sense or like a legal sense? Because these are just
Anything.
different things.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, I mean that we like shouldn't necessarily allow people to commit suicide or facilitate them through
So
medicinal means.
how would we disallow them from doing it?
How would we What do you mean?
What would we do to prevent
You're
them from
equating.
stopping?
All right, so then we don't have to use the word stopping them. We can use the word allowing, we can use the word, I don't know, disallow versus not allow, or just not
don't
allow
stop.
versus allow. Sure. We'll say, then let's use the word, this is like a semantic thing. Let's change it. I'll accept the terms not allow explicitly versus allow, or not facilitate versus facilitate. We can use these terms however we want, but we're talking about like
You're
basically
saying they should be
we're
allowed to
talking,
do it.
We're
You just shouldn't
talking,
be
we're
allowed
just
to
talking about something like the status quo versus some other prescriptive policy where we facilitate them. Those are the two
No, I'm
potential
just
realities we're
asking what
comparing,
you
right?
think is the best way. Like, what should we do?
I wish
So you're
Kai
saying,
was
they
here.
should be allowed to do it,
I
but
think
they
we're
shouldn't
doing
be
a
allowed-
pretty
no one
good
should
job
do
Where
it.
right
is
now.
Kai?
I don't know. I wish he was here.
We're doing a pretty good job right now. I mean, like, as far as I can tell. Now, I think that if are we grappling or not with the question of potentially
trying to,
allowing
but-
people to
I mean, to be
facilitate
fair, the question
suicide in
was,
society, because that's an easy comparison to make.
The question was originally whether or not we should abort people if they're.
But
going to have
Stardust
them.
asked a question though. It's
We got
fine for
through that.
Stardust. It's Stardust panel. She can ask a new question. And I guess so. To go back to Stardust, a point that I wanted to answer to. So if we're talking about waitlist, all right, this is a fair point, and it does help the problem, right? All of the programs that this has started to be instituted like this across the ones that have been instituted across the world in other countries. And I think there's something like it coming to Canada too, maybe. If I'm not mistaken, could be wrong. But these things have waitlists for reasons like that, right? And that's a fair point. That's going to minimize the harm. But at the end of the day, the thing is, it's like, so like a hypothetical I might pose would be like, okay, how long should the waitlist be? A year? Like, what if I told you that there's lots of people who are chronically suicidal that get help after like 2 or 3 years and end up being thankful that they did, right? Like, do you see how that sort of thing could start to parse out in a problematic way?
Wait,
It's not
that
even
seems like a
about-
good argument for what we're proposing for assisted
Kai.
suicide with a process, with
Well-
a procedure that involves waiting and getting some treatment.
But that's
Doesn't
the thing is that, so what if a vast majority of people are not permanently throughout their entire life suicidal, and you don't really know if you're the permanently suicidal person until you reach the end and you die and you were never not suicidal? These are
Right,
such a
so
minutiae
the question
of people,
is,
right?
how do we best, if there's people who commit,
Right.
if we assume there's a lot of people commit suicide who could have been helped and could have been convinced not to do it, what's the best way to actually do that? I think probably the best way is to have a system where it's not where you are allowed to commit suicide, but you have to go through this process first.
But I can't.
But
believe-
I'm just trying
why
to point
is
out
that-
problems with the process.
Rather than
right?
a
And this
system where
is
we
one of them.
say that you're not allowed to do it, and so you want to do it, you have to do it on your own, which people do.
Oh my God! So there's a really
People are
effective
inj-
way
people are
of suicide.
unsuccessful
It's
with their
called
suicides all the
gravity.
time.
The thing about suicide is
Yeah,
that you can't
Charmel,
charge.
please.
What?
Please.
Oh,
please.
sorry. Go ahead.
Like, we're talking about enabling people to successfully commit suicides. There's like a degree of magnitude of difference here in terms
But
of
they're
like,
already.
the actual
It's not
results.
hard to do that, right? Like,
No, but
do
people,
it anyway.
but people fail all the time. People fail all the time.
But they
Sometimes
succeed
they're
all
like,
the time. Even if they fail, it's still pretty bad.
doesn't
right?
matter.
You still wanna stop them
Statistically,
from
women
trying and
fail
failing.
more than men. Men
okay,
succeed.
Thank you for the input.
Yeah.
It
I
is
do.
mad.
I
Are
do
Are you
wanna
saying
say,
that it's
look,
good? Like,
the
we shouldn't
waiting
help
But like, we
them
want to
when they
reduce
won't fail.
suicides ideally,
Okay,
right?
okay,
Because
okay,
generally
so
people.
wait a minute,
Into
guys.
tens.
The waiting list
The wait,
for
so
We can't-
the waiting list is not about even about like getting that help, right? The waiting list is specifically about people who are suicidal. They usually have that moment or a short period of time where they think this is the time, this is a good time for me to end it and end the pain, right?
Impulsive
And
suicide.
usually, yeah, in that short period of time. And then if you implement the wait period, by the time they get through that waiting period, probably that time where they're feeling like this is it, I gotta do it now, has passed, and they don't feel like doing it anymore, even if they are are right? Even if they
Right.
are.
Some people just need a break from society.
Well, that-
and honestly, sponsoring a sort of break, like I said, like a sort of rehab, a getaway, where people can come to terms, have their therapy, talk to someone that will help them get some sort of like understanding of where they really are in a mental space, give them some time, 3 months, 6 months, whatever it is. And then you have a space where hopefully, ideally, most people would opt out of finishing that course, that rehab course, of actually, putting themselves in the dead zone.
Well, so here's the thing: the Stardust wait list does solve a problem. Absolutely, the impulsive suicides it's a very good addressal of that issue. But the thing is then at this point, right, we're talking about the potential issue of like at that point we're filtering out that part of the population. We're talking about chronically like irredeemably suicidal people, basically, right?
Even
That
chronically people though, they still have those impulsive moments.
they
right?
do, and
Where
that
they
that would solve, yeah, that would solve those moments for them, absolutely. What I'm just trying to say is that that's why we do this in the institutions that are doing it right now. But part of the problem that still remains is that there are lots of chronically suicidal people that even once we get those circumstances like out of their hands, like if we're going to allow people to go through this process to where they're chronically suicidal, they're always in distress, they always want to die, and they can't get over it. Like, there are lots of people out there who go through these experiences for long periods of time, and then eventually can have even small periods of time where they're like out of that window, and during those periods of time, they like a vast majority of them like, man, I'm so glad that I didn't kill myself during that huge long window of despair, because I'm so glad right now that I'm alive, right? And so if we can recognize these trends among populations and like try to make rules that benefit us all, it would seem to be that like that ultimately some restriction on like a restriction on suicide or not facilitation of it would be maybe end up being more empathetic to a greater majority of the population than facilitating it.
I mean, ultimately, people.
So,
go ahead.
go ahead.
Okay, if people wait, Kai, are you talking?
He's on a
He
stream.
might be talking to his chat. yeah.
Okay. Oh.
That microphone is going brazy. Sorry, I gotta fix this, fellas. My bad.
The microphone.
Yeah,
We're calling it the microphone now.
yeah.
Yeah, I think
So
what has been pretty much said here is the truth. Is that most people probably don't want. Most people who want to kill themselves don't actually want to kill themselves. They just need time. And then people who are so irredeemably like, I'm going to do it no matter what, are people who are honestly people that society failed. Probably shouldn't have allowed them to get to that. And at that point, we should start addressing things that are causing that. Like, why are there people who are getting to the point of no return? What is this level of despair that we're causing in people through our natural way of existence that makes it so that a certain section of our population wants to end it? Why is that? And that's an issue.
I'll do you one even better, right? Is it okay to tell Russians to commit suicide after the egregious war they've committed?
No.
in Ukraine?
They committed it.
Or the people in charge in that country.
How are they not their state? How are they not their state? What? Come on.
Oh wait,
I
so
don't think they
public
can-
opposition to the state in that country is like extremely well tolerated.
I didn't say fascism.
Wait,
But
but
it's the
no,
state.
wait, is opposition to the state in that country like extremely well tolerated?
I don't know. What?
It's a
We're
good
talking
question,
about suicide.
Flamenco. It's not.
Well, you should probably be able to answer that question before you start laying out prescriptions.
No, I don't think it would be
Opposition to the
okay.
state is heavily punished.
I don't think my opinion really
We know
matters on
this.
that.
So, and then I guess to chime in on what the original topic was, no, you probably shouldn't abort people just because you find out there might be a genetic disorder.
They might be Russian.
Generally, medical procedures that terminate life in the name of eugenics is generally a bad idea.
Why? Because of the eugenics or because of the terminating life?
I would say both. The eugenics
both?
aspect of it, the eugenics aspect of it too, kind of delves into some really fucking dark territories. I would say.
Kai, I need you to say.
What if you could do eugenics without
terminating
terminating life?
Eugenics
Um,
is
you
like,
can-
man.
bro.
So, like, what I would say is like a more like healthy way of doing it is if you get genetic screening saying, hey, by the way, you're, the genetic profile for you and your spouse. Oh, it turns out you might have like some problems down the road, especially kids. They might inherit like, Huntington's or something like that, even though neither of you two have it. You guys have the genetic markers for it. So, you might not want to have kids. That's eugenics, but it's a little bit different than like, oh, we just found out this kid might have Huntington's, and we don't want to have the guilt of that.
So you're okay
What
with
about
the eugenics
Iceland?
part. You're just not okay with the abortion part.
I would say no, because like another aspect of eugenics is like sterilizations. I'm not for that either.
Well-
I don't think
Oh, yeah, the word
removing
eugenics.
the
Look at
ability for
Iceland.
people to reproduce
Taking
is,
the you
necessarily
out
a
of
good idea
eugenics.
either.
Eliminated Down syndrome.
But choosing not to reproduce yourself is okay, right?
Did you guys hear my joke?
Yeah, I would definitely say
I would
that,
not
yeah.
call that eugenics.
Taking the
A lot of people
you
do.
out of eugenics.
Eugenics.
All right,
You're
all right,
you're choosing
all right.
your breeding choices based off of genetic ideas.
But then,
It's
but then having
literally-
an abortion is not eugenics either.
It's so funny.
it would be eugenics, because you're not carrying the pregnancy to term based on genetic
Well,
knowledge.
it's no more eugenics than choosing not to have a baby, right?
Taking the you out of eugenics.
It's a different form of it.
Guys, what
I'm
about?
sorry,
okay,
does
can we-
eugenics?
Is
Okay,
there a
go ahead.
different? Is
Fucking
there
Jesus Christ.
just like if you shoot somebody and you stab somebody and they both die, it's still murder. But like we understand that there's a difference between the two, right?
My understanding of eugenics is it's about controlling other people's reproduction, not just controlling your own. Controlling your
If
own
you-
reproduction is just
If
is
you
just
give
general.
genetic, if
I
you
would not
get,
call it
if
eugenics.
you give genetic testing to somebody and they change the way that they like, I guess, go throughout their reproduction based on that knowledge, is that not eugenics?
No, if they're making
beauty
choices,
standards.
I'd not call it eugenics. No,
Okay, can
eugenics
I,
is
can
like
I-
forcing
Wait, can you
other
define?
people's-
Can you define eugenics real quick?
I think of eugenics
God.
as controlling
I
other
would like to
people's
insert
reproduction.
something. I would like to insert
Authority.
Okay,
something.
so it can okay.
I hate both of you. Okay, I hate both of you. I hope you never speak again. Okay.
Same.
I hate all men.
Same.
I love
Um,
you, Stardust. You're great.
And
In a
we're just gonna
completely
deport you
platonic
guys.
way, though.
Based.
Anyways, I want to insert that Iceland, they did like screening for babies with Down syndrome, and like, and because they did that, people, when they found out, if their fetus was likely to have Down syndrome, they would abort it. And now like Iceland has basically has brought down the Down syndrome like occurrence in their population by a lot. I believe it's like in 2009 3 babies were born with it. Yeah, so like I don't even know if they even have any births now that are like that. But anyways, would you guys be opposed to something like that?
Not at all. That sounds great.
It's kind of fucked up, I would say.
Why?
I mean, it's kind of describing like, oh, well, I don't want a Downy as a kid or anything
Well,
like that.
are people with Down syndrome less
Do you?
effective in society?
They
General?
can be, but they can
Generally?
they can
Okay.
lead extremely
Yeah,
lead
of course.
extremely dignified lives.
Of course. Not now. I'm not speaking in absolutes. I'm not saying all people with Down syndrome, but generally speaking, people with Down syndrome tend to contribute less back to society. So if we want to go from
It's not mean.
like they
Whoa,
tend to
that's offensive, bro. You can't say
Okay,
something like
hold on,
that.
hold on.
they either
What
tend to
the
work
fuck?
lower paying jobs
It's
that
not controversial at all. No.
They
Okay.
tend to work lower paying jobs. They tend to either do something that isn't going to, dramatically change how we live. I don't think there are much people with Down syndrome who have led to much innovative technology or anything like that has generally significantly boosted the betterment of most people who are alive.
Is that
and
the
stuff
only
like that.
value that human life
That's
has?
the only thing. That's the only thing. I just
Not
listed a couple of things. Please do not actually straw that into like that one. I just listed things that are generally useful. Okay. This doesn't come from this group of people. Now, generally speaking, they also tend to have a lower quality of life depending on the socioeconomic status of the family they're born into, whether or not it's a family that can afford to take care of someone with the disabilities for that specific thing, and so forth and so on. So having less of them generally means that the burden on society is lighter. So that makes sense. Now, obviously, the ones that exist can live in a society as we have now, and it's fine. There are people who will be useful, and people who will need to be dependent on other people because it's a spectrum, obviously. But generally speaking, that sounds like a better thing than having a society where there are more.
So you just labeled the supposed burden on the society as a pro for this argument. To turn that around, are you okay with people like definitively deciding, oh, hey, we did some screenings to leverage or to like remove the burden of the state that your child might incur? We're gonna have you forcibly aborted.
Well,
I wouldn't know. That's
Because you brought in societal like strain into the argument.
Well, okay, so
that's where this thing kind of like deviates into some really fucking
Wait a minute,
dark
wait a minute.
roads, I would say.
Okay. I understand where you're coming from, what your fears are, but in this hypothetical, it's not forcible. Even with the thing in Iceland, not forcible.
Yeah, I never advocated for that. You just sort of
Right,
smoked
but
that
you-
up out of thin air.
No, you, my brother in
Bullshit.
Christ, my friend, you literally fucking cited the burden on society. You
so
literally opened up that
so
door,
that
my
means we
dude.
should
You know what?
force
You don't need the
people.
burden of
And so-
society, though.
Wait, so that means that I said we should force people. Just because there is a burden on society, that means I said that we should force people. That we should literally force people. That's what I said? Those are the words that I said? Or is that the things that you're imagining that I said? Because I said something that is
Society
technically
doesn't
true.
force things onto people to
Flamenco's
alleviate a certain
bad
burden
faith.
on society.
Flamenco's bad.
Wait,
faith
how
and
am I
piece of
bad
shit.
faith? How am I
Basically
bad
agreeing
faith?
with you. He's not making the
I
point that
kind
you're
of-
thinking he is. He's basically
Yeah,
trying to make the same deconstruction that you're pointing out right now. He's using that as an example to point out how like the like economic or financial or material like contribution or technological contribution or whatever you would loosely frame it in that sense is not really a good metric for determining out like whether or not we want someone to live, right? This is why I say like the thing is like there's all sorts of plus minuses to different experiences in reality. If we're talking about like contributing to reality, well, people with Down syndrome exist within reality. Like a lot of them, from what I'm looking at, report living very fulfilling, happy lives, right? So like they contribute some type of financial disparity. We're trying to lessen that as a society. This is why I think we just need to look at the extremes where it's like really demonstrably harmful for everybody. I would be willing to look into Down syndrome more, but Down syndrome gets into a weird place where like from looking I'm not an expert, but just looking at the science off the bat, it seems like really, as far as I can tell, thinking about it, it's mostly the parents we should be worried that have the burden. And even then, well, ask parents. I think a lot of parents are okay with having a Down syndrome child more often than not, right? Aren't they happy to have their kid, or maybe not?
No.
Listen,
There's situations
know.
where
Well,
that
they're
might be
going to
true.
say they might love their kid if it has Down
They
syndrome.
love it, yeah, but
Probably,
they.
if you ask them beforehand, do you want a kid with Down syndrome or you want a normal kid? They'll probably say normal kid.
A normal kid.
don't
I think that if we stop
What about
lying,
after?
if we remove the veil, after it's whatever.
After
You
they're
love
not
the
gonna-
child. Like at that point, you either love your child or you don't. You put it for adoption or something.
No, what I mean is, what do you think they would say after the kid was born if you asked them if they could cure their kid's Down syndrome? I feel like a lot of parents. I'm interested in that
If you
question.
literally had the
What?
cure in your hand and you're like, you
So,
want this or
boom,
not?
your baby-
that
Oh
every
god,
parent-
yeah. Now we're getting into like the
Absolutely
real.
different.
What?
That's Stardust.
What? I want a Downy baby.
You might have like if you ask them hypothetically, you might have a hard time getting them to give an honest answer. But if you literally had the thing and you handed it to them, show me a fucking parent who
I don't.
wouldn't
Yeah.
take it.
What? I don't. Let's remove the veil. Okay. Let's act like we're people here. We're not like showboating or virtue signaling or anything.
I think it's a fair question. I don't think intelligence is necessarily like should be anywhere, even necessarily the number one determinant by which we apply human
There are
value.
physical
Right?
reasons why people.
Well, it's pretty fucking
Regardless-
important.
Yeah, it is pretty important because we don't want an unintelligent
I mean,
population.
what's more
Oh,
important?
high left.
We want an educated population, generally
Oh, God.
speaking. I hope.
Generally speaking,
If people have the ability and the
back.
information, come back, Kai, please. You haven't said anything the entire time, but please. If people have the general idea, the knowledge that their baby, there's a high chance that their baby is going to come out with I hate saying Down syndrome because I feel like now we're just fixating on people with Down syndrome, and I don't want that to be the
that's
case.
the question, right?
No,
Give
I
him
think it
some
was.
propaganda. It's fine.
But yeah, exactly. But like, I think that
Oh, it's
Nerdy.
if we're gonna sit here and say that someone has the information to be like, okay, I know my child will have an easier life or harder life unless I splice some genes a little bit. I think 99.9% of people would take the splicing and be like, bet, make my
But
child
we're not
have an
talking about
easier life.
splicing.
What-
We're talking about terminating the pregnancy.
Okay, sorry. Perhaps
Well, sure,
I
sure.
shouldn't have
I'm
used
willing
the
to
full
engage.
flavor language, but I'm saying the point that I'm saying is if we could make it so that you had the idea, you had the knowledge to say whether or not you knew your child would have this thing, and you're like, okay, well, and you don't have like a thing that's like, oh, it's hard for me to get children, or like you're not like specifically like really trying to have a child. Then I don't see why there's any reason why a healthy adult would be like, you know what, I want this child with Down syndrome, and maybe there are people who are like that, and there definitely probably are who would love to take care of something the rest of their lives, essentially. But I don't think most
I think
people.
that might be. I think
One-
that might be
one-
largely due to just erring on the side of caution. I think that a lot of parents might gain greater perspective, but also if we're talking about having consistent standards for a society, here's the thing: is that like, so you would propose like makes their life easier and better, right? But that's the thing: is that what does that mean, right? What if I showed you a Down syndrome kid who had an easy life, who was very happy? Like, what wouldn't man? I might like to be that guy. And I understand this is a
you
really
would probably be
thoughtful
showing me an
question.
outlier. Great.
Okay,
No, it doesn't
here-
seem to be from what I'm looking at
we have
necessarily.
to actually.
What are you
balance
looking
it
at?
back. Wait, we have
Data
to look
about
at,
the
we
mental
have to-
well-being of these people,
Shut up.
of the people with Down
I'm
syndrome.
talking.
Okay.
Shut up. Okay. we have to acknowledge the fact that the parents of the child with Down syndrome are going to get old to a point where they are going to need assistance themselves. And when they get to that point, that child with Down syndrome won't have their parents anymore to be able to take care of them. This is a huge commitment. Having a child with Down syndrome is a huge commitment. As much as I love people with Down syndrome, they're some of the most sweetest people you can meet.
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%.
They're so sweet. It is a real reality that it is a huge commitment for the rest of your life, rest of your adult life, to be taking care of this child. And eventually you're going to get so old that you're hoping that somebody takes care of you, and you're still going to be taking care of that child.
At least half of the children with and adults with Down syndrome face a major mental health concern. That's not that you would be showing me an outlier.
Okay.
Oh, so I'm sorry. I was reading about some. I was reading a study. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I mean, at least half of the children and adults with Down syndrome face a major health concern. So
Okay.
even if we were to be the most generous with the statistic, it's half, 50%. So you would be giving me someone who, from a group of people, whom it's a coin flip on whether or not they don't have major mental.
I think so. So I think that like we're talking about a multivariant thing that happens when those two things express together from genes, like that comorbidity. I think if we're talking about gene editing, we're probably talking past the point of like Down syndrome often expressing with other health concerns, right? Like we can probably separate them for the purposes of gene editing.
Well, people with Down syndrome.
But it's not.
No,
but what I'm saying is,
we're talking about aborting people with like mental deficiencies that we can see, right? Aren't
not
we?
gene editing.
Not gene editing.
Specifically, I mean, if we're talking specifically, if we're talking abortion,
specifically aborting children that might have that particular mental health concern.
Well, I mean, then you see, here's the problem with that. That literally just gets into abortion debate, because then like there's no if you think that abortion's okay, there's like basically there's very little arguments to say like why people shouldn't just be able to abort their babies for whatever reasons, as long as it's within the acceptable time frame for abortion in general.
Correct.
Right? Like that would be the So it's like that argument is sort of like, I feel like there's no way to get into that exact contention without basically just having an abortion debate. Which I guess, hey, I'm happy to have. I just don't. I just want to be clear.
But then kind of like whether the baby's disabled or not probably doesn't matter. I've never heard an abortion debate.
Right, exactly. It like moves it into a
you definitely don't want to get into that one because it gets really close to eugenics and people get really fucking.
Well, it's only if you define eugenics really loosely.
Everyone, it's no. It's not a matter of like it's the literal fucking definition, my dude.
Oh, well, we already allow people to abort their babies, though.
Yeah, it is.
It's not eugenics. Trying to have a healthy baby is not eugenics. Okay, we do lots of stuff to try to have healthy babies. That's not eugenics. That's just people wanting to plan their family and to have a healthy baby.
Hold on.
Like if you're defining eugenics, just if you're being really loose with this category of just eugenics is whenever you're like controlling for genes, like. What is even eugenics then? Like this is destroys the definition
because to arrange reproduction within a human population to increase the occurrence of heritable characteristics regarded as desirable. If you are no.
More blonde babies.
Let me finish real quick.
Let's
if you are intentionally terminating pregnancies based on the fact that the person who is about to be born is going to have a characteristic that you deem undesirable, you are literally engaging in eugenics, my dude.
Well, then we're all doing eugenics all the time.
Yes, we do.
Have a baby or not have a baby.
Exactly.
So therefore eugenics loses all meaning. It's fascism all over again.
Water down
no, because you're 100% right. You're 100% right. Except we assign like certain words to have like a little bit of like extra weight to them. So when oh hey, I like I find these childbearing hips to be really sexy. You're engaging in eugenics, but it's a little bit different than we kind of deem that your lack of intelligence to be undesirable. So we're gonna sterilize you. Yeah.
So it would be less useful to use the term eugenics to describe.
No, it's literally eugenics. It's
This is
Then
some of the
if
most
everything
privileged-
is
If you
eugenic,
choose
like
to have
this
a
is
baby
basic
with
definition
someone-
of
privileged
everything is
shit.
You say,
eugenics.
I want to have a
and
baby
nothing.
with this person because I like their personality.
oh
I want to
my
have a baby
God.
like that. Is that eugenics? Or you do the opposite. I don't want to have a baby with this person because I don't like them. Is that eugenics?
No, it's
'Cause the-
Let me
eugenics is based
aware.
off of traits too.
This shit
Like,
is
you're
so
having,
privileged.
Like, poor
yeah,
traits.
you don't
Can
like
we
their
just take-
traits, so you decide not to have a
What?
baby with them.
Can we just take like a moment of introspection and just realize how privileged it is to even have this insane conversation at all?
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you have
we
anything
were
of
all
actual
born
substance
without
add?
Yeah, I know, it's pretty
Do you have
good.
anything of actual substance add to the conversation, Charmhole?
Oh yeah, you're ugly. Everybody,
Oh, thank you.
notice
Excellent.
how ugly
Excellent.
this
We're
person
already
is.
on good thing.
We had a nice little
That's
shout out
why they
for
don't
those
show
suffering from
themselves, because
schizophrenia.
they're
I am
ugly.
super fucking ugly, dude.
By the way,
Yeah, no doubt.
no, dude, come on.
No, I am. I'm ugly as fuck, dude.
No.
Yeah, obviously
Okay.
you are. Why would you hide
Quick-
yourself?
Quick
otherwise?
announcement.
Just a cute little puppy.
Okay, all right. Stop with the ad hominems, guys. They're not funny.
Yeah.
You only do ad hominems if they're funny here. Okay?
Why do I always
Secondly,
get blamed? That's crazy.
Look, I'm not blaming you, Charmo. I'm just saying in general. Everybody
Why not?
knows.
Mm-hmm.
Look, everybody okay, you know what last username?
I'm blaming him.
I'm blaming you last username.
Yeah, see, you're right.
Okay. All right. Chat.
Obviously,
Remember?
Flamenco did it against me.
Shut up!
Blaming the victim.
What did I tell you all about talking when I'm talking? Okay. Alright. Chat, please remember you can submit a question by doing a super chat. That's all I wanted to say. Was it that
Speaking
hard?
of,
Come.
my chat donated a super chat, and I do want to read it real quick. Because I think it
ahead.
might be on topic, I guess, maybe, who knows?
Go ahead.
So my
I'll take
boy
this.
You better
Ocean,
come here and super chat too. So
I
just
hope
saying.
this is a boy anyway. I don't know.
I have
It
a
might
lot of
not be a
faith.
boy. Who can tell with the anime avatars? So question for all four of you, including Stardust. If you're androgynous, would it be fair to pass on your genes? If so, why? If not, how could genetics from a country be better? Specific country be better?
What the fuck was, if you're
What was that
androgynous?
Yeah, I don't know.
That was intense.
Hey, he gave me $10 to read it, so I don't
Everybody
know.
okay.
could
That's
be
intense.
androgynous if they tried hard enough.
Yeah, what the fuck
I don't
does
know
that
if
even
that's.
mean?
I don't know if that's true.
All I gotta
I don't
do
think.
is
I don't think Ethan Ralph could become androgynous.
We can
through
all agree
effort.
androgynous is a mixture of environment and genes.
okay. You know what? Chat. Where the fuck are my super chats? Thank you. Okay.
Yeah,
sorry. We can resume.
give Star her
Give
fucking
Stardust money.
monies.
Stardust the one
Yeah,
is
give
the
Stardust
one who.
money.
Stardust
Give
is
her
the one
monies.
who organized this panel. Thank you.
She wants
Okay.
money. Give me money.
me money,
Give me
thank
money. Yep.
Cash App Charm
Okay.
Hole. Cash App Charm Hole.
Yes. Okay.
How much
chat.
to make you leave, Charmhole?
Well, if you gave me money to leave, I would 100% do it, and it's $25.
How much? $5?
It's
I'm
just
not
a
paying
simple
$25.
$25.
I'm not
That's
paying
not
Guys,
$10.
what you
$25.
found out
Oh
that-
yeah,
get
you're
back
not.
on
You don't have.
topic.
You're so
Get
poor
back
for a
on
$25 super chat. You can't. Oh, $25.
No, I'm just cheap,
Sorry,
not
I gotta
poor.
pay my rent today. I can't.
Okay,
I'm
guys,
poor
get
if anyone
wants to
on
give me
topic.
money.
I'm just cheap.
Get on topic. Sorry. for
We should abort more people.
personal.
We should surgically abort
Wait,
people.
are we going back?
out
I mean, all of
our-
this shit. Like, obviously,
This
it's
panel's making me want to abort people post-birth. Okay.
See?
okay, but
Look at
honestly, okay, but
Let's
like
do
no
it.
cap. Okay, but for real, Stardust. There's kind of a theme with a lot of these questions. Did something happen? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Why? What do you think happened?
I'm thinking that Destiny got you pregnant and you had to,
Ew.
and there might have been some
Why?
complications,
Every time.
like you didn't want
Every
a little
time.
Nazi shithead as a
Okay.
baby, so you're
Sexist.
like, oh, you know, I
Every
should abort
time-
it or something. Like,
Every
I don't know.
every time there's a female content creator who interacts with a male content creator, how come you guys always have to imply that there's some sort of sexual thing going
Yeah,
on?
that's a little weird, not gonna lie.
What are you
I've
talking
never
about?
done anything sexual
This
with
is-
anybody in this space. I never will because I keep a very firm boundary with people.
Plus, I'm pretty sure Stardust doesn't have sex with
Honey,
leprechauns.
listen.
Also, we found out who the father was on the Chaos Cast.
Listen, if you thought, if I gave you maybe the wrong impression, I apologize. It's simply because of the theme of the questions. They're all very kind of specific, I think, to...
I do find it very interesting that you asked the question about abortions to a panel full of...
Hey, I was going to say that. Yes, that's such a good point. Thanks
Well,
for
because it's
saying
not
that.
really it's
I
not
almost
really
forgot.
about the abortions itself, right? It's more about like gene editing, right?
It's about the ethics.
Yeah,
of it.
but
Yeah.
but I think I hate to agree with Flamenco. Like, it's pretty much all eugenics, right? Like, is fascism, liberalism is fascism all the way down. Fucking
No, mine
human
actually
husbandry
fits in
is
line with
eugenics
the
all the way
definition
down.
of
Can
it.
we agree on
Truly
that?
book-worthy.
Human husbandry is
Yeah,
eugenics
okay,
all the way
I've been
down.
trying
I
very
think we can
hard to
agree.
maintain a boundary where people, whether that's chat or elsewhere, do not view me in a sexual manner. Okay, so
True.
I'm just saying, I would appreciate it if we can continue to maintain that boundary.
So don't call you mommy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
was-
actually true, Sean.
Yeah, why do you wear the
Ron,
fish- the
there's
fish
like,
suit?
or
Thank
there's like a mix between like incels and e-girls and on online spaces that they inhabit.
That's why Kai left.
Yeah.
Actually, he was so fucking horny. And
I'm
he
not
just
calling
did-
you an e-girl, by the way,
Kai-
Stardust.
Kai
I don't
just
think
had
you're
to-
an
That's okay.
e-girl.
I'm an e-woman. Okay, I don't do e.
Yeah,
stuff.
fair enough.
Okay, anyways, chat asked the hubris regarding what outcomes we can predict on this panel seems to outstrip the science, especially with complex traits. What about
Oh
these
yeah,
people?
definitely.
You know what, Hobbledehoy? You understand this much more than I do. I was just asking moral questions, that's all.
The ability for even like when it comes to people to like give an actual understanding of how natural selection works is like, oh man, you're gonna have a fucking aneurysm if you actually know what you're talking about, talking to people who don't know what they're talking about.
Cool, good
You
one.
know, you guys have ruined all my questions. I was going to ask a third question, but now you know what? I'm just going. Okay, no.
No,
never
I wanna
mind.
hear it, I
Chat is
wanna hear
asking
it.
questions. Yeah, chat is asking questions. Why should we risk humans to select for genetics in the absence of interaction with the environment when nature itself selects which genes are the fittest in the environment over more useful?
Because we're gods and we can.
Because
Okay.
half of I don't know how serious this question is or not. I'm sorry, I don't mean that condescending, Mr. Chatter or Mr. or Mrs. Chatter or whatever you are, but I half of natural selection is the natural entities, animals like us or whatever that exist within the environment to do the selection. So I don't know.
It
that
is
an answer?
natural. It's all
We
natural.
can do
okay?
better. than
Everything's
nature.
natural. I hate the
It
word
can
natural.
be-
Natural
Because
fascism,
nature's not-
eugenic.
Why should we risk humans to select for genetics in the absence of interaction with the environment?
That we're around suit us rather than the other
Yeah.
way around too.
It's all
Bruh.
natural. It all came from Earth. It didn't like go anywhere. It didn't come from anywhere. It didn't like fucking teleport it out of the ethers.
Yeah,
It's
Sky
all,
Lounge.
it's all materials on the. It's all natural. Okay, we just create things to suit us, like Flamenco said. It's
Should we move on to the
we've
third one?
superior.
Should we move on to the third question?
Probably.
Up to you.
Okay. If you knew that your child would die within 3 to 5 years of birth, is it ethical to have an abortion?
There's a lot of stuff you could do with a kid.
Hmm.
I think as
With
long
a
as you do
baby.
it.
So does this mean like even if you think
Why?
abortion
Why would
is
you wanna do
wrong,
that?
does it become right if the kid is going to die in 3 to 5 years?
I shall
Yeah, so everyone
sacrifice
is-
the child.
Because obviously it's right if you're okay with abortion anyway. then-
Sacrifice.
Yeah, I think if it's within the normal acceptable time frame for abortion, I think that's totally cool. it's hard for me to make
Sacrifice
any
the
good
child.
argument
I
against
guess this is
that.
a question for the people who are against abortion. Would you change your mind if
You people are
is
so
this
Probably
an exception
not.
if the kid's going to die young?
How many of you would actually do it?
fundamentally,
How many
I
of you would choke out the
fundamentally
baby?
I fundamentally believe
What?
that like when there's life, there's possibility, and like the like oh well like this person has a genetic disorder and they're gonna die at 3 to 5 years. Who knows? Breakthroughs in science are known to happen.
Let's-
Yeah.
How many
We're
of
talking
you would
about if you
even
knew
do the
that, right?
First of
procedure?
all-
How many?
first of all-
Who here would do the procedure? You're gonna
What?
say that you're like pro-choice or whatever. Would you do the procedure?
No. What,
Even
let's-
even knowing they're gonna die in 3 to 5 years.
If you knew for sure.
Let's be honest, okay? No one really likes living, all right? And to be fair, those first 5 years are probably some of the best 5 years ever. You ain't got to do shit for yourself. You're fed by like other people. You shit on yourself, and people clean you up. You literally don't have to do any. Well, at least for like 2 years, you do that stuff, and then like for 5 years, you don't go to school, you don't pay bills, and then you die. That sounds like literally the perfect life.
And you know you're going to die the whole time.
You're a baby. You're a toddler.
What is
Not
So
a
everything. No,
not a fun existence, right?
You hit.
That's not how-
You hit 3 years old, and you finally. Like,
yeah, like
you-
I didn't really even
So the
understand the
kid-
concept of
the
death
kid
until
just
I was like 7. So
The kid's
I mean,
like
I
3
think
years
I'd be
old and
fine.
just realizes that they are separate from the smartphone they're always playing with. You're gonna be
The degree
like,
to which
yeah, that
the
kid
degree-
has a real fundamental understanding of
5-year-olds
Well,
should
that's
not
not
be
important,
watching
right? I don't
Twitch.
think the degree to which someone has like a comprehensive
nobody under
understanding
the
of the
age of 18
concept of
should.
death is a good metric for like at what point we should like hold someone's life as
Yeah,
more
you just
protected
think we should
and
just
valuable.
fucking yeet it, right? Like, oh, you're gonna die
No,
anyway.
no, I at no point said we should just kill people.
I'm asking now. I'm changing the question. Okay. At what age is it appropriate to tell a child that they're going to die?
When they ask.
That's an interesting question.
You're
That's
gonna
the
They're gonna
answer
die.
when
die
they ask.
eventually.
You're gonna die.
Yeah.
They're going
You're
to
gonna
have a terminal
cease
illness.
to be, child.
If you know that the child is like going to die like in 5 years.
As soon
Oh,
as
you're
soon
saying.
as
So they're
as
gonna
soon
die young.
as soon
I mean, you
as
better
a
tell them
child,
something.
as soon as a child, as soon as you notice your child or any child can start to like actually formulate like not just the reason behind, you know, like why things happen, but like what causes them and things like that. As soon as they can start to like sort of get that deeper understanding of our reality, it's probably a good time to do it. It's like,
Yeah, when
hey,
they
even
ask.
mean
you
so
know,
we
this is not infinite, okay? This is a very finite life. I'm gonna die. Your mom's gonna die. Your grandparents are gonna die. Everyone you know will eventually die. That is a life that we will have to live. But you make the most of the life that you have. Generally, that should be the good idea, the idea we should try to impart on children, especially if we're gonna tell them young about death, because they have to know about it, right? We can't just be like it's like not telling them about sex. Or not having that conversation when they're ready for about the birds and the bees, where children come from and shit. Like, if you leave it up to their
We're talking about a kid who's
imaginations.
going to die like when he's a kid. Like the
Oh
child.
well, yeah, like a kid that's gonna die when they're a kid. It's like, okay, well, you know, hey, for some reason I'm a terrible parent and decided to let you experience the trial run of life. So, you know, make the most out of it.
I think there's two interesting questions here that like the way the question has been asked in the context sort of has two parts to it. It seems to me, and they're both interesting. One is like, at what age is it fair to make children aware of death in general? But there's also another question underlying there that I think is interesting, in that, like, if someone is going to die, maybe not even if it's a child, but like, what if like people quibble with this with older dying relatives already, right? Like, should you tell someone that's going to die soon if you know? Is it better to like? And what are there cases where it's better to keep it away from them and to keep it hidden, keep it secret? Like, should you always? Do you have a moral imperative to like let someone know if you know they're going to die soon?
Wait, just anyone or your child?
Either, but anyone. I feel like this could apply to older people just as well as it could apply to a
I feel
child.
like
Is what I'm
we
saying,
should
right?
tell them. I feel like people deserve to know.
Yeah.
That's hard.
Like, if there's a truth about them that you know, they deserve to know that truth too, right?
Yeah, like I can't imagine what are you going to tell the kid? Like, are you just not going to tell them that they're going to die? And
Then you get into the awkward moments where you're like, well, you know, grandma went off to, you know, a farm for forever.
Yeah, it's weird because
Oh,
like
no,
so.
don't tell them that grandma went to a farm.
It's weird.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's weird because I think generally speaking, me and at least some of us here, right, would agree that like, and I don't know if this is our culture or not, but like that we would like want to live in a world where like we would be told, right? And I think that that's very intuitive, and that sort of golden rule is generally how society builds itself up. But I do think it's interesting because there are other societies, in a lot of Eastern societies and cultures, where like it's a more normative thing to just not tell the old family member if they're dying or something. And like even if you tell old people about it, they're like, yeah, this is a common. There was
Which one?
What was the? I'll try to fucking find it. Give me a minute. But this is like a common practice. I need to talk to my Japanese friends about this, see if it's something that happens over there. But yeah, I'll try to find it. But I've seen this in documentaries where like I don't know if it's like the norm in the culture, but I do know it's a thing where like it's a more common practice, and like there's lots of people who would like, lots of older people, at least a more prevalence of a demographic of like older people who are like, yeah, you know, don't tell me when I'm going to die, right? I just think it's interesting because these things can vary from culture to culture to some degree.
I'm still like I specifically I'm looking for like a cultural practice where like, oh, your knowledge, like because like they'd have to go to a doctor and then their doctor tells the family and not them. That doesn't
so it's
sound
a
right.
common thing. It's a common thing in a lot of places where like when you get to a really old age where like a lot of the time it's like the other people in the family who
the
are
only
like, getting a lot of
the
the
only
messages
time
from the
that I
doctor
could
and
think
stuff
that it
like
would be common, especially if just like how modern medicine generally works, is if they're like mentally infirm and then they tell the family because the person literally can't comprehend it and they have like caretakers or something. I think by and
No,
large,
I'm not saying
like,
this is a systemic thing that's
by and
happening
large,
in
I
a
think
norm.
by and large, like most doctors sort of, you know, will tell their patients what's wrong with them.
Yeah, but a lot of
Okay, so-
times
Yeah,
they
I'm
don't
not saying
under,
anything
like
contradictory to that.
you know.
like
Okay,
children,
if you
unless
told
they're
Joe Biden,
absolutely
listen, if you told Joe
incapable of
Biden that he's like gonna die, right? Do you think he'll understand?
Whoa,
Do you really?
Charmhole.
What?
Replace that with somebody else. Replace that with like just
Probably
a generic
not.
guy.
Why?
Because
Okay. If you had to tell the kid from Home Alone.
Well, kids can start to understand. I mean, shit, y'all. I had a conversation with my parents about death when I was like 4, and it was like a devastating experience. I definitely understood it to some degree, right? From what I'm looking at, a lot of people recommend, at least some psychologists recommend, like starting to tell a kid about death at the age of 3 to 5 because that's when they start to be able to like
That's
conceive
also
of it as
generally when they
temporary
start
and reversible,
asking.
and they.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a whole
yeah, that's when
business
they start
around.
asking too. I think Flamenco really hit it well. Like as soon as that's like what people say the rule is for teaching kids about certain concepts, right? As soon as they're old enough to ask about it, then that's when you start telling them about it. By the way, we have some super chats. One person says the hubris regarding what outcomes we can. Oh wait, no, we already read that one. Sorry. Some men projecting bizarre fantasies onto female streamers. They lack theory of mind, not an adaptive trait. TBH. Next one is why is human genetic germline modification internationally banned? What is genetic germline modification?
Is that trying to release?
Like to make certain diseases, possibly? I don't know, maybe. Also, I would also say some female streamers implicitly kind of encourage that to some extent.
Not me.
No, I didn't say you. But like there are streamers that like unironically push that. VTubers in particular, there's like a lot of GFE VTubers that really lean into it. And it's like really fucking weird.
And then Testicle Johnson in the chat said, hell yeah, forcing people on panel and chat to confront their mortality. Good content. Am I?
Oh, yeah, everyone listening to this, you're going to die.
Yeah,
You
could be
are
We're all
tomorrow.
going to die. Yeah.
Could be tomorrow. You maybe in your sleep.
Yeah.
Yep. So the best thing to do is to not think about it, and you know.
No,
you
you should always remember death.
Nah. Only remember it if you're doing something risky, like skydiving. Otherwise,
Yeah, if you
I mean,
played Disco Elysium, it had this really good way to put it, which is called your half-life or your half-light, right? Which is like your limbic system, your spine, right, freaking the fuck out along with your brain, saying like you're in a position where you're gonna fucking cease to exist. You need to get the fuck out of this position, right?
Well, it's not even a flight or fight thing. Like, I think you should probably be mindful of the fact that you are mortal and that you are going to die and should act accordingly to it.
It's boring though.
I mean, I don't even know if that's boring.
Unfortunately, like there's also just this element of like the inevitability of death is something that like a knowledge of it is the first, and an understanding of it is the first step to like confronting it, and like there's some psychological well-being to be had in that because it is it's an aspect of all of our lives. You know?
Yeah, death's all around us. There's plenty of business to be had with death, and it's
Yeah, like fascism.
having it. I mean, human people, like society, can't even grasp the fact that we kill billions, literally billions of animals every year just to eat them. Right? You think telling a kid they're gonna die is something that's nothing compared to society really trying to truly grasp just how much life we snuff out so we can eat their protein. Okay, like it's a massive.
Listen, if you want to have the veganism debate, I'm ready to go. All right.
I love eating meat.
Oh, I
Me
love
too.
It. Oh.
I really do.
I really want to know what human tastes like, but I wouldn't do
It
it.
tastes like
I
pig.
bet you would. You
It tastes
fucking
like pig.
psychopath.
No, I'm grounded in my
I
axioms.
bet
All right,
you would.
bring on the
That's the
veganism
least
train.
surprising thing
You
you've said
guys
all night.
have made me lose faith in my own question asking skills. So
No,
thank
it's not.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
it's
you
your
probably
panel selecting
should.
skills. That maybe, but
It's the answering that's the problem. The questions
Yeah.
are fun.
Very sad.
yeah, the questions are fine.
No, they
Although,
sucked. The
You
themes
need
were
to
too close.
hit some. You need to have some the current event stuff too. You got to hit them with the Twitter acquisition by Elon Musk.
Well, what
Or
do you guys
Amber
think of the
Heard.
Twitter acquisition.
Amber Turd.
She shit the bed.
You know,
well,
everyone
Not what I asked about.
everyone getting super upset about Elon Musk is like, it's mostly a nothing thing. Like it's money moving hands,
Nothing
control.
is gonna change.
Are you kidding
Yeah,
me?
it
Are you
might change
joking?
some, but like, it's not that big. No,
hope it
I'm not
changes.
joking. It's money
Who's
moving
Big
hands.
Toast?
Nothing's even happened yet. Everyone's
Bruh.
losing their
That's
Toast
minds.
such a
sent
bad
super chat
fucking
saying,
take.
"Will you be Flam's
Probably
mommy?"
something will happen.
no,
Something, something. It won't be nothing.
I'm older than Stardust. She can't
like-
be my mommy.
You don't drop that kind of money on a company if you're not going to do something. He's probably not going to like fire everyone and hire a bunch of right wing whatever. Like, I think people are probably imagination getting a little carried away about what he's going to do. But
Yeah.
he's going to do. He's got something in mind, and it's not something stupid because stupid people. Well, he's not stupid, and the people who gave him money are not stupid.
Smart people can make
Well,
stupid decisions.
The ownership
but-
of Twitter
He's got
being.
some plan for turning Twitter into a profitable business, and I'm curious to see what that is.
I will say I am kind of
profitable
as
now.
a person who generally dislikes the overarching machinations of how a lot of these tech sites are run. I really hope that he makes a lot more of it transparent. Holy shit.
Look, Musk is a brand, all right? He's not like McAfee, who's actually a coder or something like that, or like Bill Gates, who's currently buying up tons
to
of
be
fucking
fair, like-
farmland, because he does have a grasp on just how many, animals and.
To be fair,
shit we
most of the
kill
like
for food,
economists, most of the like experts and engineers and scientists who work with Elon Musk come away thinking that, like, talking oftentimes about like his broad grasp of the like intricacies of various different subjects. So I mean, like,
Yeah, no, obviously he's a
He's a
fan
smart
of
guy,
the
and he is a
internet.
coder,
Like,
too.
clearly the internet loves Musk, so he's a fan of the internet. Like, but he's still a brand, right? Who is he a brand for? Like, futurology? Damn, that's interesting.
What do you mean a brand?
South African fucking mining, SpaceX
I mean,
rockets, and like
He's a very-
fucking-
he's a very- clearly very
Does
talented
Musk even
entrepreneur.
own any does Musk even own any mining operations in Africa?
Hey, look, his family was all about it, and he
Well,
definitely oversees
that's
the
not
fact
what I-
that.
that's
Well,
not what I
listen, the
asked.
fact
Elon
that
Musk is
list.
his
Oh my
father,
god,
Okay, so
what?
Oh yeah, wait, does the kid still have that like fucking impronounceable name?
yeah, Elon Musk is a weird dude who might make bad decisions with Twitter, but he's like, I don't know what our point is here. I don't know. I just
Yeah,
want to
okay,
say
again,
that
the
Twitter.
point is that
The
whatever
two
else he
things
is,
I would
he's
like
a
to
very
see-
talented entrepreneur who.
I'm sure there's all sorts of CEOs who have
very,
named their kids
very
weird
good
things.
winning
The two things
entrepreneurial
I would
moves,
love to
like-
see is I want Twitter to publicly like disclose how their algorithm selects for their shadow banning. That would be really nice. And then I think in general I would just love to see actual fucking transparency with how they interpret their terms of service.
That's probably
comes
the
to
thing I look most
moderation.
forward to.
Although I do also like the fact that Musk has kind of said that he his prescription on this is broadly if it's legal to say, then it should be legal to do. You should be allowed to say it on Twitter, which is fucking great.
I'm curious how, like, he clearly wants to, have more free speech at Twitter. I'm curious how he's going to do that because it's very difficult to change. The culture at a tech company is a very, very powerful thing, and it's something that's it lives in the staff, right?
Well, it lives in
the
the
ideology of
lives
the
in
staff. and
It lives
especially
within it lives within the direction of the staff, especially when it comes to HR. But like by and large, I don't think that every single person that works at Twitter is like ideologically in line with things as much as they're, man, I want to just keep my job. I don't want to get fucking fired.
No, they probably are. They probably
Definitely
are.
is.
I
like,
don't
tech
think
companies.
so.
Tech companies are run by their employees.
You wouldn't get
the
you wouldn't
engineers
get
at
like
tech companies are extremely influential.
Who's the
Yeah, just say,
who
hey,
is
I work
that,
at Twitter in any bar, and you will get laid.
who is the Google guy that got fired for that broadly inoffensive internal letter that he wrote or whatever?
Right, and the reason he got fired
And
is
then he got,
because
turbo
his
fire because
values didn't line up with the values of the company, which is
it
going to be the
didn't
values
line
of the
up
other
with the
people who he worked
management
with,
of the
right?
company.
He pissed
it didn't
off.
line up with the management of the
No,
company.
No, it's
It-
about
it's
the
not
brand.
just the
was talking
management.
about-
Management is not. Management just wants. Management doesn't want to get rid. Management wants to keep people working. All the ideology and the sort of the polarization in tech companies comes from the engineers or from the skilled employees who are have a lot of negotiating power and are very hard to replace. They if they have ideological, if they want their values to be sort of part of the company will go along with that because they need to keep those extremely valuable employees. That's going to be the situation at Twitter, and it's going to be very difficult. It's not like Musk can just come in and order them all to have different ideological leanings. It's not going to work.
He can order them to not display their ideological leanings in ways that people can publicly perceive, or else they get fucking fired.
He can.
Yeah.
These engineers can work. They can have any job they want, right? These are Twitter engineers. They have their pick of any other job in Silicon Valley. Piece of cake. They have a lot of power. They run that show.
And people who might be a little bit less ideologically driven will be like, oh, well, time to brush up my resume.
You were sucking off Twitter
happy
way
to do
too
that.
hard, man. They're not that great.
I would think.
What do you think tech companies give so many little perks to their?
So there was a pretty large not rebellion, but I guess movement of animus towards Spotify having Joe Rogan on there or whatever, and they made a bunch of demands. Oh, we gotta get rid of Joe Rogan or something like that. Spotify pretty much just told them to fuck off. So I think
that is evidence contrary to what you're saying, right? Because that's evidence of the fact that there is this substantial culture that exists, not necessarily in alignment with the management, right? This is actually an example of the opposite.
No, I'm saying that the management, and also
it is. I know the management squashed it, but that is an example of how there is a substantial culture within a company that can manipulate these things, right?
Unless there can be, but it didn't successfully manipulate it. It didn't successfully manipulate it.
Right, but in this case, in Twitch, we're talking about people who actively make subjective determinations. That's
Twitch is moderation.
And Twitter, to some degree, and Twitter to some but the social media platforms in general.
I genuinely feel bad for any of you guys that are actively trying to build thing on Twitch. That's a fucking sword of Damocles.
Sure,
as much as Susan sucks and she loves her Franzia, YouTube is so much better about that shit. Holy fuck.
Sure, absolutely. But it does extend to other social media and media standards in general, right? When we're talking about
I mean,
to some extent, the subjective.
Not really.
Standards, right?
I would say, by and large, the people that actually adjudicate that are, kind of call center employee type people that really don't fucking care as long as they get to maintain their job. I think that there's some key positions in management that might adhere to some sort of cultural aspect of how they believe the company should go forward.
What about the people who set the standards?
Whether through public or through private, because a lot of these people will do will say one thing and do the complete other. I think
still setting those standards, right? And they might be influence of a work culture. Right?
Yeah, to an extent, I think that the management specifically might have a more control over it than the engineers that try to make sure that the thing is functional or something.
Sure.
I think by and large, that's more the engineer side seems to maybe be a little bit less or are more willing at least to just go with the fucking flow so they don't get fucking fired.
Where are you getting why do you think that?
I would say, like I said before, we had a bunch of lower ranking employees at Spotify kind of, get mad about the, Joe Rogan podcast or whatever.
How many?
But
How many?
A pretty substantial. Hold on, let me see. Did they walk out? Let me check real quick.
It only takes a few to get headlines, right? but there's like hundreds of engineers there. I suspect that there were much fewer. It was a very small vocal minority that actually had a problem with Joe Rogan, and that's why nothing came of it. Probably most of them, because the ones who you're okay with it are not going to stand up and say, I disagree with my coworkers. I think Joe Rogan's great. And they're not going to say that, but they're also not going to support the protest. That's probably what happened there.
Vice first reported that
Twitter
Spotify
being taken
employees
over by
have
Elon
conducted
Musk.
more than 10 meetings to discuss possible changes. They don't say how many people were going against it specifically.
Yeah.
It's just to be fair, though, I doubt
Probably
Elon's
the
going to like
safest
have an
assumption is not
inquisition.
Also, like tech is like an extremely competitive field too, so I don't necessarily know if
Yeah, but
there's
more
like a
there's more
fear
jobs.
for lack of
competitive for employers, not for employees.
Yeah. For jobs,
Um,
there are more
have-
job openings for those positions than there are people to fill those jobs. That's why those jobs have so many perks.
Are
That's why
there?
they're paid so well. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why
I
they
mean,
get-
I know
So-
Google.
so easy to
Google
get
is like
tech
That's why
super
they have-
selective.
That's why they have to get people actually from overseas to even fill some of those spots because they
Well,
end
the
up having
overseas
such a
ones
shortage.
also just because they can pay like 3 people to do the job of one person too.
It-
Or
I mean, it's
they
probably-
can,
it's
they,
a little
I'm sorry,
competitive
they
if you
can
wanna
they
work for,
can
like,
they can
the
hire
best
3
company, right?
people
No,
for the
they
salary
get
of like
people-
one person.
Okay. For the tech jobs, they will hire people from overseas and sponsor them, so they can fill those spots. It's not even about like paying them. It's like or how much they pay them. These people.
Well, they're able
they
to
will
pay them a
sponsor
lot
them.
less too.
Not a
No.
lot less. They don't
Nope.
pay them a lot less. They pay. They pay
pay
pretty
the
much
same.
the
I don't know if that's true.
They have.
I think like
Flamenco. They still have more, even after getting immigrants. They still have more job openings than they have people filling those jobs.
More expensive to bring someone over on an H-1B than to hire local.
not if they have lower like wage not if they're demanding a lower salary though.
No.
Like the main
They're
a
They're
lot
not
a lot
demanding a lower
there are
salary, and also
there
that
there
would
are a
be-
lot of
that
there are a lot of
probably-
industries
They
that
gotta-
do that
There are
specifically
regulations that
to
are going to
cut
probably work
prices.
against them if they try to do that.
No, because there's extensive lobbying efforts to actually stop those things from actually taking root.
If you're talking about a call center in another country, that's different.
No,
than
no.
hiring
Call
somebody and
centers,
sponsoring
not
them.
call centers, not call centers. Like I believe there was like several legislations that were like floated to set a mandatory minimum wage when it comes to some tech, like some specialized fields, specifically so that you can't like undercut domestic labor with imported labor.
I'm just talking about the tech industry here. I don't know about other industries, but in
Yeah,
tech,
we're talking about
in
the
tech, it's all about
industry.
Well,
there's a
skilled in
huge-
general.
There's a persistent shortage of software developers, has been for generations, and it's not getting worse. And there, if you're an engineer, you have it's kind of competitive for if you want to work at the best company. If you want to work at Facebook or Google or even Google's not that competitive. But then you might have to get a little competitive. But the thing is, if you don't get a job at Facebook, you can get a job at the 1,000 other companies that are one tier lower than Facebook, and you'll make just as much money, right?
I don't
just-
think so. One,
Yeah.
Facebook makes
We're
more money
talking
than the
about the
other
tech
one, so I don't think
But
that.
you'll still
We're
make a
talking
lot
about
of money,
tech
right?
companies.
What are you
specifically-
basing that off of?
I work in this industry. I've worked in this industry for
Okay.
20 years.
Which
I'm
specific
pretty familiar
one?
with the territory. The tech industry. I'm a software engineer.
Okay.
So I'm speaking from experience and just from my knowledge of the market. It is a very, very, very easy market for employees, a very difficult market for employers. Point being that that creates this dynamic at tech companies where the employees or the engineers have an enormous amount of influence, and the management is just doing everything they can to try to make the employees happy, like giving them free sushi and free childcare and all these crazy perks and 4 weeks of vacation a year. And one thing that they do to make them happy is to pander to their ideological leanings, and those ideological leanings tend to be, like progressive, I guess, a lot of tech companies. And if that's the case, then the management will do that, right? I think that's why you see such a sort of political bias at tech companies. It's because of the the engineers.
I genuinely think it's more of like a just fear of fucking standing out and getting fired. That a lot of I would imagine that like I would imagine like 70% of people in general when it comes to like workplace politics just generally don't fucking care, and they just want to like get their fucking paycheck and go home.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's
So
probably fair.
it could be that there's actually even like a small minority of the engineers who even give a shit about politics, whatever. But if they're the ones who make a fuss about it, and the other engineers who disagree with them don't really care and would rather just keep it to themselves, then it's the squeaky wheels who will get the grease. So the whole company is going to end up with this bias, and everybody else, even though it's just a minority who's making a fuss about it, the fact that they're making a fuss and they're making things uncomfortable will cause changes if no one else is pushing back.
By and large, I still think management probably directs this more than the rank and file employees.
All management cares about is keeping people happy and working and keeping the money flowing.
That's
good
not.
managers, that's all they care about.
That's not true at all. When it comes to upper management, like there is a lot of fucking grandstanding about like the efficacy of various things.
They do that
it is not as it.
They're doing
no,
that
they do that. They do that. One, to foster like a potential higher company image, and two, because they might have some of those inklings already. I don't think
they might be doing it for the public to some extent too. But
I think they get away with it.
They're not doing it to push their own ideology.
I would still disagree with this. There's been like a lot of fucking larger management people that have specifically railed against the Musk acquisition of Twitter.
Okay. That's probably because their employees are also railing against it.
I don't know about that. I guess we'll see. Whether or not Musk actually implements these.
Well, their employees are, right?
Changes.
There's a lot of employees being cranky about it. And management wants to appease those employees, so they're like.
And I mean, if we're talking about platforms who already have inconsistent standards, like, and we're talking about Elon Musk coming in, like, there's probably, and he's saying I'm going to address these issues. I mean, to a certain extent, there's probably going to be some level of disagreement with some of the people who are involved in these practices and standards, because of course there would be. Someone's going to get fired. It's probably worthwhile for someone to feel like their job is at risk. It's probably worthwhile for someone on there if they have any ideologically motivated like attachments to their job or their position or how they're regulating their space, whatever it is. It's reasonable that they might fear an ideological difference from Elon because someone's going to get fired. So I mean, like, I don't know. I just don't think I expect some pushback internally. I don't think it necessarily means anything. I just don't think there's any like strong conclusions to draw from that.
My point is just that.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, my point is just that if Elon is planning to change the culture at Twitter, I'm not saying it's impossible, but he's got his work cut out for him. He's the what's the fuck Goliath and the guy with the slingshot, whatever. He's the underdog in that battle.
Yeah.
David and Goliath. Thank you. He's the David, and Twitter culture is the Goliath. And he knows that because he's been at his whole life. So I'm curious to see what he's got up to.
I mean, given his recent Twitter statements and how much wailing and gnashing of teeth there are of that, I think he knows the position he's in and is just sort of flexing.
Well, I think he's pretty good at cultivating a work culture.
I do want to read a chat. I'm sorry. James in the chat says tech specs in areas like coding aren't just in demand for silicon type companies either. They're needed in a lot of other STEM areas. It's super easy to move to another field. Everyone needs coders.
Very nice.
Yeah, and then somebody gave me a super chat and they said, that's misinformed. The tech employee must bend the knee to the boss, even if they protest, unless they have the public support or they'll lose their jobs. Yeah, public support or like the perception of public support is also like super important, which I don't necessarily think like the people railing on Twitter about the possible changes in moderation on Twitter are reflective of like the broader public support in general anyway. So I think there's an aspect of that too. fucking hell, the Jessica Yaniv shit. There was like a lot of people in Twitter that were paying extra special attention to make sure any negative coverage of Yaniv was swept under the rug right up until the weird shit with kids came out.
Is there
So.
like is there like documentation of this?
Yeah, there's like a couple of people that like specifically criticized Yaniv before it fell out of favor to support her. Specifically, fuck, I know for a fact Null did that. I had to deal with that when he fucking made a stream about Yaniv and like immediately got it fucking struck down. I know that Yaniv also had like a couple of people at Twitter that were specifically giving her cover, but I don't remember like who specifically got banned because of that. I don't know if anyone remembers who did fucking Yaniv get banned.
I don't know, man. I mean, I think a lot of people are overconflating a lot of this shit. Like, it's not that hard to be a coder. It's not that hard. I mean, most of this shit's already written. So you know some HTML, so you let paid subscribers edit their messages. Like, holy shit, what a king god, right? Obviously, this
the edit feature is going to
over...
be really good. I would fucking pay like a $3 monthly subscription to be able to fucking edit my my spelling errors. Holy fuck!
Yeah, well, no, I think you can.
Well, look, if it's not that hard, then
I mean,
we should all
like,
do it because.
No, but there's only
there's
there's
huge amount of
not that
demand.
hard.
You can make a lot
It's
of
a
money.
limited space. What I'm saying is that it's like with any industry, people don't want a flood of people to do the same job that they do, right? Like your value will go down, right? So no. So
well,
I mean, what it is now
do you think that
is
the supply of coders is being artificially limited somehow?
the supply.
Because it like more than any other industry, it doesn't seem to be. Like, I mean,
nobody
there's
can
no.
but you can't make another Twitter, right? Like that's my point, right? Like a lot of this shit is, I think, a lot more inevitable than people think. And I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying Twitter doesn't deserve the fucking praise, but it is extremely hyper inflated and overvaluated. Because we fetishize this shit, right? Like we not only
isn't that a reason
drama,
why
but what?
Isn't that a reason why there could be another Twitter though? Like, isn't that an
well, there. I mean, so here's
someone...
so.
I mean, it's already been tried with like five different
Telegram,
things.
So Telegram,
yeah, but oftentimes
Telegram isn't.
Like,
Telegram
is a Russian-owned Twitter. Okay, so like we're all in this
it's
like
not,
incredibly.
It's not owned by the Russian state. It's
okay.
owned by a Russian company.
All right. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
Oftentimes,
just like Twitter, just like TikTok is kind of owned by China,
like Russia,
but only the servers
isn't
like
Telegram?
split.
Wait, isn't Telegram banned in Russia?
Holy shit. Anyway,
I mean, a lot of people, sometimes a lot of businesses, when it comes to taking on like a really big business and breaking into the market, a lot of the times people fail for a long time before they succeed. I mean, I think we've seen streaming platforms like getting closer and closer to succeeding to breaking into Twitch's platform, for example, right? I think we've seen other like social media platforms compared to Twitter. None have succeeded at surmounting Twitter, but they've gotten better and better at it.
Nobody's going to go out and make, you're not going to just, no random person or even a group of people without serious capital, right, are going to be able to own all of the servers this fucking content is on, right? Effectively, like this is why there's a silicone wafer crunch right now, and this represents the massive kind of disconnect between society, like people's understanding of all the shit that they fuck around with and how it actually gets made.
There's
right?
there's lots of different large-scale companies that break into each other's industries all the time and expand.
You're kind of right, but kind
it doesn't
of
have to be
wrong.
one
So
person.
again, yeah, I said if they have massive amounts of capital, exactly.
Sure, but what I'm saying is that the fact that it's not one person that can do it isn't necessarily a problem.
Okay, but that's still I'm only saying that you need to be rich, you need to have friends, you need to have connections, right? Clout or capital, it doesn't matter. You need to have a lot of either in order for you to do it.
Well,
either as a singular entity or CEO of your business, or as a more unionized form, like a country trying to do this, right? So anyway, I'm just saying.
Okay. It's some Telegram servers are based in Russia. Yeah, that's true.
Oh my god! And the guy who made it is Russian. Anyway, the guy who made TikTok is Chinese, right? Do We have access to Chinese
you're so
TikTok servers. No,
exasperated
we
all the
don't.
time,
If
Charmel.
if any of you want to get some, you're probably gonna have a little bit more of an intelligence.
A lot of Twitter's staying power is just its name recognition in general. Like,
Yeah, in the West,
like I
specifically.
know I did notice that like there was like quite a few people who were making a huff about leaving Twitter, and they tried to go onto the fucking Fediverse, and it filtered them out really fucking hard, which was kind of funny.
Yeah. So.
Alright, guys, I think we've reached like a natural stopping point
True.
for this panel. I appreciate you guys for joining. And I apologize, my topics weren't as cool as previously, but I'll work on making them cooler.
Yeah, it's better than Charmhole though.
You're here with me, bitch.
Well, look.
Unfortunately.
Feel
Cry
free
more.
to stay if you like. But also feel free if you have stuff to do. You know, I don't want to hold people back. So.
I'll only stay if Brittany from Politically Provoked comes on.
Why
I
Brittany
think she's
specifically?
doing her own thing.
I just love her because she's blonde like me, so she understands the kind of privileged racism we have to endure. I like talking to her about it. That's all.
Brittany is pretty pretty.
Well, don't everyone make it weird by not saying anything.
We just want to let
I
that
don't give a
hang
shit.
there for a little while.
I don't fucking care.
Well, we're still here, Star. We're not leaving.
Yeah.
Get rid of us
okay,
that easily.
Keep talking about tech then, if you guys.
What are we
want to,
talking about?
you know?
Talk about tech.
Hey, Star, I thought your questions were interesting. I like grappling with abstract hypotheticals.
If your
They do not
custom
trigger me
made-
at all.
If your custom-made iPhone is gonna have a deformity, and you can't get another one after that, is it
goddamn
okay
it,
to
I fucking
destroy
hate-
your custom-made iPhone before
Why?
it's fully made?
If
Can you abort your
Probably.
smartphone? Should
Charmhole, if
I
you
can-
don't watch
words-
it, I'm going to abort you, Charmhole.
Charmhole
Okay?
is-
I'm
Please
going
do
to
it.
abort- I am
Do
going
it
to abort
live
you.
on air.
Get me a
Charmhole is
wound.
why I've been advocating, like words, people like Charmhole are why words are broken. We need to move past words, just a system of communication that relies on like
Typical grammar
touch and
Nazism
intuition.
from the Vic Burger
That's
lookalike.
You would just
postmodernists
shit up
ruin everything.
The intuition medium as well. Like if we were communicating psychically, you'd be like barking psychic.
What trimesters, Charmhole?
No,
What
I already
trimesters,
I
Charmhole?
The words are
communicated
defined. It's
psychically.
the
So
intent.
this is what you do: you get really high, and then you take a really hot shower, and you can communicate psychically with other people taking hot showers. And I did that with Will Smith because he was really upset about all the backlash he got. Right? Because he's simple, but he's impressive. Right? And I cheered him up because I telepathically I sent it out to the world. I was like, Will Smith, you are going to play Obama in his biopic. It's gonna be fine. You're gonna come back. You're gonna say like you're trending hard now, but that's just to keep you in everybody's hearts. 10 years from now, when you're a little bit older, a little bit grayer, he's gonna pop in as Obama, and it's gonna be such a big ass movie. It's gonna control the narrative of the U.S. media for months at least. You guys remember when Dick came out, right? Vice, oh my god, oh, the guy from American Psycho played Dick Cheney. This will be good, right?
It was pretty great too.
Yeah. Oh, it's such a good movie. I love how they
Christian Bale didn't
propagandized
slap.
the fucking... I love how they made conservatives seem really fucking cool. That was my
How do you
favorite part.
telepathically communicate with people through the hot shower?
What? Why not? What?
How?
How? Well, it's a combination of coincidence, serendipity, empathy, sympathy, of course, you know, and a lot of weed. So
You only do it in the shower?
water helps a lot, right? And the reason why it needs to be weed is because weed allows you to it takes your night dreams and makes them more into daydreams, right? So that's why everybody gets all freaked out when you smoke. So because you're effectively taking your dream world and cramming it into the real world, although it still just comes into fruition through your own imagination, which, let's to be frank, is quite I guess handicapped in modern media. I'd say most debates and panels I go to, a lot of people have trouble imagining just a simple analogy I'm making, let alone imagine a spinning red apple in their head, let alone imagine being able to communicate psychically with other members of their race.
I don't think it's a
If you
lack
know
of
that
ability
exact
to
same-
conceptualize things. I think your brain is working on a completely
Would you
different
guys-
fucking
I
level.
have very
which
fast
is
neurokinetics,
kind of
you're
interesting.
right.
If
I
I
am
open this
very
to an
smart.
open panel. If we
Yeah,
open
bring
this
on whoever
and-
wants to come on.
Yeah, chat. If you want to join the
Just
Discord
don't say
man.
racial
and
slurs.
jump into the
You just have to
lobby.
be
Like I did
smarter than all of us.
like unintentionally
smarter than
last
all of
night.
us.
Yeah, do not come on if you are dumber than anyone here.
The real blunt blower 508. Why would you say that about me, dude?
It's a really
I
hot
literally
fire.
called you out earlier trying to like I like took what you said and I like brought it out. I was like, look what the real blunt blower said, right? And then you come back at me like that. Don't give us bad names. Like, oh my god. Like what you need to do is chill with the liberal fascism. Lib fash, lib fash. Live fast, live fast.
What you're doing to Stardust?
Charmhole, I am actually curious. Are you actually like diagnosed schizophrenic?
Yeah. Holy shit.
Okay.
What do you want? You
I
want
feel
proof?
bad. I feel like I'm.
I
feel like
mean, I'm willing to trust you on this one, actually.
I feel bad that I feel like I'm taking advantage of somebody. Who has
Yeah, are we-
Chud
is
said,
this ethical?
Chud said the same thing all the time, and you know what he said to me getting banned? Fucking nothing. So
Wait, what
fuck
did you get
How
banned
about
for?
that?
What did you get banned for?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Well, I
Yes.
mean, that is kind of the purpose of asking the question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
Generally,
are curious.
that's what questions
What a
are
curious little boy you are.
Maybe they banned
I
you
do
for
lead
not
the bi
answering
I do lead
questions.
the bi curious boys.
You sound small and ugly.
Well,
Why are
wait,
you
I'm
mean,
5 foot.
Charmhole?
I'm 5'11", so
'Cause
I
if
don't
he-
know. It depends. It depends if I'm unfit or not. Because if I'm unfit, then I'm a manlet, and I should probably fucking kill myself. But otherwise, I think 5'11" is like relatively normal size, right?
Skinny.
Maybe
You
Twitch
got- you
emailed
got
and
that
asked him if he was
giraffe
really
neck.
schizophrenic, and he
You got
said,
that
"Wouldn't you like to
giraffe
know?"
neck.
What happened to all the people who were here in the open panel last night? You know,
They
you
got
guys don't want
scared.
to join again?
Yeah, get in
Damn, we
here,
had so
fucking
much fun
cowards.
last night. What's going on?
Cowards,
Sunday
y'all
night,
cowards won't even
you-
smoke crack.
Maybe they don't
Dude.
want to join and be insulted by
You know how
Charmhole.
many kids are
Yeah,
doing their fucking
Charmhole.
finals?
Charmhole.
Oh fuck
up?
yeah! Thank God I only have like
Can you- is
3.
there any
And 2 of
chance
them
you
I
could
can just
calm
fucking
down?
fail.
You want me to calm down?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Why? I mean, I didn't say anything during that last boring ass question.
I know, but you're insulting people.
Insulting people.
Out
Hello.
of control.
No.
Oh no, he's mean. He said mean
I
words.
mean
Oh,
to
Michael
I mean to
Bella.
people I think deserve it. Oh no. Oh jeez.
I mean, I'm mean to people that I think deserve it. So
Yeah, exactly.
I can't complain, or else I'd be a hypocrite, and I hate hypocrites.
Okay, Charmhole.
What's that?
Fuck, dude. Charmhole, I love you.
I don't even know who
I
those
don't.
anime girls that he
Love you
has
too.
on his thing are.
You don't know a lot of things.
Those are his girlfriends.
Wait, are those from Nico Para?
Notice how he pretends he doesn't know. I don't even know what that
Well, they have
is.
cat
Is
ears,
it happen
so I
to be
don't know.
this very specific Japanese word? Like,
I've never played Nico Para before, so that's why I'm
yeah,
asking.
right. Sure. Never
I
watched the
never played
trailers.
Nico Para before. No,
Yeah.
I've never played Galgun either.
You just happen to know.
But I
of it.
kind of know what Galgun is.
Oh, I think
like, slightly.
I think it's that one game with the cat girls, right? You just
I mean, I've like
You
I've,
don't
got-
know, but
I've-
you
I've
kinda
told
know.
I've told people
Guys.
I've openly played board games before.
I do-
Like, I love
Guys, we,
Goku
we have been
Rants.
so rude
Okay.
to Lady Rameth, our open panelist. Lady Rameth,
Yeah.
That's okay.
how are you? What did you have
Oh,
a question?
Neko
These
Para.
don't simp for her until she
inconsiderate,
cams up.
these inconsiderate fools. All right.
Don't
What did you
Camming
want to
right
ask
now.
us?
I'm getting ready for a stream, so I'm not camming up right now.
No problem.
I'll follow you.
That
You don't
was
have to.
kind of
I'm withholding
Yeah.
judgment.
that was a little. You should work on that one, Charmhole.
Work on what?
Just work on your delivery just a little bit.
My delivery for what?
You don't want to creep the girls out when you talk to them.
I don't give a shit.
It's okay.
You know how many people
I assume that
fucked?
his
I think they kicked me. does it say join voice? Why did it kick me out? Am I out of there? Yeah, whatever.
Hey, Beckett.
Less terrible tech issues. I apologise. While having a conversation about tech, that's embarrassing.
No, it's good. It's all good. My head hurts. Dude.
Shake your head. Sorry, shake your head real quick, back and forth, and tell me if that exacerbates it.
No.
Better or worse?
So. I think it's a little bit better, maybe? I'm not sure.
Okay, so you're probably not dehydrated. Apparently, if you have a headache and you shake your head back and forth and it makes it worse, then you need to go drink some water.
Man, General Maximus, that thing
Like
sucked.
the last person I'd expect to have like health.
Dude, that shit sucks so bad.
Actually, that's
That was so
quite
fucking
useful
boring.
information. I'm like, try that.
I don't even know why I'm still in the server.
Why
can I hear myself?
I'm even more confused as to why Stardust wanted me on just to kick me. The fuck? Like,
Oh damn.
I mean, whatever. People don't like content. People don't like this shit. It gets too edgy. They get scared because they're stupid pussies.
I'm sorry.
What it's not that. I see how you talk. It's not fully like coming off as that harsh. It's just that there are a lot of people that will listen to Stardust and other main streamers and take it seriously. That's all it is. We know, like, I can see that they don't. I can see that they don't mean it in no harm. You know what I mean? But it's majority of the dumbasses that will listen.
I'm gonna meme the entire night.
Who Mimi for the supernova? That's a harsh criticism.
Well, I mean, the supernova's not meant to be.
A well-deserved criticism.
Well, sure.
He was very clearly not making zero attempt to actually participate in conversation, and was just shitting it up at every opportunity.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Anybody disagree with that?
No, he added nothing.
I mean, and of course, the cardinal sin of all this, like the worst of it, it just wasn't funny. Like, you know.
Yeah, well, if it were funny, then it would be different.
It's funny,
you know?
but
Derails are
funny.
fine if you can like get a chuckle from everybody in the room, because then it like relieves
Charm
tension.
Hole, I
Everyone
love
can
you.
get along.
Please. We'll collab at some other point for something less.
Bitch, I
serious,
don't give
okay?
a shit. We'll collab at some other point. Bitch, you think I care? I was doing you the favor. You understand?
I don't.
Like. Guy left and made a bullshit excuse because he knew doing anything else would be more productive. The fucking mod. The mod comes in. Charmhole, I have an odd fondness for you, but do not call Stardust names. Because I said, bitch, I was doing you the favor for even showing up. Fucking true. Fucking true. You think I'm still here? You think I'm still watching this shit? Big farts. Big farts. I just wanted to stream a little bit more, you know, because I haven't streamed all week. Not that anybody's watching. Streaming's so lame. It can be good, but like the people who can do it well have already done it well, so they're already on top. So anybody else coming in, they don't see it for what it is, right? And instead they just want to push their own stupid ass agenda, which for me is mostly just gaming. I like to stream while gaming to show that how well I am at maneuvering these digital mazes, right? I like journaling. I've journaled ever since I was young. Had a online diary. Like, I drew comics and shit. Like, I like putting myself out there as like a stamp, and I think putting myself out into these silicone stamps everywhere is fun. And I think trying to talk about it and get meta with it freaks a lot of people out. They can't think of reality outside of themselves, let alone outside of after their death, right? Like, I think that's why Jesus was such a madman. Everybody's like, why do you keep talking as if you're already gonna die? Like, because he knew the shit he was saying was spicy. And later on, everybody's like, damn, that was some good points. He had some good points. And they killed him. They fucking killed him for it. Fucking talk about free speech. Depends who you're free speeching to. Depends who you're snitching on. If you're snitching on yourself, that's fine, right? Snitch on yourself all day long. There's not too many people unless, like, you have some weird-ass connections. Unless you're literally owned by somebody. You know? Get out there. Snitch on yourself. Tell your story. Everybody will fucking love it. You know? But you tell somebody else's story, they're gonna want to do some editing. They want the story to be straight. They want the story to be their own story. Man, if I missed Infrared streaming right now, he is live. I missed Infrared because of this shit.
Doesn't fucking matter. It has nothing to do with anything.
Know how many holes there were.
It has nothing. Like, this is the hill. I don't want to die on this hill. I don't care. This has nothing to do with why I'm on the internet. This has nothing to do with infrared. I don't give a fuck about this topic. I really don't. I honestly don't. The fact you're still talking about it, bitch, go call your father and make up with him, because you got daddy issues and you're making me out to be your daddy. But the thing is, I don't want to be your fucking daddy. I don't want to be your daddy. Okay? Because please don't call me daddy. Hell no. Hell no, bro. This is what you call an Idaho 2, okay? I mean, shit, bruh. I'm sick of...
especially after the adoption.
Bro, it's sexual harassment, I swear to God. These girls are out here, and it's like they have this thing, they have this attachment to me, this magnetic attachment. I live rent-free in their head. And that would be fine if you were above a 3 out of 10. Okay? So I have the worst luck in the world. I have the worst luck in the fucking world, right? Because, look, I'm a straight dude, and okay, women being obsessed with me, okay, I'll welcome that. But why are all the ones obsessed with me, you know, they look like this? It's a problem. That's really bad. That's just, it's just very upsetting. You know, this is what I get.
It's like an abstraction of words that is just not useful. That's the thing. Is that, like,
I don't want to have this Oedipal, like, father, Oedipus complex type of thing. Like, go talk to your father, bitch. I got nothing to do with you. I'm an Afro-Asiatic, Mediterranean male. I don't belong to your culture. I'm not part of your culture. I'm not your dad. I don't want nothing to do with you. I come from a completely different culture than you do, and I don't want anything to do with you. So you can keep those fish and chips and get them the hell away from me, because I ain't want nothing to do with those fish and chips. Nothing.
Just ride it out. You're not being cancelled. Let's normalise being wrong and admitting it. Normalise not knowing how many holes there are. And he he's not being cancelled. Not for this, anyway. And I think this was just the perfect storm because people seemed to not like him anyway, and this was just...
Okay, why don't people like me? Go ahead and... Why don't you get into that shit instead of fucking talking about nothing?
A great
She
thing.
literally calls it the bitch, who is this a saga for? This shit lasted a week, and it was 4 months after it happened on stream, and then for 1 week, I was responding to it, and then that's it. And that's a saga? How?
To make fun of. It was a fun excuse to goof on him. You cannot be a man if you don't love your homeland.
True. See, this is the shit you should be focusing on. Because I do
This is
believe
funny.
with all my heart. I don't give a fuck about that other shit. But this is something I do care about. That I genuinely think you have to love your homeland. I do believe that. You do have to love your homeland. You can't just live on some soil, and you can't just shit on the country that feeds you and clothes you. And let's say you don't, your people aren't fully part of this country. Let's say you're black or something. Then I understand, but you still have a homeland to be patriotic for, even if that homeland isn't the same one as the, United States.
Oh.
Maybe it could be the black.
I was like, why do my fingers
something, I don't
smell?
know.
Because I was warming them up with my
You have to
nutsack.
have a fucking homeland. You cannot.
I
No,
was
let me
like,
actually.
what is
Let me
this?
actually revise this. You can't be a human being if you don't love your homeland. You
God, he's
can't
so
even
fucking
be
loud.
human. Loving your homeland is part of being human. No, man or woman, you can't even be human if you don't love your homeland. You don't love your country. You can't even be human. Period.
If this country isn't your homeland, then find one. Go there and fight for her. Alright then. Why he isn't your homeland, then find one. Go there and fight for her. Or
So this is the face of somebody who doesn't believe in fighting for your homeland. This is the face of that British Empire where she's gonna Britannia rule the waves. Rule Britannia. Bitch, fuck your waves. Fuck your ocean. Fuck your waves. Stay in your homeland and fight for your land. You don't own my waves. You don't own my waves. You don't got nothing to do with my waves. This is the face of somebody who has a... Yeah, this is what the Leviathan spawn look like. This bitch is the... This is the Kraken. Speaking of the Kraken, that's a big-ass crack right here. That's an ass Kraken. Because there's a whole lot of shit coming out of her mouth. Looks like she's got to cover her ass crack up. Because that's a big-ass Kraken. That's some Kraken. She's every word she's saying, she's letting it rip. She's letting it rip. She's letting it rip with that Kraken.
well then, what he said doesn't surprise me. I might be cynical, but I think a lot of the people correcting him probably don't know all the details of the anatomy of down there.
Neither do you. That's what's embarrassing. You literally fucked shit up in your video. Like, you didn't even know what it was about. You literally said something that would get you kicked out of medical school. You're literally a fucking idiot. And by the way, don't try to argue with me about it because, like, you could straw man me all you want, whatever the fuck you want, but it's like, it's like you are wrong and I'm right. It's that simple, right? Like, yeah, in the video with Kiana.
Fight for your own land. Reunite what is divided if you get my drift.
Yeah. Okay, at best, in the video with Kiana, I was technically wrong, right? Okay, I wasn't thinking. Whatever. I was wrong. I was technically wrong. But you are way more wrong than I am. That's what's embarrassing. You're way more wrong about it. And I don't even give a fuck. This is what your channel is about. Your channel is like about women's health or some shit. And you don't even know what these terms are referring to, you fucking idiot. What a stupid thing.
There, they might not know how many holes.
You're stupid. You are a bird brain fucking idiot. She is literally a bird brain fucking idiot. This is embarrassing.
There are. But at least they knew it wasn't two, so there's that. But on a serious note, this is demonstrative of how little we learn about vulvas, vaginas, etc. When it comes to clips like this, though, it's fair game. Goof on him all you want, because he was doubling down and trying to explain to her why he wasn't wrong. So now...
Damn, that's like a big
Goof
ass
on him.
gap. Slow motion and shit. 'Cause
Him all you want, because he was doubling...
You do not control my waves. You do not control my waves. Fucking awesome. What a thing to say. Talk about schizophrenic, right? Like...
what the hell is that? Oh man, bruh. Bruh, I'm declaring the Declaration of Independence.
Oh man, I love hooking up with this guy, Ivern.
That's the
He's got them bushes, bro.
Boston Tea Party
Bushes are
going
the
on
shit,
over here.
man.
Like, damn, shiver me timbers with that.
Bless me.
Thank you, SG. Appreciate you.
Lacan's idea of the real as made manifest in the gap between our two
Yeah. Alright, let's continue. Nah, fuck, bruh. Did I miss it? Yeah, what is she talking?
Are there below the waist. So that would include both the vulvas. For clips like this, though, it's fair game. Goof on him all you want, because he was doubling down and trying to explain to her why he wasn't wrong.
Bro, why would I concede anything to any of you ever? Thank you to Reshi. Why would I give a fuck about any world except the ones I'm gonna be using? Bro, be careful with your words, because, you know, this is a war I don't think, you know, be careful with your words, because she's got an extra one right here, but, I think a dentist should be using that one, but anyway, Atlantis is calling. Bro, this is like quantum physics. I can't believe people still don't even know what this was about. It's like so complicated. It's
So
like
now,
quantum mechanics.
how the meme won't
Thank you, Joshua.
They rebuilt the Twin Towers.
die. It,
Look at this dumb fucking airheaded stupid B word. Okay? She goes, the meme won't die. That's why you're the only person to bring it up in like the past 2 months. Like, the meme won't die because I'm gonna make a video out of it, hoping that it catches on as like a huge viral meme. But nobody gives a fuck. That's the problem. Like, she literally is trying to keep the meme alive and she failed. She's trying to keep it alive and it failed. Like, this was the biggest attempt I've ever seen anyone try and keep this meme alive. Besides when Bad Empanada first posted it on Twitter. That incel from Argentina. This is like this is the biggest attempt to revive a dead meme since Bad Empanada posted it on Twitter in the first place. So, what do you mean the meme won't? She's acting like this is like a natural human response to be obsessed over it. When you're the one who's obsessed, like nobody else gives a fuck.
it's become his brand. I mean,
To who? Literally to how many of you guys came across me because of this shit? None of you. Like, and actually nobody thinks this is my brand except people who already hate me for political or ideological reasons. If you're mad about my stance on Russia, you're gonna use it as an insult. If you're mad about my shit about patriotic socialism, you're gonna use it against me. If you're mad about my disagreement with Luna Oy, you're gonna use it against me. If you're mad about what I said about conservatism, you're gonna use it against me. If you're mad about how I don't lean in on the LGBT shit, you're gonna use it against. Like, this is just shit you try to use against me when you can't debate. You're like, oh hi, what about too old? Like, remember that guy in the space, the Twitter space the other day? He's like, on your hand, I'm gonna pull out my Exodia card. 2 holes, ah! And that's the best you can do. That's the best you can fucking do, is that dumbass shit. No normal person give a fuck about that. You did 2 instead of 3. Suck my dick, bitch. I got 2 nuts. Hypothetically, let me address a hypothetical female who is not this person. Suck my dick. I got 2 nuts I'll slap your fucking face with. Consensually. Okay? How about that? And of course I'm not referring to her. Just hypothetical NPC character.
This is a classic example of someone saying something silly, everyone goofing on them for it, and then them latching onto it in order to stay relevant. Imagine believing...
November 5th, 2021. Do you have a more contemporary example of this, ma'am? Sorry if I misgendered you, I can't talk.
In 3 holes. Women will just make up anything, shake my head. They won't shut up.
You know what? You know that uncomfortable person in the room? It's like you make a joke and then they start taking it seriously and then like it just makes you super uncomfortable and you're like, okay, I gotta get like, bro, I don't want to be like, just please. The United Kingdom has the highest rates of autism, that's all I'm saying. Literally, the United Kingdom has the highest rates of autism in the country. And we need to talk about that. And look it up. I didn't just make that up. Literally look it up. You know that you're ever in that scenario where it's like it's just a joke and it's completely meaningless. It's like completely, you're not attaching any like level of seriousness or commitment to it at all. And they're just like, oh really? But actually, and then okay, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go to the other room because, damn, a dude can't even breathe anymore, you know? Like, damn, but them teeth, those teeth, that's a gap. Now, her teeth have as big a gap as the gap between my level of investment in this and hers. That's how big the gap between her teeth is.
Look at that. And even though he's leaning into it, you can tell that he's still pressed. By far,
Wait. Hold on. I'm still pressed. Which is why you moved the tweet from October 23rd before any of this happened. You're using a tweet that I made before any of it happened as an example of me being pressed. You are a fucking bird-brained idiot. You are a objectively stupid fucking bird-brained stupid idiot. You should never have made a YouTube account. This is the most stupid, embarrassing shit I've ever fucking seen. If you're gonna make a mountain out of a molehill for a complete nothing burger mistake, imagine making a mistake so bad, like countless mistakes throughout this whole video, like this. But no, we're not gonna shame her for making this stupid fucking mistake. This is in October, bitch. This thing that you're talking about, that happened like November 5th or something. This was October 23rd. The thing you're talking about, where left Twitter decided to go crazy over, it only went viral November 5th. And then the incident happened in like August, okay? So, why are you using this as an example of me if anything, I'm actually pressed about how fucking stupid you are. And the fact that your fucking audience doesn't see what a fucking stupid fucking person you are. I am an Afro-Asiatic Mediterranean male. I'm not gonna go here. I'm not gonna go here, but, you know, I think she's the type who looks down on my type. He's a Lebanese dude. He must be backward, Neanderthal, caveman, low IQ, right? My people, we went to ancient Greece. and we were ancient Greek philosophers, Zeno, motherfucker. We were chilling with Plato and Aristotle. Let's not go there. And don't come at Haas. I got that philosopher lineage in me, okay? You got cave lineage. Okay, I'm not gonna go further. I'm not gonna go further. All I'm trying to say is that she's being condescending, talking down on me and shit. Like, oh, how he's just an ignorant Arab. You're the smart woman from the UK, and you're gonna talk down to me because you're the educator and you know it all and you're so smart. You are a empty-headed, bird-brained dumbass, natural dumbass, low IQ. IQ's not even real, but I'm making an exception for you. You are low IQ. You are genuinely fucking stupid. You have the performative appearance of being smart and talking down on me, but substantively, you are a bird-brained, airheaded, fucking barbarian idiot. You are literally a from Savage's dumb fuck. Literal dumb fuck. And I am a philosopher. Okay? Don't try to come on my level. I radiate golden philosopher energy. You radiate... Bruh, I could see. I could literally see how she's the same as her ancestor from 20,000 years ago. I can literally see how the only difference between her and her ancestor from 20,000 years ago is the way in which she's using different performative words and shit, but like, you look into her eyes and it's the same thing. Same shit. And okay, you know what? I didn't want to have to go here. But I'm just saying. I'm sorry. That's how I see the world. Is it racist? I don't know. It's not racist because I'm talking about culture. It's all culture, not race. I'm not. Of course, I would never be racist. But. Bro, what is civilization? Right? This is the civilized woman. She's more civilized than me, and I'm the barbarian, right? I'm the barbarian, and she's civilized. I'm the Neanderthal caveman, and she's the smart, bread-tube woman who's civilized, who's gonna talk down on me because she's educated, and she has a PhD, and she knows things. You don't know shit. You don't know a goddamn fucking thing. You don't have any natural intelligence in you whatsoever. Don't come at me talking that shit to me. Like I'm uncivilized. Nah, it's not me who's uncivilized. And I'm sick. You know what? I'm gonna bring that image back up because nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about this shit. So let's go ahead. Thank you, Gabriel. Bruh, I'm sorry, but let me find that image again. Bruh, we're dealing with a situation. And I'm uncivilized. Right? I'm the one who's uncivilized. I'm the one who's a savage. I'm the one who's not enlightened. Right? I'm the uncivilized savage one. And this is the master race. Britannia! I'm sorry to come at y'all from Britain. I love you guys from Britain who are allies, but she stepped up, and it's at her, you know. And you know, okay. All of my British allies, I'm naming y'all honorary Phoenicians, okay? Because the Phoenicians colonized the British Isles, and y'all are honorary Phoenicians. But you know, Britannia rule the waves. You know what's funny? This sounds paranoid. This sounds a little paranoid, but I would literally not be surprised if she was getting money from MI6. I'm not even kidding. Remember that other BreadTube British content creator who was funded by the government and shit? Probably the same. You know, the British are the #1 source of ops, including psyops. They are behind like all of these psyops and shit. I swear, the British MI6, like all the shit you're seeing from Ukraine, that comes from British propaganda, not even American. It's all British psyops. Look it up. It's all British psyops, all of it, right? I would not put it past it that she like did this shit and it's an op to just like shit on Haas, like shit on the infrared brand. She's trying to make us known for this dumb shit, right? This is their strategy. The strategy is basically, okay, I'm at 16,000 subscribers on YouTube. We're gonna like have these huge content creators, 400,000 subscribers, whatever, constantly throw shit at infrared and Haas so that we can always have this ceiling above us that we can never grow out of because they want us to forever be known for this shit. The problem is that they just can't find anything that sticks organically. This shit does not stick organically. You have to be initiated consciously to give a fuck about it, right? And you think about it, guys. Think about this, okay? Think about this. Thank you, Galen. Appreciate you.
Don't keep that message.
Yeah, I'm definitely not done. I'm definitely not done. Thank you so much, and Commissar. Appreciate you. Holy fuck.
Something tells me she's very educated when it comes to building mud pies.
Yeah, she's probably friends with Philosophy Tube and that kind of shit. Because when you think about it, guys, look at the people who challenge. Look at the real ones. Me, Caleb Maupin, Jackson, Samir. Samir doesn't stream, whatever, but you know us. Every single one of us, we have these hatchet jobs done on us that just try and make us look bad. Caleb, look, do you know how many psyops are done against Caleb? You would not believe the amount of psyops that's committed against Caleb. The only reason Jackson isn't a victim yet is because he has a squeaky clean record. And I know Jackson personally. I know him personally. He is a squeaky clean motherfucker. He is a knight in shining armor. He is literally the white knight. Not racially, but the white knight. Of tankies. He is literally squeaky clean. Even her privately he is. And I know him really well. Yeah, I spent like 45 days with him. They would never find shit against Jackson. Me, I'm reckless. I'm a nutcase. I'm reckless. I just kind of skirt the line a little bit, and I just like to go a little bit toward the edge and just do shit that people are like, okay, this is great. I don't give a fuck, bitch. Fire walk with me. That's my slogan. Right? My slogan is, fire walk with me, the magician longs to see. Fire walk with me. Atlantis is calling, SOS for love.
I have the most people who
Bitch, can you hurry up? Because I want to do the Twitter space. Can she hurry up?
interact with me behind a blog as a ratio of interactions of any tweeter.
Yeah,
People
from October. Literally from October.
are simply scared shitless of me.
Before any of it happened.
For good reason. Hi, cowards. You know that feeling of being pathetic and small you have inside? It's my
This
story.
is completely fake, okay? I have rebranded. When I had my old profile picture that said fuck the law, then you understand the vibe of this tweet. It's a work of art. It's a work of art. Because I was the street soldier on the fucking Twitter when I had my old profile picture. Bruh, I had an old profile picture that had no... It was literally a random selfie I took. I wasn't even groomed, okay? And it just says fuck the law in a really trashy way. And I was just fighting everybody. It was so fun. It was so fun. But things got dark, so I went dark Haas, right? Things took a dark turn. But you can't show tweets like this without my fucking profile picture. You can't show it without the context, okay?
Source of power. And then I owned him by saying 2 holes. Every...
True.
Yay, I breathe a sigh of relief knowing all the people talking shit about me on Twitter are ugly.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Talking shit about me on Twitter are ugly.
Uh-huh. Wait, do you think you're some kind of exception? Are you trying to insinuate you're an exception to that? Because, what's her name? Tara, you're not even mid. Mid means you're like 5. You are not even mid. I would never call you mid. Because you're way below that. This is a level of hideousness. This is an extreme level of hideousness. She looks like she built Stonehenge, okay? I don't want nothing to do with your swamp. This is like Shrek forcing his swamp on me. I don't want none of it. I don't want your swamp. Nobody wants your swamp. You understand? So, you know, you need to be humbled a little bit because do you actually, so you're looking at Haas's standards, my standards, and you think you're, like, you actually think you're exempt in any capacity for what I said about leftists. Damn. Thank you, Johnny. What is this shit here, huh? What is this shit? I don't want nothing to do with it. Bruh, you know what? I'm gonna go woke. I'm gonna just start turning woke and I'm gonna be like, you know what, guys? Let's do a white supremacy workshop. For example, where does the audacity come from to tell an Afro-Asiatic Mediterranean male that that's impressive? That's, you know what I mean? Where does that come from? I can smell that. That's an audacity. I can smell that. I can smell that. And you know what? It's always the white supremacist women who are coming after me. And where do you need to understand? Y'all follow the pattern. The overwhelming majority. There's been like one exception, I think. There's been one exception, okay? Every woman I've pursued, everyone I've ever had an interest in. Actually, the exception wasn't even an exception, actually, because also Mediterranean. So it's always been Mediterranean. It's always been Middle Eastern or, you know, Asian of some kind. It's African. It's never ever, I've never had a taste for this type. But they force them, they like throw their shit on me. They like throwing their shit on me. And it's harassment. I don't want it. Get that away from me. I don't want no salami. I don't want any bologna sandwich, and I don't want no salami. Get the fuck away from me. Get the fuck away from my shit. Afro-Asiatic Mediterranean male under assault.
The reason she's so confident is because she's an 8 by British standards.
Thank you. Thank you, Orville. Oh my God, Jacob.
Your analysis of the tragedy of the Don video was excellent. Can you produce a scripted, shorter video summarizing your analysis for mass consumption? I really enjoy your perspective on geopolitics.
Thank you, Jacob, so fucking much. Jesus. Thank you, man. Holy fuck, bro. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, bro. Damn. Damn. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate you. And yeah, I'll see if I can. I want to start doing more of that. I woke up super late today, right? But bro, I'm so sick. You know, it's like wrong. I feel like it's harassment. Like, I'm gonna say this, why do white supremacist women think they can control me? Why do they think they have authority over me? Y'all don't have authority over me. If an Afro-Asiatic woman comes to step up on me, she does have some authority over me. I'm not gonna lie. She's got some authority over me. If a Muslim woman steps up to me, she has some authority where it's like, I am gonna listen to her, right? But I have nothing to do with you. I literally have nothing to do. You don't have any power over me. You have no access to me. You have no access to me whatsoever. You have no power over me whatsoever. You have nothing. I am not in your jurisdiction. I am not in your jurisdiction. And y'all be like, Haas, why are you going woke? Because I have to fight fire with fire. Because she's going through the feminist fucking bullshit on me. And okay, I'm going to bring up the Afro-Asiatic Mediterranean male under assault aspect of this. What am I kidding? I'm not on Twitch. I don't gotta give a fuck about any of this shit. Yeah. Atlantis is calling. SOS for love. Atlantis is. Alright, let's continue. If she was a Marxist, if she called herself a Marxist, it would be even more disgusting. Okay? Fucking get it twisted with that shit. You know, no, this is actually, you know what, I'm gonna bring up the race card. Why are you're not the queen of women? You're not the queen of women? You're not the queen of women? The women I talk to, the women I admire and I respect, have authority over you in my eyes. Those are the ones that
How did he not get hit by that? I don't understand.
You're the beta of females. You're the beta female. I have no respect for you whatsoever. You are that low on the hierarchy of females. You have no authority to be talking to me whatsoever. You are a beta female. You literally have no authority even for my name to be in your fucking buck teeth ass gap wide mouth to be talking to me whatsoever.
Huh? Lefties are always hyping each other's looks up, but the rest of society sees ugly people.
Yeah, that's literally a fact.
You always compliment each other, etc. We all know it's lies. Just stop. I know you want your friend.
And this is why she made the video, guys, by the way. She made the entire video because I said this shit. And she took that one personally. And I don't blame her because I was literally talking about people who look like you. I was talking about people who look like you. I was literally talking about people who looked like you.
Feel good, but you're genuinely the ugliest people in our society. Are you joking? Lefties are hot.
She used the one example, and it's such an anomaly that he is literally the biggest streamer on Twitch because of that. Because people find it so fascinating that a good-looking man can also be a leftist. That's why he's popular. It's the only reason he's... You think Hassan is popular because of his analysis of the world or his knowledge or anything? He's only popular because of his looks. That is literally the one exception to the swamp creatures and ogres and ogresses that leftists are. You're using the one exception. It's literally the one and only exception. What a stupid fucking thing to bring up. You think, what is Hassan known for besides this? It's the only thing he's known for. This is the only thing he's known for, which is being good looking. And by the way,
Dude, that fucking sucked. This game sucks so fucking much. All of the time. There's always a chance of 5 salty fucking people. Always. Like, there's 100% chance of fucking salty people. Like, that right there is just the reason never to play this fucking game, right? Fucking ever. Everybody crying about the Teemo. Yeah, it's the Teemo who's the problem. Look at this shit. You're supposed to be the hard carry, aren't you? 10 fucking deaths? Fucking garbage. That's why they all left, because they know they're just as bad.
Why would I want a man who doesn't know?
I mean, this might have been a pre-made, but holy shit, were they sweater. Nobody ever killed this guy. Ever. He died real early, I think. That was the one kill I think that I got was on him. I think I did get him, right? Didn't I? I'm pretty sure. No, that was on somebody else.
It's that movie Shia LaBeouf. Don't start calling me Shia LaBeouf. Dig it up, boom, boom, boom. Dig it up, boom, boom, boom. Digging all now every day and night. Digging on the mountain day and night, yo. Dig it up, boom, boom, boom. Dig it up, boom, boom, boom. Digging all day and then, bruh, give it a rest then. What the fuck is this shit?
Based Hoss.
Shia LaBeouf type shit, man. What the hell is this shit about?
Your man doesn't satisfy you because he's not a real man in the first place. The fact that he's messing with your urethra sounds dangerous and disgusting, and you're just proving why I don't want you. Wait, does he still not know? No, he's baiting us, right? Surely. White leftist girls.
Do I not know what? Again, she's a bird brain fucking idiot. You are talking about how I don't know about a urethra, apparently. And so you're saying, my boyfriend knows where my urethra is. Why would he need to know that? What is he doing with your urethra? What is he doing with it? Stupid. Now look at this beautiful tweet.
In my quote tweets, accusing lefties of being ugly, like, oh yeah? Have a look at this. Oh hell nah, no sense.
This was like the most factual thing I've ever posted on Twitter. This was actual facts.
Thank you. What is it with men calling women ugly when they're women who wouldn't even piss on them if they were on...
Since that incident, the quality of women that I have hooked up with compared to the ones that were talking shit on Twitter and you, that's the difference between a supermodel and a cheeseburger. That is literally the difference between night and day. That is literally the difference between
Yo, it won't let me zoom in anymore.
statue and a mentally disabled 3-year-old with Play-Doh. That is literally the difference we're talking about. And you're making them out to be these goddesses that I have to fucking bow before and be impressed by. When I literally got an 11 out of 10 sucking my nuts compared to that, get the fuck out of here. I don't have to fuck leftist ogres. That's the difference. You don't impress me. Talk to a normie girl. Well, to be honest, I haven't been in the past 2 months. But all in all considered, I'm fucking with normies that don't give a fuck about politics or any of this shit, because you are in a cult. You don't even know what the real world is. You don't even know what the fucking real... You don't even know what the real world is. You don't even know what the real fucking world is. What the fuck?
Fire. It's $10 this time, buddy. Your camera angles aren't falling anymore. More breaking news. Faz wants to fuck a raw chicken.
How? I literally said, hell nah. Hell nah. And by the way, this is I remember her, Sama Jama. Sama Jama. She claims to be thick. She's not thick. She's not thick. That's her whole selling point, and she's not even thick. And that's her whole... She sells herself as the thick, and she's not. She's literally not. It's all fake angles. It's all fake. She's not cute. She's not cute. She ain't cute. And what do I mean by that? I mean BoJack Horseman. You understand? I'm talking about BoJack Horseman. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
how the story ended has found his true
How did I do
love.
that
The problem wasn't that he
afterwards?
didn't understand human anatomy, that he himself was a raw chicken all along and was desperately searching for a fellow chicken.
British humor. This is how they do humor in Britain.
Soulmate to ride off into the sunset with. So,
What the fuck?
British! 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 Bruh. That's some Roblox humor. That's some Roblox type of shit. The fuck is that?
They just love keeping this down. We don't want you. Keep doing your thing, brother.
I love you, African comrade. Thank you so much. Brotherly love. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Damn. See, that's why I keep doing it, guys. That's why I keep doing this shit. Because you can make as much hit pieces on me as you want, but look at this community. Look at this community. And damn, look how she postures and leans, trying to act all natural. She's really trying to act like a smarmy anime type of witty character. You look unnatural as fuck doing that shit. You need to go back to the caves. They don't got, let's just say, they don't lean on the walls of the caves. So we know this is fake as fuck. Leaning on those cave walls, those cavern walls in that cave.
what's the lesson we can take from this saga? On this channel, we like to talk about gender, so it's no surprise that today I
Like to talk about gender? Who made you the queen of women? Who appointed you the queen of women's affairs? I didn't. I don't know any women who did.
2 = 5.
Thank you, Waffles. Appreciate you. You wanna know what pisses me off about this shit? This makes it seem like this was a war against women. So there's some women watching this be like, okay, Haas is attacking all of us women. It's a war against women. Are you gonna let this person be your queen? Let's just not, okay? Let's just not, okay? She don't represent anybody, alright? And look, I roast anybody. You come after me, I will hold everything against you. I don't give a fuck. You call me misogynistic, you can call me racist. I don't give a fuck what you call me. You roast me about some private sexual related shit, I'm gonna go all after you. I don't give a fuck. I will not hold back. I will not hold back. Period. Period. I will not show mercy. I will not hold back. I will roast the fuck out of you. But British people, y'all can't be taking this shit personally. Women, don't be taking it personally. By the way, if somebody ever came at you like this and they were Phoenician and Lebanese, I give you the card to roast them in the same way I'm roasting British people. I give you the same card. Because at the end of the day, this shit is a dog-eat-dog world. So I give you the card. Alright? This is the nature of this world. That's the nature of this world. No, we can't be sensitive out here. Can't be sensitive out here. And besides, yeah, Destiny's got never mind, I can't even say that. But yeah, I mean, there's
will mention la patriarchy. Here's my
okay, yeah, so all this shit is about the patriarchy. Shut the fuck up. Literally shut the fuck up. All this shit is about patriarchy now. That's why this, yeah, we're done. We're done with this bullshit. Okay, so there's an official Haas response that this is Photoshopped. I never said this, okay? But apparently somebody said this, and I'm gonna quote it. I would never say this. I would never say this. I would never, prefacing this is fake. This is Photoshopped. So if you see the screenshot of somebody saying, this busted bitch made an entire video about some dumbass meme from a year ago because it bothered her so much. Why is she thinking about what I said about vagina? Because her coochie got cobwebs and dust all over it and she gives way too much thought of me giving it attention. She's talking about holes when there's a big ass hole in her front teeth. That's the only one she should be worried about. I hope she looks back and realize. So I never said none of this, okay? I didn't say none of this. I did not say, I would never say this hurtful shit. I would never say this hurtful shit. Alright? Thank you, Adam.
She's gnawing at the patriarchy.
I would never say this hurtful. This is a photo. If you see this anywhere, that's Photoshop. I would never say this. You know, I would never say this shit. That's Photoshop. Yeah, that's. I don't know who made that Photoshop, but come on, let's cut it out, guys. Cut it out. Thank you, Adam, man. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, you know, if you ever see this Photoshop, you know, cut it out. Cut it out. I didn't say this shit, okay? I ain't never say this shit. They're gonna ask what that mouth do, and you're gonna say Aleppo. I ain't never said that. I would never say that. I would never say that. Alright? I would never say that. I would never say that. I would never say that. That shit is fake. Alright. Alright, let's get into our Twitter, okay? So I'm gonna start the space now. And then let's get on our stacks. So okay, let me start the Twitter thing. We're gonna be calling it Roderick Day Exposed. Alright, I started it, and I'm gonna pull it up so we can hear it. Okay? We're gonna have our struggle session. We're gonna be exposing that Roderick Day today because he's been talking a lot of shit. So we're gonna open this shit up. We're gonna get right into it. We're gonna get right into it. I start these spaces way too late. I should start them earlier, but yeah, we're gonna get right into it. So let's this app is hella slow, so let's get into this app. This shit is so slow, holy fuck. Atlantis is calling, SOS love. Atlantis is calling. Okay, we're gonna open this up. Come on, man, hurry up. This app is slow as hell, for real. We're gonna be exposing Roderick Day, the revisionist, socialism with glasses characteristics, glasses wearing socialism, socialism with glasses wearing characteristics. That's what we're about to be exposing today. So we're gonna join this space so everybody can hear what we're talking about here. I can broadcast it. We're gonna talk about Roderick Day today because Roderick Day, he's been talking a lot of shit. I'm gonna break down what his perspective is and where he's been coming from, and what that whole deal is about. Okay? So, first things first, we're gonna pull this up. Alright, we got this pulled up, and okay, we're all set, we're all ready to go. So, Roderick Day, if y'all don't know about this, okay, Roderick Day, he's been making a tweet. He said, Pat socks, he's saying patriotic socialists are tailless. Okay, he's calling us tailless. If you don't know what tailless means, he's basically saying that we're pandering to ignorance, which is not true. We're keeping it real and we're being real, right? And he's also coming after the Maoists now, which is the interesting development. Because Maoists are, you know, he's saying, oh, we're against Maoists as well. Well, Maoists, what are Maoists? Maoists are people who also don't trust these academic, professional, managerial type of socialism with glasses wearing characteristic, arrogant academic type of people trying to say that the real working class are graduate students and that we can't trust the working class, they're not to be trusted, and that we have to entrust academics, and we have to entrust the glasses people with everything, and that, you know what I call it socialism with George Soros characteristics. I call it socialism with Karl Popper characteristics. You understand? It's that kind of socialism where they're all about that type of, you know, we have to trust responsible institutions in order to do the right thing, and we have to trust the institutions. So let's see, who is this dude? What's going on? Go ahead, unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Why can't I put this there?
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Hello?
Hello.
What's good?
What's going on?
Yo. Yo.
What's going on, bruh?
Nothing much about you.
What? State your business. What's this about?
Oh,
What's
nice.
good? Nothing much.
Got that
Bro, we
perf.
got 40 people in here. You just saying nothing much. What, you just here to talk about nothing? We got listeners here listening for some of significance.
No,
to be
I'm just,
said.
I'm just. No, I just think like the Russia thing. I just think like the Russia thing. I think Russia's like they're doing the right thing and stuff. You know what I mean?
All right. Anything else?
I think Putin would be a better president than Joe Biden. I think that for sure.
All right. Okay, we got somebody named Leonard G. Soy who wants to join the space.
Look if you haven't.
So Leonard G. Soy, why don't you go ahead and I want to see who the fuck that is. What is Leonard G. Soy wants to request? Did you see the Tooth Lady's description of her video? I actually didn't. Let me actually see that. Leonard G. Soy.
The Tooth Lady.
I'm gonna go ahead and allow you to
So
request. Let me look at this. What is the description? Oh, it's the Ukraine shit. She's obsessed with Ukraine. So that's why she did that hit piece on me. It's all about Ukraine. I should have reported on that. She's a Ukraine activist. She's going, oh, fund the Azov battalion here in the request. That type of shit. So Leonard G. Soy is gone. And I'm trying to get to this thing where, you know, a lot of these Maoists are so hostile to us. And I think Maoists are our dumbass little cousins. We are the true Maoists, and the Gonzaloites, they're just our dumbass little cousins. But are we enemies? Are we enemies? I don't know, because I feel like Roderick Day is our enemy. I feel like Roderick Day represents the revisionism, the Khrushchevite revisionism of the professional managerial class, and we want to go down to the masses in some kind of way. Now, y'all so-called Maoists, you have a problem with white people and white working class, which is the problem, right? But you know, it seems like some of y'all come from other communities. So I feel like we could, you know, we don't really hate the Maoists. We make fun of them and we meme on them. You know, we make a critique of it and we do all that kind of shit. But at the end of the day, we like Maoists more than we like these fake ass Roderick Day type of Luna Oi, Hakeem, Luna Soy type of revisionist fake ML with George Soros characteristics, ML with open society characteristics, ML with Karl Popper characteristics. We shouldn't be trusting these glasses wearing academic Roderick Day motherfuckers who represent the professional managerial class and are against the working class. I feel like there's a lot of Maoists that like to keep it real, and I'm a type of Maoist. I'm just not a Gonzaloist, right? So I feel like the infrared people and the Maoists, we should think about how, okay, we have a common enemy. We do have a common enemy. All right? So I'm going to add sealed. So who the fuck is this? Go ahead, bonus tinker. State your business. Go ahead and speak your business. Speak your business. Bro,
Yeah, hi. Hey, I just wanted to say, thanks for representing real leftist leadership, or at least the need for it. I would say that maybe you do come off too mean to people who aren't explaining themselves very well, and I just wanted to say, like, you don't need to be so vitriolic with people who disagree. Maybe that's just not as inviting as it needs to be. Although I have to say,
keep it real. First of all, it's not because people disagree; they come at it with disrespect.
yeah, no,
I
I
keep it
know.
real.
Yeah, no, that's true. But you are also being incredibly I think the thing is, when you become insulting, it really puts a lot of people off.
Okay,
So,
give an example. Give an example.
like when you're making fun of, like, I know these people suck and they have terrible opinions, but then don't make fun of them for being like fat or having gap teeth. Like, then that's just diminishing your point.
Nah, if they come at, hey, listen, if somebody come at me for any other reason than the serious shit that I'm putting out there, if I'm putting a political or theoretical point out there, stick to it. If you come at me for some other bullshit, it's open season on literally every aspect of your existence. If
No,
you start
yeah,
coming at, if you
I
start
know
taking it personal,
that
if you
feel
start taking
justified
it
in doing
personal,
it
and
that
you
way.
come at me with
But
all
what
that
I'm-
kind of shit, I'm gonna go open season. I'm gonna roast that ass over a bonfire. All right, so
But my point is, in order to really connect with people who are listening to this stuff, you need to be a much bigger person.
Sir, if people don't want me to take it that far, all they gotta do is stick to the meat and potatoes, is what I'm saying. All they gotta do with
Right, but they're not going to. That's what I'm saying. They obviously
then
aren't.
it's open. We're spit roasting. We're having some pig tonight, and it's it's haram.
I think that we can be more productive is really my only criticism. But like I said, I did want to thank you for hosting these spaces. There's a lot of people just listening to, because you make a lot of good points about theory, that like you are bringing up really solid stuff when it comes to the theory stuff that I really hadn't even considered, and I'm learning about this stuff myself, and I'm like, wow, this is a great resource. But then it's like, oh man, you need to be a much bigger person than these people that are trying to belittle you, because really
I am only 5'8" in stature, so I really can't be the bigger person. I gotta be my true short king self. I'm sorry. That's just the nature of who I am.
All right, I'm just trying to say that you could use this position you have at hosting these spaces to be a lot more productive in getting people to, change their. You're in a good position to actually get people to change their minds about this stuff. Anyway,
I'll
just wanted to
take
thank
your
you.
words into consideration. I'll take them into consideration.
Yeah, so thanks so much. I don't really know what's going on with Roderick Day. The whole Pat Soch thing, I don't understand. It seems like very confusing at this point, but that's probably the point. That's my point. They want us fighting. They want us confused.
That's exactly.
So we need solidified unity in the socialist, Marxist-Leninist space.
That's exactly. I appreciate you, bro. So
all right,
that's what I'm
thank you.
talking about. If you understand the Pat Sock thing, this is basically what it's about. Roderick Day doesn't like the fact that we're trying to go down to the masses without consulting and asking the permission of these academic pieces of shit who want to domesticate every single instance of political activity and change. Oh, you want to go down to the workers? Oh, those people are too backward and it's too chaotic. I only believe in institutions and academic institutions. This is the DSA. It's that same DSA Roderick Day. It's the same type of shit that they're coming from, where they have a mistrust of the raw, authentic wilderness of the people. They have a mistrust of the people. They don't trust the people. I'm a Maoist. We're going to go down and deep into the masses. Cultural revolution, storm the headquarters type of shit. We trust the masses. We're with the masses. We're going to risk it all. Keeping it real. No more fake shit. We're not going to hide behind political correctness. We're not going to hide behind no institutions. We're going to trust the people. We're going to trust the working class in their raw authenticity in the wilderness of the people. Risking it out all there. Risking our ideological purity. Risking that people confronting us with other views we may not agree. It don't matter. You gotta be a man or a woman, whatever you want to be, but you gotta be real. That's what I'm saying. So go ahead, Sosa JD. He's a JD in Yale Law. MD in Harvard and PhD in sociology. Go ahead and speak your piece. Go ahead and speak your piece.
Hey, what's up?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're heard, sir. You are heard. Man. You are heard. Sir, we can hear you. Damn. Nobody can hear me in the space. Hello? Damn, this dude disconnected. Can y'all hear me in the space? Can y'all hear me in the space? Raise your hand if you can hear me in the space. Okay. So that's the People's Badger. What the hell is this? Go ahead and speak. I'm gonna add you as a speaker.
What's up, Haas? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. That's fine.
So there were like a couple things that, like, first off, thanks for doing this self-crit sessions and everything. It's like a fucking fundamental of Marxism-Leninism is the self-crit. So thank you for doing that, because I don't see too many other people doing that. And I guess that's kind of a pivot into what I wanted to talk about. And I know that this is like a short session and everything. I don't want to like occupy too much time, but one of the things that just hits me, like with all of these people that talk shit and all these people that get up in your face and shit, is nobody who actually steps up can present a real dialectical materialist criticism. Nobody can fucking like get up and actually do the thing. And it's like this whole like mythos
I
of
appreciate the words, bro. That's true. Now, who's next? Heart shape. What you got to say? What you got to say?
Hello?
Yeah, what you got to say?
All I gotta say is, with all these people talking about how like you can't be, you know, a communism without loving your country, I think that's complete bullshit. You know what I mean?
Nah, hell no, I don't know what the fuck you mean. So go ahead. What you mean?
Like,
you can be a communist. You're not gonna love your country. Then what do you love? You love your mother? How do you live in this world? You don't love your mother. You don't love your country. You call yourself a communist?
No, you're supposed to love your country regardless.
Who builds your homes?
Like
who
the
feeds
people,
you?
like the people in Russia, the people in China, they might be communist people, right? And they still love their country. Am I correct?
You must be you must love your country if you're a communist. You must love your country.
I mean, you don't have to love it, but it's good to love your country. You know
No,
what I
you
mean?
have to, or else you're not a communist.
Yeah.
If you don't love your people, you don't love your country, you're not a communist.
Yeah, I
Communism-
love our country. I voted for Trump. I love my country.
Okay.
But yeah, and fuck Biden.
I agree. Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon. Trump 2024, bitches.
Let's go, Brandon. And if Trump is gonna deal with the censorship problem, I'll vote for Trump.
I'll vote for Elon Musk too.
If Trump makes it easier for me to organize and have freedom of speech without getting censored, I'll go cast my vote for Trump.
Hey, Elon Musk already fixed that for you on Twitter. Look what he did.
If they pass laws saying that they can't be censoring us on these platforms, I'll go vote for Trump. I'll vote for him myself. I'll cast that vote myself.
For Trump?
Hell yeah.
Dude, Trump is the man, bro. Trump is the fucking man, dude. Everything when he was in office,
I don't trust
everything
him.
was flowing. Look at us
bro,
now.
he's better than Biden, but I don't trust him. He's better than Biden, but remember he sold out, and he's in bed with those establishment dark. Sheldon Adelson funded him in 2016, and God knows who's funded him in 20. God knows who's gonna be funding him. No, I don't trust nobody.
but the left.
I trust the
left
party.
said-
I trust the Communist Party. I want to build that party up. But if Trump makes it easier for me to build that party, I'll go vote for him. But I'm not gonna be kissing his ass. No reason we should be kissing his ass.
I just want to say though, like, you know, Vladimir Putin, he really loved Trump, and he's a You know, he's a dictator, but like, well, he's a communist, right?
Nah, he's not. But you know, Xi like Trump and Kim Jong Un like Trump, and you know, a lot of the boys like Trump. So I understand that, but you also gotta remember Trump.
What about the thing?
What
about the economic thing? You think?
He didn't. I like the tax cuts for the working class. I like the takes off the tax burden on workers, so I like that. But I don't really think he did much else besides that.
Do you think communism is based off economic standpoint and not political?
Do you think communism is what?
Do you think communism is based off economic standpoint instead of political?
It's everything.
It's everything?
Everything.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a Republican myself, so like I'm trying to like learn and stuff, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I like Madison Cawthorn. I like that guy. I like Madison Cawthorn.
Yeah, he's a G. He's a G.
And I like Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't know much about her, but she's telling the truth about Russia, and that's all I need to know. That's all I need to know for me to like her.
Do you think off the Russia thing? Do you think that Ukraine has these plants for like COVID and stuff? Because I've been hearing that they like shit with like
we can't
COVID
talk
and
about
stuff.
that, bro. We're gonna get shut down.
And that's why Putin's fucking bombing them, because they're making all
Right,
these
we're gonna
fucking
get
labs
shut
and
down. We're gonna get shut down, bro. They'll shut us down. Swear to God, they'll shut us down.
Are you for real?
I'm for real, bro. This is Twitter.
They don't.
Bro. We
They
can't
don't
be
want the
saying-
truth. Elon Musk owns it, so it's freedom of speech now, right?
Everyone get. Nah, he don't own it until a few months. Everyone get vaccinated. Everyone. Remember, COVID came from bats. Everyone. Remember to keep getting vaccinated and.
Fuck the
make
vaccine.
Sure...
They can shove the vaccine
nah,
up my ass.
we don't support that here. Come on.
They can shove that vaccine up my fucking ass. I'll never take that.
They
bullshit.
will, sir. They will. Whether you agree to it or not. You gonna get it.
Hey, if they come to my house, right, and force me to take a vaccine, I'm gonna air it out on their fucking heads.
Nah, okay, bro. I'm disconnected. Crazy ass. You can't be saying that shit, bro. Dudes are just crazy out here. Right? Dudes are just literally crazy. And people, you can't be saying that crazy shit. You know what I mean? You can't just be saying crazy shit out here. You gotta keep it normal. You gotta keep it normal. You gotta keep it sane, and you gotta keep it legal. All right? Anyway, what we're trying to talk about here is basically Roderick Day. So Roderick Day is a fraud and a fake and a phony. He's a fake intellectual. He's not a real intellectual. I've seen his writings. He doesn't know shit that he's talking about. Every single thing Roderick Day has ever written, I wipe my fucking ass with it. It's so goddamn stupid. Roderick Day acts like he's a smart guy and he's gonna lead the movement. And he's that socialism with glasses wearing characteristics. And we gotta talk about that problem. We gotta talk about that problem that was the social cohesion and national identity. The book was writing about that problem with the glasses wearing issue, right? Because Roderick Day, he's a textbook example of a socialism with glasses wearing characteristics. He's denouncing both so-called pat stocks, it's not a real thing. He's denouncing infrared people, and he's denouncing the so-called Maoists. And what do Maoists and us have in common? Alright, our Maoist little cousins are stupid as fuck, and they're anarchistic, and they're killer clowns, they're psychopaths, they're crazy, they do crazy shit. But at the end of the day, what we and the Maoists got in common is that we both agree that China was right during the Sino-Soviet split, which means we agreed with the Cultural Revolution. We agreed with the way that they challenged the bureaucrats and the professional managerials, the way they came up from the countryside and they challenged that academic bureaucratic complex, the people like Roderick Day who were lording over the masses like party bosses and party lords. And that's one of the only things we have in common with them, is that we both agree with Mao in his critique of Soviet revisionism. We both uphold Stalin, we both uphold Mao, and that's one of the things we do have in common, okay? But the Maoists are heretics because they're not just Maoists, they believe in the writings of an insane man called Chairman Gonzalo. And the Chairman Gonzalo is where the problem is coming from, because Chairman Gonzalo, he was boiling babies and doing crazy shit like that, And you know, it's a type of fanaticism where they're dogmatic and they're crazy and they're doing all this crazy wild shit. But at the end of the day, the critique, you know, there's a problem with that critique. We got these, you know, let me tell you something about Roderick. Roderick Day comes from a tradition in the Latin American left of academic, scholastic, George Soros, Karl Popper, Austrian empiricist, positivist type of institutional social democrats who are also tied with the DSA, and that's where Roderick Day is actually coming from. Institutional social democrat, Karl Popper open society ideology, where they have this thing where they believe that we need responsible institutions for all of us. We need to make sure the people with classes are in charge and are making sure we're all conforming to the precepts and the conceptual tyranny and the straight-jacketed concepts. And we are going to make sure that society and we're going to be responsible with class-wearing characteristics. And everyone it's just that arrogant, disgusting mentality. Absolutely arrogant, disgusting mentality. It's coming out of that whole fucking sphere where they have just this distrust. They're idealists. They're all scholastic idealists who are like, we are only socialists for moral reasons. It's only for morality. It's because we're such good people. And we're going to instantiate our morality through institutions which allow them to also be ethical. We are moralist socialists. I'm Roderick Day, and I'm a moral socialist. It's all about morality. It's not about the class struggle. It's not about materialist analysis. It's all about morality. They're the moralistic socialists, the moralistic left. That's what we're dealing with Roderick Day.
Close enough.
And his Una Oi Hakeem crowd. They're all full of shit. And I'm the only one who seems to be exposing this shit nowadays. I'm the only one who they're all these logic or like axiomatic, logical, syllogistic reasoning for why this is the case. Oh, it's a bunch of nonsense, Hans. I am actually blaming an analytical philosophy. I'm a moralist. I'm Roderick Day.
Maybe the next one.
I am here, and the true working class is the graduate student unions, and they represent the real workers. Everyone else is too wild and too dirty and too untrustworthy, and I really can't bring myself to have any trust for any of them because they're all extremely untrustworthy. I mean, they got that basic bullshit that's going on. They got that basic bullshit that's going on. And Roderick Day, he blocked me. He blocked me. He blocked all of us. He blocked our whole crew. He blocked Infrared. He blocked me. And he talks shit behind the block. He's a pussy. He's a pussy because if Roderick Day was real,
Why won't it work from over there?
defending
I
himself
don't get it.
with his critiques. We wrote a Substack article against him. He never even responded to it because he's too scared to. He knows he doesn't stand a chance, and yet he's still out here talking that shit. So you gotta understand there's a way to explain that. The way you explain that is the fact. Roderick Day's a fraud. He pretends to be an intellectual. He's got a blog called redsales.org. And it's all based on Latin American George Soros funded social democracy. That's what Roderick Day's entire shtick is about. And he's the same shit as the DSA. He's the same shit as the DSA, but he calls himself a Marxist-Leninist. The reason he calls himself a Marxist-Leninist is because he thinks Lenin agrees with his idealist pretension of being a positivistic, moralistic scumbag, and he thinks Lenin is about angry moralism. That's what he reduces Lenin's ideas to. He talks about patriotism as a form of Taylorism. He doesn't even know what the context of Taylorism was. Taylorism has nothing to do with agreeing with the masses of vulgarity or even backwardness. Taylorism is about tailing behind the masses who are less advanced, yes, in the context of the struggle. So if there's a fighting working class struggle type of movement, then yes, what you're going to be dealing with is a situation where there's some workers at the tail end of that struggle who are not at the vanguard fighting. But when you're measuring that based on political correct cultural progressivism, it starts to become a whole lot of bullshit.
okay, when they're trying to make it about politically correct progressivism, then in that case, that has nothing to do with the advancement of the working class struggle, the class struggle. You're measuring it based on J.P. Morgan corporate progressive standards. That's got nothing to do. You can't measure Taylorism based on where it fits in the fucking culture war. You fucking dumb, fucking stupid bitch! Taylorism is about in the scheme of the class struggle. It's not about being within the scheme of the damn culture war. Where the fuck did you get that dumb shit from? Right? But Roderick Day, he never explains, he never cites his sources or actually justifies or explains why the cultural shit is so decisive in terms of determining what does and doesn't constitute Taylorism, what does and doesn't constitute the revolutionary struggle. And that's the real problem we're facing. That's the real problem we're facing. Understand? And, you know, there's some circles within the Communist Party that look at people like Roderick Day as a source of authority. They look at him as a source of legitimacy. They say, oh, this Roderick Day guy, he knows what he's talking about. This guy's real, this guy's legit. He must know what he's doing, right? Hell no. Hell no. He's full of shit. He's full of shit. And we have to, you know, we're going to change the name of this space, okay? Because we're going to start talking about some spicy stuff, okay? Because I think we need to talk also about socialism. I'm going to teach y'all something about socialism, okay? The Asian empires were socialists. Now, what do I mean by that? How do I justify that? Now, there's something called the so-called Asiatic mode of production, okay? And the Asiatic mode of production was described by Marx and Engels, and it was based on this view that in the East and in Asia, they didn't have developed forms of private property. And as a matter of fact, they didn't even have any forms of private property because all property belonged to the sovereign. And then
Such a good Murphy.
the sovereign in turn regulated economic activity in such a way that
Oh man, I haven't been showing the game the whole time.
an organic whole. The
Fuck
state
me.
focused its efforts on building common infrastructure and common works.
I don't
There was
look
no
at me.
right to
Look at
private
me.
property whatsoever because everything belonged to the
Whatever, I'm
sovereign
doing